Preface to Successful Recitations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Successful Recitations by Various. Part 1. The Royal Reciter. Quote, "Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of our players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines." Hamlet, Shakespeare. Preface. Many things go to the making of a successful recitation. A clear aim and a simple style are among the first of these. The subtleties which make the charm of much of the best poetry are lost in all but the best platform work. The picturesque and the dramatic are also essential elements. Pictures are the pleasures of the eyes, whether physical or mental, and incident is the very soul of interest. The easiest, and therefore often the most successful recitations, are those which recite themselves, that is, recitations so charged with the picturesque or the dramatic elements that they command attention and excite interest in spite of poor elocution and even bad delivery. The trouble with these is that they are usually soon recognized, and, once recognized, are soon done to death. There are pieces, too, which, depending upon the charm of novelty, are popular or successful for a time only, but there are also others which, vitalized by more enduring qualities, are things of beauty and joy forever. But after all, it is not the editor who determines what are and what are not successful recitations. It is time, the editor of editors, and the public are worthy and approved good masters. It is the public that has made the selection which makes up the bulk of this volume, though the editor has added a large number of new and less known pieces which he confidently offers for public approval. The majority of the pieces in the following pages are successful recitations. The remainder can surely be made so. A.H.M. End of preface. Prefatory. Read for LibriVox.org. True patriotism is the outcome of national home feeling and self-respect. Home feeling is born of the loving associations and happy memories which belong to individual and national experience. Self-respect is the result of a wise and modest contemplation of personal or national virtues. The man who does not respect himself is not likely to command the respect of others, and the nation which takes no pride in its history is not likely to make a history of which it can be proud. But self-respect involves self-restraint, and no man who wishes to retain his own respect and to merit the respect of others would think of advertising his own virtues or bragging of his own deeds. Nor would any nation wishing to stand well in its own eyes and in the eyes of the world boast of its own conquests over weaker foes or shout itself hoarse in the exuberance of vain glory. Patriotism is not to be measured by ostentation any more than truth is to be estimated by volubility. The history of England is full of incidents in which her children may well take an honest pride, and no one need be debarred from taking a pride in them because there are other incidents which fill them with a sense of shame. As a rule, it will be found that the sources of pride belong to the people themselves, and that the sources of shame belong to their rulers. It would be difficult to find words strong enough to condemn the campaign of robbery and murder conducted by the Black Prince against the peaceful inhabitants of southern France in 1356, but it would be still more difficult to do justice to the magnificent pluck and grit which enabled 8,000 Englishmen at Poitiers to put to flight no less than 60,000 of the chosen chivalry of France. The wire pullers of statecraft have often worked with ignoble aims, but those who suffer in the working out of political schemes often sanctify the service by their self-sacrifice, There is always glory at the cannon's mouth. In these days, when the word patriot is used both as a party badge and as a term of reproach, and when those who measure their patriotism by the standards of good feeling and self-respect are denied the right to the use of the term, though they have an equal love for their country and take an equal pride in their country's honorable achievements, it seems necessary to define the word before one applies it to oneself or puts one's name to what may be called patriotic verse. It is a bad day for any country when false standards of patriotism prevail, and at such times it is clearly the duty of intelligent patriotism to uphold true ones. Alfred H. Miles, October 1901. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
John Bull and His Island by Alfred H. Miles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. There's a doughty little island in the ocean, the dainty little darling of the free, that pulses with the patriot's emotion and the palpitating music of the sea. She is first in her loyalty to duty. She is first in the annals of the brave. She is first in her chivalry and beauty, and first in the succour of the slave. Then here's to the pride of the ocean. Here's to the pearl of the sea. Here's to the land of the heart and the hand that fight for the right of the free. Here's to the spirit of duty, bearing her banners along, peacefully furled in the van of the world, or waving and braving the wrong. There's an open-hearted fellow in the island who loves the little island to the full, who cultivates the lowland and the highland with a lover's loving care, John Bull. His look is the welcome of a neighbour, his hand is the offer of a friend, his word is the liberty of labour, his blow the beginning of the end. Then here's to the lord of the island, highland and lowland and lea. And here's to the team, be it horse, be it steam, he drives from the sea to the sea. Here's to his nod for the stranger. Here's to his grip for a friend. And here's to the hand on the sea or the land, ever ready the right to defend. There's a troop of trusty children from the island who've planted England's up and down the sea, who cultivate the lowland and the highland and fly the gallant colours of the free. Their hearts are as loyal as their mothers', their hands are as ready as their sires', their bond is a union of brothers who fear not a holocaust of fires. Then here's to the sons of the nation, flying the flag of the free, holding the farm and the station, keeping the gates of the sea, handed and banded together, in arts and in arms and in song, father and son united as one, bearing her banners along, peacefully furled in the van of the world, or waving and braving the wrong. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 3, The Red Rose of War, by F. Harold Williams. Read for LibriVox.org by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. God hath gone forth in solemn might to shake the peoples of the earth, through the long shadow and the fires that make new altar and new hearth. And with the besom of red war he sweeps the sin and woe away, to purge with fountains from his ancient deeps the dust of old decay. Oh, not in anger, but in love he speaks, from tempests round him drawn, unveiling thus the fair white mountain peaks which tremble into dawn. Not otherwise would truth be all our own, unless by flood and flame. When the last word of destiny is known, God's fresh revealed name. For thence do windows burst in heaven, and light breaks on our darkened lands, and sovereign mercy may fulfill through night the justice it demands. Ah, not in evil, but for endless good he bids the sluices run, and death to mould his blessed brotherhood which had not else begun. For if the great arch-builder comes to frame yet broader empires, then he lays the stones in blood and splendid shame with glorious lives of men. He takes our richest and requires the whole, nor is content with less. He cannot rear by a divided dole the walls of righteousness. And so he forms his grand foundations deep, not on our golden toys, but in the twilight where the mourners weep of broken hearts and joys. And he will only have the best or naught, a full and willing price, when the tall towers eternal are upwrought with tears and sacrifice. Our sighs and prayers, the loveliness of loss, the passion and the pain, and sharpest nails of every noble cross were never borne in vain. That fragrant faith the incense of his courts, whereon this dim world thrives, and hardly gains at length his peaceful ports, is wrung from bruised lives. Lo, when grim battle rages, and is shed a dreadful crimson dew, God is at work, and of the gallant dead he maketh man anew. The hero courage, the endurance stout, the self-renouncing will, the shock of onset, and the thunder shout, the triumph over ill. All wreak his purpose, though at bitter cost, and fashion forth his plan, while not a single sob or ache is lost which in his breath began. Each act august, which bravely in despite of suffering dared to be, is one with the grand order infinite which sets the kingdoms free. The pleading wound, the piteous eye that opes again to naught but pangs, are jewels and sweet pledges of those hopes on which his empire hangs. But if we travail in the furnace hot and feel its blasting ire, he learns with us the anguish of our lot and walketh in the fire. He wills no waste, no burden is too much in the most bitter strife. Beneath the direst buffet is his touch, who holds the pruning knife. We are redeemed through sorrow, and the thorn that pierces is his kiss. As through the grave of grief we are reborn and out of the abyss. The blood of nations is the precious seed wherewith he plants our gates, and from the victory of the virile deed spring churches and new states. And they that fall, though but a little space, fall only in his hand, and with their lives they pave the fearful place whereon the pillars stand. God treads no more the winepress of his wrath, as once he did alone. He bids us share with him the perilous path, the altar and the throne. When from the iron clash and stormy stress which mark his wondrous way, shines forth all haloed round with holiness, the rose of perfect day. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
England by Eliza Cook. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. My heart is pledged in wedded faith to England's merry isle. I love each low and straggling cot, each famed ancestral pile. I'm happy when my steps are free upon the sunny glade. I'm glad and proud amid the crowd that throng its mart of trade. I gaze upon our open port, where commerce mounts her throne, where every flag that comes ere now has lowered to our own. Look round the globe and tell me, can ye find more blazoned names among its cities and its streams than London and the Thames? My soul is linked right tenderly to every shady copse. I prize the creeping violets, the tall and fragrant hops. The citron tree or spicy grove for me would never yield a perfume half so grateful as the lilies of the field. Our songsters too, oh, who shall dare to breathe one slighting word? Their plumage dazzles not, yet say, can sweeter strains be heard? Let other feathers vaunt the dyes of deepest rainbow flush. Give me old England's nightingale, its robin and its thrush. I'd freely rove through Tempe's vale, or scale the giant Alp, where roses list the bulbul's late, or snow wreaths crown the sculp. I'd pause to hear soft Venice streams plash back to boatman's oar, or hearken to the western flood in wild and falling roar. I'd tread the vast of mountain range, or spot serene and flowered I ne'er could see too many of the wonders God has showered. Yet though I stood on fairest earth, beneath the bluest heaven, could I forget our summer sky, our Windermere and Devon? I'd own a brother in the good and brave of any land, nor would I ask his clime or creed before I gave my hand. Let but the deeds be ever such that all the world may know, and little reck the place of birth or colour of the brow. Yet though I hailed a foreign name among the first and best, our own transcendent stars of fame would rise within my breast. I'd point to hundreds who have done the most e'er done by man, and cry, there's England's glory scroll, do better if you can. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. A Song for Australia by William Cox Bennett. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. God bless the dear old land. 1,000 leagues below the line, 'neath southern stars and skies, mid alien seas, a land that's ours, our own New England, lies. From north to south 6,000 miles, heave white with ocean foam, between the dear old land we've left and this our new-found home. Yet what though oceans stretch between, though here this hour we stand, our hearts, thank God, are English still. God bless the dear old land. To England, men, a bumper brim, up, brothers, glass in hand. England I give you, England, boys, God bless the dear old land. Oh, what a greatness she makes ours, her past is all her own, and such a past as she can boast, and brothers she alone. Her mighty ones the night of time, triumphant shining through, of them our sons shall proudly say, they were our fathers too. For us her living glory shines, that has through ages shone. Let's match it with a kindred blaze, through ages to live on. Thank God, her great free tongue is ours. Up, brothers, glass in hand. Here's England, freedom's boast and ours. God bless the dear old land. For us, from priests and kings she won rights of such priceless worth, as make the races from her sprung the free men of the earth. Free faith, free thought, free speech, free laws, she won through bitter strife, that we might breathe unfettered air and live unshackled life. Her freedom, boys, thank God, is ours, and little need she fear that we'll allow a right she won to die or wither here. Free born to her who made us free, up, brothers, glass in hand. Hope of the free, here's England, boys. God bless the dear old land. They say that dangers cloud her way, that despots lour and threat. What matters that? Her mighty arm can smite and conquer yet. Let Europe's tyrants all combine, she'll meet them with a smile. Hers are Trafalgar's broadside still, the hearts that won the Nile. We are but young, we're growing fast, but with what loving pride, in danger's hour to front the storm, will range us at her side. We'll pay the debt we owe her then. Up, brothers, glass in hand. May God confound her enemies. God bless the dear old land. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. The Ploughshare of Old England by Eliza Cook. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The sailor boasts his stately ship, the bulwark of the isle. The soldier loves his sword, and sings of tented plains the while. But we will hang the ploughshare up within our Father's halls, and guard it as the deity of plenteous festivals. We'll pluck the brilliant poppies and the far-famed barley corn, to wreathe with bursting wheat ears that outshine the saffron morn. We'll crown it with a glowing heart, and pledge our fertile land, the ploughshare of old England, and her sturdy peasant band. The work it does is good and blessed, and may be proudly told. We see it in the teeming barns and fields of waving gold. Its metal is unsullied, no bloodstain lingers there. God speed it well, and let it thrive unshackled everywhere. The bark may rest upon the wave, the spear may gather dust, but never may the prow that cuts the furrow lie and rust. Fill up with glowing heart, and pledge our fertile land, the ploughshare of old England, and her sturdy peasant band. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Story of Abel Tasman, Discoverer of Tasmania, by Francis S. Lewin. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. Bold and brave and strong and stalwart, captain of a ship was he, and his heart was proudly thrilling with the dreams of chivalry. One fair maiden, sweet though stately, lingered in his every dream, touching all his hopes of glory with a brighter, nobler gleam. Daughter of a haughty father, daughter of an ancient race, yet her wilful heart surrendered, conquered by his handsome face. And she spent her days in looking out across the southern seas, picturing how his bark was carried onward by the favouring breeze. Little wonder that she loved him, Abel Tasman, brave and tall. Though the wealthy planters sought her, he was dearer than them all. Dearer still because her father said to him with distant pride, "Darest thou, a simple captain, seek my daughter for thy bride?" But at length the gallant seaman won himself an honoured name. When again he met the maiden, at her feet he laid his fame. Said to her, "My country sends me, trusted with a high command, with the Zeehan and the Heemskirk, to explore the southern strand. I must claim it for my country, plant her flag upon its shore, but I hope to win you, darling, when the dangerous cruise is o'er." And her haughty sire, relenting, did not care to say him nay. Flushing high with love and valour, sailed the gallant far away. And the captain, Abel Tasman, sailing under southern skies, mingled with his hopes of glory, thoughts of one with starlight eyes. Onward sailed he where the crested white waves broke around his ship, with the love light in his true eyes, and the song upon his lip. Onward sailed he, ever onward, faithful as the stars above. Many a cape and headland pointing tells the legend of his love. For he linked their names together, speeding swiftly o'er the wave, Tasman's Isle and Cape Maria, still they bear the names he gave. Toil and tempest soon were over, and he turned him home again, seeking her who was his guiding star across the trackless main. Strange it seems the eager captain thus should hurry from his prize, when 1,000 scenes of wonder stood revealed before his eyes. But those eyes were always looking out across the Java seas, where the maid he loved was waiting, dearer prize to him than these. But his mission was accomplished, and a new and added gem sparkled with a wondrous lustre in the Dutch king's diadem. Little did the gallant seaman think that in the days to be, England's hand should proudly wrest it from his land's supremacy. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Groom's Story by Arthur Conan Doyle. Read for LibriVox.org by Tony Scheinman.
10 mile in 20 minutes. He done it, sir, that's true. That big bay horse in the further stall, the one what's next to you. I've seen some better horses, I've seldom seen a wuss, but he holds the bloomin' record, and that's good enough for us. We knew as 'twas in him. He's thoroughbred, 3-part. We bought him for to race him, but we found he had no art, for he was sad and thoughtful and amazing dignified. It seemed a kind of liberty to drive him or to ride, for he never seemed to thinking of what he had to do, but his thoughts were set on higher things, admiring of the view. He looked a perfect picture, and a picture he would stay. He wouldn't even switch his tail to drive the flies away. And yet we knew 'twas in him, we knew as he could fly, but what we couldn't get at was how to make him try. We'd almost turned the job up, until at last one day we got the last yard out of him in a most amazing way. He was all along a master, which master has the name of a regular true blue sportsman, and always acts the same. But we all has weaker moments, which master he had one, and he went and bought a motor car when motor cars begun. I seed it in the stable yard. It fairly turned me sick. A greasy, wheezy engine as can neither buck nor kick. You've a screw to drive it forward, and a screw to make it stop. For it was foaled in a smithy stove, and bred in a blacksmith's shop. It didn't want no stable, it didn't ask no groom, it didn't need no nothing but a bit of standing room. Just fill it up with paraffin, and it would go all day, which the same should be agin the law if I could have my way. Well, master took his motor car, and motored here and there, a frightening the horses and a poisoning the air. He wore a bloomin' yachting cap, but lor, what did he know? Except that if you turn a screw, the thing would stop or go. And then, one day, it wouldn't go. He screwed and screwed again, but something jammed, and there he stuck in the mud of a country lane. It hurt his pride most cruel, but what was he to do? So at last he bade me fetch a horse to pull the motor through. This was the horse we fetched him, and when we reached the car, we braced him tight and proper to the middle of the bar, and buckled up his traces and lashed them to each side, while he held his head so haughtily and looked most dignified. Not bad-tempered, mind you, but kind of pained and vexed. And he seemed to say, "Well, blimey, what will they ask me next? I've put up with some liberties, but this cap's all by far, to be assistant engine to a crocky motor car." Well, master, he was in the car, a-fiddling with the gear, and the horse was meditating, and I was standing near, when master, he touched something. What it was we'll never know, but it sort of spurred the boiler up and made the engine go. "Hold on, old gal," says master, and "Gently then," says I. But an engine won't heed coaxing, and it ain't no use to try. So first he pulled a lever, and then he turned a screw. But the thing kept crawling forward, spite of all that he could do. And first it went quite slowly, and the horse went also slow. But he had to buck up faster when the wheels began to go. For the car kept crowding on him and butting him along. And in less than half a minute, sir, that horse was going strong. At first he walked quite dignified, and then he had to trot. And then he tried to canter when the pace became too hot. He looked his very haughtiest, as if he didn't mind, and all the time the motor car was pushing him behind. Now master lost his head when he found he couldn't stop, and he pulled a valve or something, and something else went pop, and something else went fizzywig, and in a flash or less, that blessed car was going like a limited express. Master held the steering gear and kept the road all right, and away they whizzed and clattered. My aunt, it was a sight! He seemed the finest draught horse as ever lived by far, for all the country juggins thought 'twas him what pulled the car. He was stretching like a greyhound. He was going all he knew, but it bumped and shoved behind him for all that he could do. It butted him and boosted him and spanked him on the head, till he broke the 10-mile record, same as I already said. 10 mile in 20 minutes. He done it, sir, that's true. The only time we ever found what that here horse could do. Some say it weren't hardly fair, and the papers made a fuss, but he broke the 10-mile record, and that's good enough for us. You see that horse's tail, sir? You don't? No more do we, which really ain't surprising, for he has no tail to see. That engine wore it off him before master made it stop, and all the road was littered like a bloomin' barber shop. And master, well, it cured him. He altered from that day, and come back to his horses in the good old-fashioned way. And if you wants to get the sack, the quickest way by far is to hint as how you think he ought to keep a motor car.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 9. The Hardest Part I Ever Played by R.E. Henry. Read for LibriVox.org. I come from an acting family. We all took to the stage as young dogs take to the water. And though we are none of us geniuses, yet we got on. My 3 brothers are at the present time starring, either in the provinces or in America. My 2 elder sisters, having strutted and fretted their hour upon the stage, are married to respectable city men. I, Sybil Gascoigne, have acted almost as long as I can remember. The little ones, Kate and Dick, are still at school. But when they leave, the first thing they will do will be to look out for an engagement. I do not think we were ever any of us very much in love with the profession. We took things easily. Of course, there were some parts we liked better than others, but we played everything that came in our way. Comedy, farce, melodrama. My elder sisters quitted the stage before they had much time to distinguish themselves. They were each in turn, on their marriage, honored with a paragraph in the principal dramatic papers. But no one said the stage had sustained an irreparable loss, or that the profession was robbed of one of its brightest ornaments. I was following very much in my sister's footsteps. The critics always spoke well of me. I never got a slighting in my life. But then before the criticism was in print, I could almost have repeated word for word the phrases that would be used. Miss Gascoigne was painstaking and intelligent as usual. The part was safe in the hands of that promising young actress, Sybil Gascoigne. With opinions such as these, I was well content. My salary was regularly paid. I could always reckon on a good engagement. And even if my profession failed me, there was Jack to fall back upon. And Jack was substantial enough to fall back upon with no risk of hurting oneself. He was 6'2", with broad, square shoulders and arms. Well, when Jack's arms were round you, you felt as if you did not want anything else in the world. At least, that is how I felt. Jack ought to have been in the Life Guards, and he would have been only a wealthy uncle offered to do something for him. And of course, such an offer was not to be refused. And the something turned out to be a clerkship in the uncle's business, with a view to a partnership, as the advertisements say. Now, the business was not a pretty or romantic one. It had something to do with the leather, but it was extremely profitable. And as I looked forward to one day sharing all Jack's worldly goods, I did not grumble at the leather. Not that Jack had ever yet said a word to me which I could construe into a downright offer. He had looked, certainly, but then with eyes like his, there is no knowing what they may imply. They were dark blue eyes, and his hair was bright brown, with a touch of yellow in it. And his mustache was tawny, and his skin was sunburnt to a healthy red. We had been introduced in quite the orthodox way. We had not fallen in love across the footlights. He seldom came to see me act, but sometimes he would drop in to supper, perhaps on his way from a dinner or to a dance, and if I could make him stay with us until it was too late to go to that dance, what a happy girl I used to be. My mother, with the circumspection that belongs to mothers, told me that he was only flirting, and that I had better turn my attention to somebody else. Somebody else! As if anyone were worth even looking at after Jack Curtis. I pitied every girl who was not engaged to him. How could my sisters be happy? Resigned, content, they might be, but not to be married and done for, and afterwards to meet Jack. Well, imagination failed me to depict the awfulness of such a calamity. It was quiet time he spoke. There can be no doubt of that. Although Jack Curtis was too charming to be bound by the rules which govern ordinary mortals, still I could not help feeling uneasy and apprehensive. How could I tell how he carried on at those gay and festive scenes in which I was not included? A proud earl's lovely daughter might be yearning to bestow her hand upon him. A duchess might have marked him for her own. Possibly my jealous fears exaggerated the importance of the society in which he moved. But it seemed to me that if Jack had been bidden to a friendly dinner at Buckingham Palace, it was only what might be expected. Well, there came a night when we expected Jack to supper, and he appeared not. Only, in his place, a few lines to say that he was going to start at once for his holiday. A friend had just invited him to join him on his yacht. He added in a postscript, "I will write later." He did not write. Hours, days, weeks passed, and not a word did we hear. "It is a break-off," said my mother consolingly. "He had got tired of us all, and he thought this the easiest way of letting us know. I told you there was an understanding between him and Isabel Chisholm. Any one could see that with half an eye." I turned away shuddering. "Terrible gales," said my father, rattling the newspaper comfortably in his easy chair. "Great disasters among the shipping. I shouldn't wonder if the yacht, young, what's his name, went out in were come to grief." I grew pale and thin and dispirited. I knew the ladies of our company made nasty remarks about me. One day I overheard two of them talking. She never was much of an actress, and now she merely walks through her part. They never had any feeling for art, not one of those Gascoigne girls. No feeling for art! What a low, mean, spiteful, wicked thing to say. And the worst of it was that it was so true. I resolved at once that I would do something desperate. The last piece brought out at our theatre had been a frost. It had dragged along until the advertisements were able to announce 15th night of the great realistic drama. And various scathing paragraphs from the papers were pruned down and weeded till they seemed unstinted praise. Thus, it was not the fault of the management that the new play was so far from being a triumphant success, was cut down to one modest sentence: a triumphant success. A few enthusiastic cheers from personal friends alone broke the ominous silence where the curtain fell. Became briefly enthusiastic cheers. But nobody was deceived. One week the public were informed that they could book their seats a month in advance. The next, that the successful drama had to be withdrawn at the height of its popularity owing to other arrangements. What the other arrangements were to be our manager was at his wits' end to decide. There only wanted 3 weeks to the close of the season. Fired with a wild ambition born of suspense and disappointment, I suggested that Shakespeare should fill the breach, Romeo and Juliet, with me, Sybil Gascoigne, as the heroine. "Ha!" said our good-humored manager. "You do not know what you're talking about. Juliet! You have not the depth, the temperament, the experience for a Juliet. She had more knowledge of life at 13 than most of our English maids have at 30. To represent Juliet correctly, an actress must have the face and figure of a young girl, with the heart and mind of a woman, and of a woman who has suffered. And have I not suffered? Do you think because you see me tripping through some foolish, insipid rule that I am capable of nothing better? Give me a chance and see what I can do. Oh, bid me leap rather than marry Paris. I began and declaimed this speech with such despairing vigor that our manager was impressed. Well, the end of it was that he yielded to my suggestion. It seemed a prosperous time to float a new Juliet. At a neighboring theater, a lovely foreign actress was playing the part nightly to crowded houses. We might get some of the overflowed, or the public would come for the sake of comparing native with imported talent. Oh, the faces of my traducers, who had said those Gascoigne girls have no feeling for art, when it was known that they were out of the bill and that Sibyl Gascoigne was to play Shakespeare. I absolutely forgot Jack for one moment, but the next, my grief, my desolation were present with me with more acuteness than ever. And I was glad that it was so. Such agony as I was enduring would surely make me play Juliet as it had never been played before. At rehearsals, I could see I created a sensation. I feel that I was granted my helpless love, my desperate grief. I should make myself a name. If Jack were dead or had forsaken me, my art should be all in all. The morning before the all-important event dawned. I had lain awake nearly an hour, as my custom was of nights, how, thinking of Jack, wondering if ever woman had so much cause to grieve as I. Then I rose, practiced taking the friar's potion, and throwing myself upon the bed until my mother came up and told me to go to sleep, or my eyes would be red and hollow in the morning. But I told my mother that hollow eyes and pale cheeks were necessary to me now, that my career depended upon the depths of my despair. Tomorrow, mother, let no one disturb me on any account. Keep away letters, newspapers, everything. Tomorrow I am Juliet or nothing. My mother promised, and I got some hours of undisturbed slumber. Rehearsal was over. The last rehearsal. I had gone through my part thinking of my woes. I had swallowed the draught as if it had indeed been a potion to put me out of all remembrance of my misery. I had snatched the dagger and stabbed myself with great satisfaction, and I felt I should at least have the comfort of confounding my enemies and triumphing over them. I was passing Charing Cross station, delayed by the streams of vehicles issuing forth, when in a hansom at a little distance I saw a form, a face, which made me start and tremble, and turn hot and cold, and red and white, all at the same time. It could not be Jack. It ought not, it must not, should not be Jack. Had I not to act in suffering and despair tonight? Well, even if he had returned in safety from his cruise, it was without a thought of me in his heart. He was engaged, married for aught I knew. It was possible, nay certain, that I should never see him again. And yet I ran all the way home, and yet I told the servant breathlessly, if any visitors call, I do not wish to be disturbed. And yet I made my mother repeat the promise she had given me the previous night. Then I flew to my den at the top of the house, bolted myself in, and set a chair against the door as if I were afraid of anyone making a forcible entry. I stuffed my fingers in my ears and went over my part with vigor, with more noise even than was absolutely necessary. Still, how strangely I seemed to hear every sound. A hansom passing, no, a hansom drawing up at our house. I went as far from the window as possible. I wedged myself up between the sofa and the wall, and I shut my eyes firmly. Surely there were unaccustomed sounds about, talking and laughing, as if something pleasant had happened. Presently, heavy footsteps came bounding up, 2 steps at a time. Oh, should I have the courage not to answer if it should be Jack? But it was not. Kitty's voice shouted, "Sybil, Sybil, come down. Here's Kitty, be quiet." I called out furiously, "If you do not hold your tongue, if you do not go away from the door immediately, I'll shoot you." She went away, and I heard her telling them downstairs that she believes Sybil had gone mad. I waited a little longer, then I stole to the window. Surely Juliet would not be spoiled by the sight of a visitor leaving the house. But there was no one leaving. Indeed, I saw the prospect of a fresh arrival. Isabel Chisholm was coming up the street in a brand new costume and hat to match. Her fringe was curled to perfection. A tiny veil was arranged coquettishly just above her nose. Flesh and blood could not stand this. Downstairs I darted, without even waiting for a look in the glass. Into the drawing room I bounced, and there, in his 6'2" of comely manliness, stood Jack. My Jack, more bronzed and handsome and lovable than ever. He whom I had been mourning for by turns as dead and faithless, but whom I now knew was neither, for he came towards me with both hands outreached, and he held mine in such a loving clasp, and he looked at me with eyes which I knew were reading just such another tale as that written in his own face. Then, when the knock sounded, which heralded Miss Chisholm, he said, "Come into another room, Sybil. I have so much to say to you." And in that other room he told me of his adventures and perils, and how through them all he had thought of me and wondered, if he never came back alive, whether I should be sorry, and if he did come back, whether I would promise to be his darling wife very, very soon. But all this, though far more beautiful than poet ever wrote, was not Shakespeare, and I was to act Juliet at night, Juliet the wretched, the heartbroken, while my own spirits were dancing and my pulses bounding with joy and delight unutterable. Well, I need hardly tell you my Juliet was not a success. I was conscious of tripping about the stage in an airy, elated way, which was allowable only during the earlier scenes. But when I should have been tragic and desperate, I was still brimming over with new-found joy. All through Juliet's grand monologue, where she swallows the potion, ran the refrain, "Jack has come home. I am going to marry Jack." I had an awful fear once that I mixed 2 names a little, and called a Giacomo when I should have said Romeo. And when my speech was over, and I lay motionless on the bed, I gave myself up to such delightful thoughts that Capulet or the friar, I forget which, bending over the couch to assure himself that I was really dead, whispered, "Keep quiet, you're grinning." I was very glad when the play was over. We often read the reverse side of the picture, of how the clown cracks jokes while his heart is breaking. Perhaps his only mother-in-law passing away without his arms to support her. But no one has ever written of the Juliet who goes through terror, suffering, and despair to the tune of "Jack's returned, I'm going to marry Jack." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Story of Mr. King by David Christie Murray. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. This is the story of Mr. King, American citizen, Phineas K., whom I met in Orkney, far away from freshening cocktail and genial sling, a little man with twinkling eyes, and a nose like a hawk's, and lips drawn thin, and a little imperial stuck on his chin, and about him always a cheerful grin, dashed with a comic and quaint surprise. That very night a lute of wine made correspondents and doctors glad, and the little man, unasked to dine, sat down and shared in all we had. For none said nay, this ready hand reached after pillow and fowl and drink, and he tossed off his liquor without a wink, and wielded a knife like a warrior's brand. With a buccaneering, swaggering look, he sang his song, and he cracked his jest, and he bullied the waiter and cursed the cook with a charming, self-approving zest. We wanted doctors. He was a doctor. Had we wanted a prince, it had been the same. Admiral, general, cobbler, proctor, a man may be anything. What's in a name? The wounded were dying, the dead lay thick in the hospital beds beside the quick. Any man with a steady nerve and a ready hand who knew how to obey in those stern times might well deserve his 50 piastres daily pay. So Mr. King, as assistant surgeon, bandaged and dosed and nursed and dressed and worked as he ate and drank with zest, until he began to blossom and burgeon to redness of features and fullness of cheek, and his starven hands grew plump and sleek. But for all sign of wealth he wore, he swaggered neither less nor more. He talked the stuff he talked before, and bragged as he had bragged of yore. With his Yankee chaff and his Yankee slang and his Yankee bounce and his Yankee twang. And to tell the truth, we all held clear of the impudent little adventurer. And any man with an eye might see that though he bore it merrily, he recognized the tacit scorn which dwelt about him night and morn. The Turks fought well, as most men fight for life and faith and hearth and home. But from Teleki and Entropol, left and right, the Muskov swirled, like the swirling foam on the rack of a tempest-driven sea. And foot by foot staunch Muhammad Ali was driven along the Lohan Valley, till he sat his battered forces down just northward of the little town, and waited on war's destiny. War's destiny came, and line by line his forces broke and fled, and for 3 days in Orkney town the Arabas went up and down with loads of dying and dead, till at last in a rush of panic fear the hardest bitten warriors there turned with the cowardly Bazouk and the vile Chirkas and forsook the final fort in headlong flight for near Kamirli's sheltering height, while through the darkness of the night the cannon belched their hate against the flying crowd, and far and near the soldiers of the Tsar poured onward towards the spoil of war in haste precipitate. And the little adventurer sat in a shed with one woman dying and one woman dead. Nothing he knew of the late defeat, nothing of Mahomet's enforced retreat, for he spoke no word of the Turkish tongue, and had seen no Englishman all day long. So he sat there, calm, with a flask of rum, and a cigarette twixt finger and thumb, tranquilly smoking, and watching the smoke, and probably hatching some stupid joke, when in at the door, without a word, burst a Circassian hand on sword, and the sword leapt out of its sheath as a flame breaks from the coals when the fire is stirred, and Mr. King, with a "What's your game?" faced the Circass with the wild beast eyes. "Now, what do you want?" said Mr. King. Quoth the savage in English, "The woman dies." "What?" said the impostor. "You'll take your fling, at least in the first case, along of a son of Columbia, daughter of Albion." The Circass moved to the side of the bed. A distaff was leaning against the wall, and Mr. King, with arms at length, gave it a swing with all his strength, and crashed it full of the villain's head, and dropped him, pistols and daggers and all. Then, sword in hand, he raged through the door, and there were 300 savages more, all hungry for murder and loot, and worse. Mr. King bore down with an oath and a curse, bore down on the chief with the slain man's sword. He saw at a glance the state of the case. He knew without need of a single word that the Turk had flown, and the Russ was near, and the Circass held his midday revel. So he laid himself out to curse and swear, and he raged like an eloquent devil. They listened in a mute surprise, amazed that any single man should dare harangue an armed crowd with such an air, and such commanding anger in his eyes, till thinking him at least an English lord, the Circass leader lowered his sword, spoke a few words in his own tongue and bowed, and slowly rode away with all his men. Then Mr. King turned to his task again, sought a rough Araba with bullocks twain, haled up the unwilling brutes with might and main, laid the poor wounded woman gently down, and calmly drove her from the rescued town. And Mr. King, when we heard the story, was a little abashed by the hero's glory. And look here, you boys, you may laugh, but I ain't the man to start at chaff. I know without any jaw from you, 'twas a darn nonsensical thing to do, but I tell you plain, and I mean it too, for all it was such a ridiculous thing, I should do it again, said Mr. King. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Art of Poetry, from Town Topics, read for LibriVox.org by the Real Pursuit. I ask not much, but let the dank wine moan, shimmer the wood, and rive the wanton surge. I ask not much, grant but an eerie drone, some wilding frondage and a bosky dirge. Grant me but these, and add a regal flush of sundered hearts upreared upon a bier. Throw in some yearnings and a darksome hush, and asking nothing more, I'll smite the lyre. Yea, I will smite the faltering, quivering strings, and magazines shall buy my murky stunts. Too long I've held my hand to honest things. Too long I've borne rejections and affronts. Now will I be profound and recondite, yea, working all the symbols and the props. Now will I write of morn and yesternight. Now will I gush great gobs of soulful slops. Yea, I will smite. Grant me but swerveless wind, and I will pipe a cadence rife with thrills, with nearness and foreverness I'll bind. A down-flung sheaf of outslants, peons, and trills. Past me the quenchless gleam of Titian hair, and eke the oozing forest's woozy clumps, Now will I go upon a metric tear, and smite the lyre with great resounding thumps. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The King of Brentford's Testament by W. M. Thackeray. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. The noble King of Brentford was old and very sick. He summoned his physicians to wait upon him quick. They stepped into their coaches and brought their best physic. They crammed their gracious master with potion and with pill. They drenched him and they bled him. They could not cure his ill. Go fetch, says he, my lawyer, I'd better make my will. The monarch's royal mandate the lawyer did obey. The thought of 6 and 8pence did make his heart full gay. What is't, said he, your majesty would wish of me today? The doctors have belaboured me with potion and with pill. My hours of life are counted, O man of tape and quill. Sit down and mend a pen or two, I want to make my will. O'er all the land of Brentford I'm lord and eke of Kew. I've 3 per cents and 5 per cents, my debts are but a few. And to inherit after me I have but children 2. Prince Thomas is my eldest son, a sober prince is he, and from the day we breached him till now he's 23. He never caused disquiet to his poor mamma or me. At school they never flogged him, at college, though not fast, yet his little go and great go he creditably passed, and made his year's allowance for 18 months to last. He never owed a shilling, went never drunk to bed, he has not 2 ideas within his honest head. In all respects he differs from my second son, Prince Ned. When Tom has half his income laid by at the year's end, poor Ned has ne'er a stiver that rightly he may spend, but sponges on a tradesman, or borrows from a friend. While Tom his legal studies most soberly pursues, poor Ned must pass his mornings a dawdling with the muse. While Tom frequents his banker, young Ned frequents the Jews. Ned drives about in buggies, Tom sometimes takes a bus. Ah, cruel fate, why made you, my children, differ thus? Why make of Tom a dullard, and Ned a genius? You'll cut him with a shilling, exclaimed the man of wits. I'll leave my wealth, said Brentford, Sir Lawyer, as befits, and portion both their fortunes unto their several wits. Your grace knows best, the lawyer said, on your commands I wait. Be silent, sir, says Brentford, a plague upon your prate. Come take your pen and paper, and write as I dictate. The will, as Brentford spoke it, was writ and signed and closed. He bade the lawyer leave him, and turned him round and dozed. And next week in the churchyard the good old king reposed. Tom, dressed in crape and hatband of mourners was the chief. In bitter self-upbraidings poor Edward showed his grief. Tom hid his fat white countenance in his pocket handkerchief. Ned's eyes were full of weeping, he faltered in his walk. Tom never shed a tear, but onwards he did stalk, as pompous, black, and solemn as any catafalque. And when the bones of Brentford, that gentle king and just, with bell and book and candle, were duly laid in dust. Now, gentlemen, says Thomas, let business be discussed. When late our sire beloved was taken deadly ill, Sir Lawyer, you intended him, I mean to tax your bill, and as you signed and wrote it, I prithee read the will. The lawyer wiped his spectacles and drew the parchment out, and all the Brentford family sat eager round about. Poor Ned was somewhat anxious, but Tom had ne'er a doubt. My son, as I make ready to seek my last long home, some cares I have for Neddy, but none for thee, my Tom. Sobriety and order you ne'er departed from. Ned hath a brilliant genius, and thou a plodding brain. On thee I think with pleasure, on him with doubt and pain. You see, good Ned, says Thomas, what he thought about us twain. Though small was your allowance, you saved a little store, and those who save a little shall get a plenty more. As the lawyer read this compliment, Tom's eyes were running o'er. The tortoise and the hare, Tom, set out at each his pace. The hare it was the fleeter, the tortoise won the race, and since the world's beginning, this ever was the case. Ned's genius, blithe and singing, steps gaily o'er the ground. As steadily you trudge it, he clears it with a bound. But dullness has stout legs, Tom, and wind that's wondrous sound. O'er fruit and flowers alike, Tom, you pass with plodding feet. You heed not one nor t'other, but onwards go your beat, while genius stops to loiter with all that he may meet, and ever as he wanders will have a pretext fine for sleeping in the morning, or loitering to dine, or dozing in the shade, or basking in the shine. Your little steady eyes, Tom, though not so bright as those that restless round about him his flashing genius throws, are excellently suited to look before your nose. Thank heaven, then, for the blinkers it placed before your eyes. The stupidest are strongest, the witty are not wise. Oh, bless your good stupidity, it is your dearest prize. And though my lands are wide and plenty is my gold, still better gifts from nature, my Thomas, do you hold. A brain that's thick and heavy, a heart that's dull and cold, too dull to feel depression, too hard to heed distress, too cold to yield to passion or silly tenderness. March on, your road is open to wealth, Tom, and success. Ned sinneth in extravagance, and you in greedy lust. In faith, says Ned, our father is less polite than just. In you, son Tom, I've confidence, but Ned I cannot trust. Wherefore my lease and copy holds, my land and tenements, my parks, my farms and orchards, my houses and my rents, my Dutch stock and my Spanish stock, my 5 and 3%. I leave to you, my Thomas. What, all? Poor Edward said. Well, well, I should have spent them, and Tom's a prudent head. I leave to you, my Thomas, to you in trust for Ned. The wrath and consternation, what poet e'er could trace, that at this final passage came o'er Prince Tom his face, the wonder of the company, and honest Ned's amaze. 'Tis surely some mistake, good-naturedly cries Ned. The lawyer answered gravely, 'Tis even as I said. 'Twas thus his gracious majesty ordained on his deathbed. See, here the will is witnessed, and here's his autograph. In truth, our father's writing, says Edward with a laugh. But thou shalt not be a loser, Tom, we'll share it half and half. Alas, my kind young gentleman, this sharing cannot be. 'Tis written in the testament that Brentford spoke to me. I do forbid Prince Ned to give Prince Tom a halfpenny. He hath a store of money, but ne'er was known to lend it. He never helped his brother, the poor he ne'er befriended. He hath no need of property, who knows not how to spend it? Poor Edward knows but how to spend, and thrifty Tom to hoard. Let Thomas be the steward then, and Edward be the lord, and as the honest labourer is worthy his reward. I pray, Prince Ned, my second son, and my successor dear, I pay to his intendant £500 a year, and to think of his old father, and live and make good cheer. Such was old Brentford's honest testament. He did devise his moneys for the best, and lies in Brentford Church in peaceful rest. Prince Edward lived and money made and spent, but his good sire was wrong, it is confessed, to say his son young Thomas never lent. He did. Young Thomas lent at interest, and nobly took his 25%. Long time the famous reign of Ned endured, over Chiswick, Fulham, Brentford, Putney, Kew, but of extravagance he ne'er was cured. And when both died, as mortal men will do, 'twas commonly reported that the steward was very much the richer of the two. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 13, Universally Respected, by J. Brunton Stevens. Read for LibriVox.org by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. 1. Biggs was missing. Biggs had vanished. All the town was in a ferment, for if ever man was looked to for an edifying end, with due mortuary outfit and a popular interment, it was Biggs, the universal guide, philosopher, and friend. But the man had simply vanished. Speculation wove no tissue that would hold a drop of water. Each new theory fell flat. It was most unsatisfactory, and hanging on the issue were 1,000 wagers ranging from a pony to a hat. Not a trace could search discover in the township or without it, and the river had been dragged from morn till night with no avail. His continuity had ceased, and that was all about it. And there wasn't even a grease spot left behind to tell the tale. That so staid a man as Biggs was should be swallowed up in mystery lent an increment to wonder, he who trod no doubtful paths, but stood square to his surroundings, with no cloud upon his history, as the much-respected lessee of the Corporation Baths. His affairs were all in order, since the year the alligator with a startled river bather made attempt to coalesce. The resulting wave of decency had greater grown and greater, and the Corporation Baths had been a marvelous success. Nor could trouble in the household solve the riddle of his clearance, for his bride was now in heaven, and the issue of the match was a patient drudge whose virtues were as plain as her appearance, just the sort whereto no scandal could conceivably attach. So the whither and the why alike mysterious were counted, and as faith steps in to aid where baffled reason must retire, there were those averred so good a man as Biggs might well have mounted up to glory like Elijah in a chariot of fire. For indeed he was a good man, when he sat beside the portal of the Bath House at his pigeonhole, a saint within a frame. We used to think his face was as the face of an immortal, as he handed us our tickets and took payment for the same. And oh, the sweet advice with which he made of such occasion a duplicate detergent for our morals and our limbs, for he taught us that decorum was the essence of salvation, and that cleanliness and godliness were merely synonyms. But that open-air ablution in the river was a treason to the purer instincts fit for dogs and aborigines, and that wrath at such misconduct was the providential reason for the jaws of alligators and the tails of stingarees. But, alas, our friend was gone, our guide, philosopher, and tutor, and we doubled our potations just to clear the inner view. But we only saw the darklier through the bottom of the pewter, and the mystery seemed likewise to be multiplied by 2. And the worst was that our failure to unriddle the enigma in the rags of rival towns was made a byword and a scoff, till each soul in the community felt branded with the stigma of the unexplained suspicion of poor Biggs's taking off. So a dozen of us rose and swore this thing should be no longer, though the means that nature furnished had been tried without result. There were forces supersensual that higher were and stronger, and with consentaneous clamour we pronounced for the occult. Then Joe Thompson slung a tenor, and Jack Robinson a tanner, and each according to his means respectively dispersed, and a letter in your humble servant's most seductive manner was dispatched to Sludge the medium, recently of Darlinghurst. 2. I am Biggs, the spirit said. 'Twas through the medium's lips he said it, but the voice that spoke, the accent too, were Biggs's very own. Be it therefore not set down to our unmerited discredit that collectively we sickened as we recognized the tone. From a saurian interior, Christian friends, I now address you, and, O heaven, or its correlative, groan shuddering we, while there yet remains a scrap of my identity, for bless you, this ungodly alligator's fast assimilating me. For although through 9 abysmal days I've fought with his digestion, being hostile to his processes and loath to pulpify, it is rapidly becoming a most complicated question how much of me is crocodile and how much of him is I. And, oh, my friends, 'tis sorrow's crown of sorrow to remember that this sacrilegious reptile owed me naught but gratitude, for I bought him from a showman 20 years since come November, and I dropped him in the river for his own and others' good. It had grieved me that the spouses of our townsmen and their daughters should be shocked by river bathers and their indecorous ways, so I cast my bread, that is, my alligator, on the waters, and I found it in a credit balance after many days. Years I waited, but at last there came the rumour long expected, and the out-of-door ablutionists forsook their wicked paths, and the issues of my handiwork divinely were directed in a constant flow of custom to the corporation baths. 'Twas a weakling when I bought it, 'twas so young that you could pet it, but with all its disadvantages I reckoned it would do, and it did. Oh, lay the moral well to heart, and don't forget it. Put decorum first, and all things shall be added unto you. Lies, all lies. I've done with virtue. Why should I be interested in the cause of moral progress that I served so long in vain, when the 1,500 odd I've so judiciously invested will but go to pay the debts of some young rip who marries Jane? But the reptile overcomes me. My identity is sinking. Let me hasten to the finish. Let my words be few and fit. I was walking by the river in the starry silence, thinking of what Providence had done for me, and I had done for it. I had reached the saurian's rumoured haunt, where oft in fatal folly I had dropped garroted dogs to keep his carnal craving up. Said Joe Thompson in a whisper, "That explains my Highland collie." Said Bob Williams sotto voce, "That explains my dandy pup." I had passed to moral questions and found comfort in the notion that fools are none the worse for things not being what they seem, when behold, a seeming log became instinct with life and motion, and with sudden curvature of tail upset me in the stream. Then my leg as in a vice. But here the revelation faltered, and the medium rose and shook himself, remarking with a smile that the requisite conditions were irrevocably altered, for the personality of Biggs was lost in crocodile. Now, whether Sludge's story would succeed in holding water is more, perhaps, than one has any business to suspect. But I know that on the strength of it, I married Biggs's daughter, and I found a certain portion of the narrative correct. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Amenities of Shopping by Leopold Wagner. Read for LibriVox.org by Betty B. Section 14 of The Amenities of Shopping by Leopold Wagner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. Successful Recitations by Various. The Amenities of Shopping by Leopold Wagner. If there is one thing I do dislike, it is to go into a draper's shop. To my mind, it is not a man's business at all. It is one essentially feminine. I have never been able to reconcile myself to the troublesome formalities one has to go through in these marts of female finery. There seems to be no such thing as to pop inside for a trifling article, lay down your money for it, and get away again. No, the system of trade pursued at such establishments is undoubtedly to get you to sit down with leisure to look about you and coax you into buying things you don't want. Years ago, when I was living in lonely lodgings, I had occasion one Saturday night to slip into the nearest draper's shop for some pins. I only want a farthing's worth of pins, I observed, apologetically, to the bald-headed shop-walker who pounced down upon me. Please to step this way. To my astonishment, he marched me to the extreme end of the shop, thence through an opening in the side wall, past another long double row of dames and damsels of all sorts and sizes making purchases, and finally referred me to a young lady whose special function in life seemed to consist in selling pins to adventurous young gentlemen like myself. She was an extremely good-looking young lady, too, and I felt considerably embarrassed at the insignificance of my purchase. "And the next thing, please?" she asked, during the wrapping up process. I informed her as politely as I could that I did not require anything more. Gloves, handkerchiefs, collars, shirts, neckties? "No, thank you," I returned. "I only came in for the pins." But I was not to be let off so easily. Utterly ignoring the humble penny that I had laid down on the counter, she showed me samples of almost everything in the shop suitable for male wear. Blushing to the roots of my hair, I implored her to spare herself further trouble, as my wardrobe was already extensive. Then she showed me a sample silk umbrella. I was unwilling to rush away abruptly from the presence of such a charming young lady, but she provoked me to it. Indeed, I was only prevented from carrying out my design by my failure to discern the hole in the wall through which I had been inveigled into that department. "If you would be so good as to give me my change," I stammered out, feeling heartily ashamed at the thought of wanting the change at all. "Certainly, sir." Then she proceeded to make out the bill. "Oh, never mind about the bill," I said. "I'm rather in a hurry." Of this appeal she took no notice. "Sign, please," she said to the young lady at her elbow. "Pins, 1 farthing," she added to my utter confusion. The second young lady made a wild flourish over the bill with her pencil and turned away. My fair tormentor slowly wrapped my penny in the bill, screwed up the whole inside a large wooden ball, jerked a dangling cord at her elbow, then stood looking at me straight in the face as the ball went rolling along a set of tramway lines over our heads to the other end of the shop. That was the most melancholy game at skittles I ever took part in. It seemed an age before the ball came back to us, whereupon the young lady took out the bill and my change, a halfpenny. "We haven't a farthing in the place," she said innocently. "What else will you take for it?" "Oh, it doesn't matter at all," I returned, anxious only to rush away from the spot, which I did. It was a good quarter of an hour before I gained the street. During that interval I strayed into the carpet department, upset an old lady, fell sprawling over a chair, rushed into the arms of the shopwalker, knocked down a huge stack of flannels, trod on some unfortunate young fellow's corn, making him howl with pain, and last, not least, ran foul of a perambulator laden with a baby and the usual Saturday night's marketing in the doorway. I entered that shop full of hope and promise. I left it a melancholy man. Though not quite so exciting as the foregoing, there is an intimate connection between that incident and the one I shall now dwell upon. Let me tell the tale as I told it to my wife. The other day I brought home a neat little Japanese basket, a mere knick-knack, costing only 2 pence. "Oh, how pretty!" exclaimed my wife. "Wherever did you get this?" "I bought it at a large shop in Regent Street," I answered, "but it cost me a great deal of trouble to get it." Pressed for particulars, I continued. I was amusing myself by looking at the shops when I saw a lot of these little Japanese baskets in the corner of a large window, plainly marked 2 pence each. So I stepped inside to buy one. The door was promptly opened for me by a black boy, resplendent in gold-faced livery. He made me a profound salaam as a gentleman of aristocratic bearing came forward to meet me. "And what may I have the pleasure of showing you?" he inquired. "Oh," I returned, not without some misgivings, "I only want one of those little Japanese baskets which you have in one corner of the window, marked, I believe, 2 pence each." "Certainly, sir. Will you be so kind as to step into this department?" he said. Meekly I followed him through long avenues of silks, damasks, brocades, and other costly examples of Oriental luxury in all the tints of the rainbow. I was beginning to feel uncomfortable at the thought of causing him so much trouble, when he paused at the entrance to another department, and called out, "Japanese baskets, please." Then turning to me, he said, "If you will be good enough to step forward, they will be most happy to serve you." I did so, and found myself on the threshold of an Eastern bazaar. Another nobleman now took me in hand. "And what may I have the pleasure," he began, making a courteous bow. "I only want one of those little Japanese baskets which you have in a corner of your window, marked, I believe, 2 pence each, or possibly they may be 2 shillings," I said in a shaky voice. "No, sir, quite right, they are 2 pence each," he replied, to my great belief, for I had begun to suspect they might be 2 guineas. "Will you do me the favor to step this way?" While following at his side, I asked myself whether, at the end of my travels, I should ever be able to find my way back again, so bewildering were the ramifications through which we passed. Presently he handed me over to another nobleman, who, having learned my pleasure, which by this time had developed rather painful tendencies, graciously escorted me to the further end of a long counter, and begged me to take a chair. A stylishly dressed young lady sailed towards us behind the counter. "I shall feel extremely obliged," said the nobleman to her, "if you will be so good as to request Miss W to step down and serve this gentleman." "Yes, sir," answered the young lady, as she vanished somewhere behind me, for my eyes were now following the retreating figure of the nobleman. After a little while I heard a pattering of feet, and looking around, beheld some tokens of a young lady descending a spiral staircase. She was behind the counter the next moment, and then I made a discovery. It was the same young lady who had served me with a farthing's worth of pins years before. I recognized her at once, and I suspect the recognition was mutual, but of course she never betrayed the least emotion. "And what article may I have the pleasure to serve you with?" she asked, in the still small voice of a duchess. There was a gulping sensation in my throat as I answered, "You have, I believe, in one corner of one of your windows, a number of little Japanese baskets, marked, if my eyes did not deceive me, 2 pence each." The graceful nod of her head was reassuring. "I should be very glad to become the possessor of one of those articles." "Certainly, sir, I'll bring it to you," she answered. "Oh, thank you," I returned, delighted at the prospect, and so she departed on her errand of mercy. Whether, by the rules of the establishment, it was necessary for her to obtain a written permission from each of those 3 noblemen to pass over their territory and invade the shop window, or whether she lost herself in the numerous windings and turnings through which I had been conducted in perfect safety, I cannot say. I only know that she was gone a very long time. But when at last she made her reappearance with one of those little Japanese baskets in her hand, and beaming with smiles, I felt I owed her an everlasting debt of gratitude. She did not ask me if there was any other article she could have the pleasure of showing me. She had asked me that before, and she remembered that I was proof against her persuasiveness. The fair creature simply made a movement towards the spiral staircase, as I thought, to fetch down a witness to the important transaction, until my eyes rested on some tissue paper. "Pray don't stay to wrap it up," I exclaimed. "My pockets are ample," and my thanks were profuse. Seizing the coveted treasure, I laid my 2 pence down on the counter, and walked straight forward in a contrary direction to that by which I had entered, gladdened by the prospect that I was making direct for the street. If any one had arrested my progress for the sake of further formalities, I should unquestionably have knocked them down. But everyone must have seen the glare of defiant desperation flashing from my restless eyes, and no one dared to bar my egress. As I emerged from that shop into Regent Street, I felt as exhausted as if I had just bought a grand piano or a suite of furniture. Really, I said to my wife in conclusion, if I could have foreseen all the trouble in store for me over buying this little Japanese basket, price 2d, it would have been still reposing with its companions in the corner of that magnificent shop window in Regent Street. She promised to prize it all the more on that account. And now, when I look at that little Japanese basket, my mind wanders back to the farthing's worth of pins I purchased in my old bachelor days. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 15, Seamus O'Brien, A Tale of 98, by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Read for LibriVox.org by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Just after the war, in the year 98, as soon as the boys were all scattered and bait, 'twas the custom, whenever a peasant was got, to hang him by trial, bearing such as was shot. There was trial by jury going on in the night, and martial law hanging the lavins by night. It's them was hard times for an honest gazoon. If he got past the judges, he'd meet a dragoon. And whether the soldiers or judges give sentence, the devil an hour they give for repentance. And it's many's the boy that was then on his keeping, with small share of resting, or eating, or sleeping. And because they loved Erin, and scorned for to sell it, a prey for the bloodhound, a mark for the bullet, unsheltered by night and unrested by day, with the heath for their barrack, revenge for their pay. The bravest and hardiest boy of 'em all was Seamus O'Brien, of the town of Glingall. His limbs were well set, and his body was light, and the keen-fanged hound had not teeth half so white. But his face was as pale as the face of the dead, and his cheeks never warm with the blush of the red. But for all that he wasn't an ugly young bye, for the devil himself couldn't blaze with his eye. So droll and so wicked, so dark and so bright, like a fire flash crossing the depth of the night. He was the best mower that ever was seen, the handsomest hurler that ever has been, and his dancing was such that the man used to stare, and the women turned crazy, he done it so queer. Begorra, the whole world give in to him there. And it's he was the boy that was hard to be caught, and it's often he run, and it's often he fought, and it's many the one can remember right well the queer things he'd done, and it's often heard tell how he lathered the yeoman, himself aging 4, and stretched the 2 strongest on old Galtimore. But the fox must sleep sometimes, the wild deer must rest, and treachery play on the blood of the best. After many brave actions of power and pride, and many a hard night on the bleak mountain's side, and 1,000 great dangers and toils overpast, in the darkness of night he was taken at last. Now Seamus, look back on the beautiful moon, for the door of the prison must close on you soon, and take your last look on her dim lovely light that falls on the mountain and valley this night. One look at the village, one look at the flood, and one at the sheltering far distant wood. Farewell to the forest, farewell to the hill, and farewell to the friends that will think of you still. Farewell to the pathin, the hurlin and wake, and farewell to the girl that would die for your sake. And 12 soldiers brought him to Maryborough jail, and the turnkey re-saved him, refusing all bail. The fleet limbs were chained, and the strong hands were bound, and he laid down his length on the cold prison ground. And the dreams of his childhood came over him there, as gentle and soft as the sweet summer air. And happy remembrances crowding on ever, as fast as the foam flakes drift down on the river, bringing fresh to his heart merry days long gone by, till the tears gathered heavy and thick in his eye. But the tears didn't fall, for the pride of his heart would not suffer one drop down his pale cheek to start. Then he sprang to his feet in the dark prison cave, and he swore with the fierceness that misery gave, by the hopes of the good and the cause of the brave, that when he was mouldering low in the grave, his armies never should have it to boast, his scorn of their vengeance one moment was lost. His bosom might bleed, but his cheek would be dry, for undaunted he lived, and undaunted he'd die. Well, as soon as a few weeks was over and gone, the terrible day of the trial came on. There was such a crowd there was scarce room to stand, the soldiers on guard, the dragoons sword in hand, and the courthouse so full that the people were bothered, attorneys and criers were just upon smothered, and counsellors almost give over for dead. The jury sat up in their box overhead, and the judge on the bench so determined and big, with his gown on his back and an illigent wig. Then silence was called, and the minute was said, the court was as still as the heart of the dead. And they heard but the turn of a key in a lock, and Seamus O'Brien came into the dock. For a minute he turned his eye round on the throng, and he looked at the irons so firm and so strong, and he saw that he had not a hope nor a friend, a chance of escape nor a word to defend. Then he folded his arms as he stood there alone, as calm and as cold as a statue of stone. And they read a big writing, a yard long at least, and Jim didn't hear it, nor minded a taste. And the judge took a big pinch of snuff, and he says, "Are you guilty or not, Jim O'Brien, as you please?" And all held their breath in the silence of dread, as Seamus O'Brien made answer and said, "My lord, if you ask me, if ever a time I have thought any treason or done any crime that should call to my cheek, as I stand alone here, the hot blush of shame or the coldness of fear, though I stood by the grave to receive my death blow, before God and the world I would answer you, no. But if you would ask me, as I think it like, if in the rebellion I carried a pike, and fought for me country from opening to close, and shed the heart's blood of her bitterest foes, I answer you yes. And I tell you again, though I stand here to perish, I glory that then in her cause I was willing my vein should run dry, and that now, for her sake, I am ready to die." Then the silence was great, and the jury smiled bright, and the judge wasn't sorry the job was made light. By my soul, it's himself was a crabbed old chap. In a twinkling he pulled on his ugly black cap. Then Seamus's mother in the crowd standing by called out to the judge with a pitiful cry, "Oh, judge, darling, don't! Oh, don't say the word! The creature is young. Oh, have mercy, my lord! He was foolish. He didn't know what he was doing. You don't know him, my lord. Don't give him to ruin. He's the kindliest creature, the tenderest hearted. Don't part us forever, that's been so long parted. Judge Mavourneen, forgive him, my lord, and God will forgive you. Oh, don't say the word." That was the first minute O'Brien was shaken, when he saw he was not quite forgot or forsaken, and down his pale cheeks, at the word of his mother, the big tears came running, one after the other. And 2 or 3 times he endeavoured to speak, but the strong manly voice seemed to falter and break. But at last, by the strength of his high mounting pride, he conquered and mastered his grief's swelling tide. "And," says he, "mother, darling, don't break your poor heart, for sooner or later the dearest must part. And God knows it's better than wandering in fear on the bleak, trackless mountain among the wild deer, to lie in the grave, where the head, heart, and breast from labour and sorrow for ever shall rest. Then, mother, my darling, don't cry any more. Don't make me seem broken in this my last hour. For I wish when my head's lying under the raven, no true man can say that I died like a craven. Then facing the judge, Shamus bent down his head, and that minute the solemn death sentence was said. The morning was bright, and the mist rose on high, and the lark whistled merrily in the clear sky. But why are the men standing idle so late? And why do the crowds gather fast in the street? What come they to talk of? What come they to see? And why does the long rope hang from the cross-tree? O Shamus O'Brien, pray fervent and fast, may the saints take your soul, for this day is your last. Pray fast, and pray strong, for the moment is nigh, when strong, proud, and great as you are, you must die. And faster the crowd gathered there, boys, horses, and gingerbread, just like a fair. And whiskey was selling, and cussamuck too, and the men and the women enjoying the view. And old Tim Mulvaney, he made the remark, there was no such a sight since the time of Noah's Ark. And begorra, 'twas true too, for never such Scrooge, such diversion in crowds was known since the deluge. For thousands were gathered there, if there was one, all waiting such time as the hanging came on. At last they threw open the big prison gate. Out came the sheriffs and soldiers in state, and a cart in the middle, and Shamus was in it, not paler, but prouder than ever that minute. And as soon as the people saw Shamus O'Brien, with praying and blessing, and all the girls crying, the wild wailing sound it came on by degrees, like the sound of the lonesome wind blowing through trees. On to the gallows the sheriffs are gone, and the cart and the soldiers go steadily on. At every side swelling around of the cart, a sorrowful sound that would open your heart. Now under the gallows the cart takes its stand, and the hangman gets up with the rope in his hand, and the priest, having blessed him, goes down on the ground, and Shamus O'Brien throws one look around. Then the hangman drew near, and the people grew still. Young faces turned sickly, and warm hearts turned chill. And the rope being ready, his neck was made bare, for the gripe of the life-strangling cord to prepare. And the good priestess left him having said his last prayer. But the priest has done more, for his hands he unbound, and with one daring spring Jim has leaped to the ground. Bang, bang, go the carbines, and clash go the sabres. He's not down, he's alive still. Now stand to him, neighbours. Through the smoke and the horses he's into the crowd. By heavens, he's free! Then thunder more loud. By one shout from the people the heavens were shaken. One shout that the dead of the world might awaken. Your swords, they may glitter, your carbines go bang. But if you want hanging, it's yourself you must hang. Tonight he'll be sleeping in Atherlow Glen, and the devil's in the dice if you catch him again. The soldiers ran this way, the sheriffs ran that, and Father Malone lost his new Sunday hat, and the sheriffs were both of them punished severely, and fined like the divil for being done fairly. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Home Sweet Home by William Thompson. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. Satan i' the law court was once, say I've heard tell. Oh, but hame is hamely, quoth Satan to himself. End of section 16. This recording is in the public domain.
The Cane Bottom Chair by W. M. Thackeray. Read for LibriVox.org by Anthony Will. In tattered old slippers that toast at the bars, and a ragged old jacket perfumed with cigars, away from the world and its toils and its cares, I've a snug little kingdom up 4 pairs of stairs. To mount to this realm is a toil, to be sure, but the fire there is bright and the air rather pure, and the view I behold on a sunshiny day is grand through the chimney pots over the way. This snug little chamber is cramped in all nooks with worthless old knickknacks and silly old books, and foolish old odds and foolish old ends, cracked bargains from brokers, cheap keepsakes from friends. Old armor, prints, pictures, pipes, china, all cracked. Old rickety tables and chairs broken-backed. A 2-penny treasure wondrous to see. What matter? 'Tis pleasant to you, friend, and me. No better divan need the Sultan require than the creaking old sofa that basks by the fire. And 'tis wonderful, surely, what music you get from the rickety ramshackle wheezy spinet. That praying rug came from a Turkoman's camp. By Tiber once twinkled that brazen old lamp. A Mameluke fierce yonder dagger has drawn. 'Tis a murderous knife to toast muffins upon. Long, long through the hours and the night and the chimes, here we talk of old books and old friends and old times. As we sit in a fog made of rich lataki, this chamber is pleasant to you, friend, and me. But of all the cheap treasures that garnish my nest, there's one that I love and I cherish the best. For the finest of couches that's padded with hair, I never would change thee, my cane-bottomed chair. 'Tis a bandy-legged, high-shouldered, worm-eaten seat, with a creaking old back and twisted old feet. But since the fair morning when Fanny sat there, I bless thee and love thee, old cane-bottomed chair. If chairs have but feeling in holding such charms, a thrill must have passed through your withered old arms. I looked and I longed and I wished in despair. I wished myself turned to a cane-bottomed chair. It was but a moment she sat in this place. She'd a scarf on her neck and a smile on her face. A smile on her face and a rose in her hair, and she sat there and bloomed in my cane-bottomed chair. And so I have valued my chair ever since, like the shrine of a saint or the throne of a prince. Saint Fanny, my patroness sweet, I declare, the queen of my heart and my cane-bottomed chair. When the candles burn low and the company's gone, in the silence of night as I sit here alone, I sit here alone, but we yet are a pair. My Fanny I see in my cane-bottomed chair. She comes from the past and revisits my room. She looks as she then did, all beauty and bloom, so smiling and tender, so fresh and so fair, and yonder she sits in my cane-bottomed chair. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Alma, read for LibriVox.org. September 20th, 1854, by William C. Bennett. Yes, clashy pealing steeples, yet grim mouthed cannon roar, tell what each heart is feeling, from shore to throbbing shore, what every shouting city, what every home would say, the triumph and the rapture that swell our hearts today. And did they say, O England, that now thy blood was cold, that from thee had departed the might thou hadst of old? Tell them, no deed more stirring than this thy sons have done, than this no nobler triumph their conquering arms have won. The mighty fleet bore seaward, we hushed our hearts in fear, in awe of what each moment might utter to our ear. For the air grew thick with murmurs that stilled the hearer's breath, with sounds that told of battle, of victory, and of death. We knew they could but conquer, O fearless hearts, we knew. The name and fame of England could but be safe with you. We knew no ranks more dauntless, the rush of bayonets bore through all Spain's fields of carnage, or thine, Ferozepur. O red day of Alma, O when thy tale was heard, how was the heart of England with pride and gladness stirred! How did our peopled cities all else forget to tell, ye living, how ye conquered, and how, O dead, ye fell! Glory to those who led you, glory to those they lead, fame to the dauntless living, fame to the peaceful dead, honor forever, honor to those whose bloodied swords struck back the baffled despot, and smote to flight his hordes. On, with your fierce burst onward! On, sweep the foe before, till the great sea-hold's volleys roll through the ghastly roar, till your resistless onset the mighty fortress know, and storm one fort and rampart your conquering standard show. Yes, clash ye bells in triumph, yes, roar ye cannon, roar, not for the living only, but for those who come no more, for the brave hearts coldly lying in the far-off glory graves, by the Alma's reddened waters, and the Euxine's dashing waves. For thee, thou weeping mother, we grieve, our pity hears thy wail, O wife, the fallen. For them we have no tears, no, but with pride we name them, for grief their memory wrongs. Our proudest thoughts shall claim them, and our exalting songs. Heights of the rocky Alma, the flags that scaled you bore, Plassey, Quebec, and Blenheim, and many a triumph more, and they shall show your glory, till men shall silent be, of Waterloo and Maida, Malton and Many. I look, another glory methinks they give to fame, by Badajoz and Bertpoor, streams out another name, from captured fleet and city, and fort the thick clouds roll, and on the flags above them is writ Sebastopol. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. The Mameluke Charge, read for LibriVox.org by Sir Francis Hastings Doyle. Let the Arab cursor go, headlong on the silent foe. Their plumes may shine like mountain snow, like fire their iron tubes may glow. Their cannon death on death may throw, their pomp, their pride, their strength we know, but let the Arab cursor go. The Arab horse is free and bold, his blood is noble from of old. Through dams and sires Maya won, up to the steed of Solomon. He needs no spur to rise his ire, his limbs of beauty never tire. Then give the Arab horse the rein, and their dark squares will close in vain. Though loud the death-shot peal, and louder, he will only neigh the prouder. Though nigh the death-flash glare and denier, he will face the storm of fire. He will leap the mound of slain, only let him have the rein. The Arab horse will not shrink back, though death confront him in his track. The Arab horse will not shrink back, and shall his rider's arm be slack? No, by the God who gave us life, our souls are ready for the strife. We need no serried lines to show a gallant bearing to the foe. We need no trumpet to awake the thirst which blood alone can slake. What is it that can stop our course, free riders of the Arab horse? Go, brave the desert wind of fire. Go, beard the lightning's look of ire. Drive back the ravening flames which leap in thunder from the mountain steep. But dream not, men of fifes and drums, to stop the Arab when he comes. Not tides of fire, not walls of rock, could shield you from that earthquake shock. Come, brethren, come, too long we stay, the shades of night have rolled away. Too fast the golden moments fleet, charge ere another pulse has beat. Charge, like the tiger on the fawn, before another breath is drawn. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 20. My Lady's Leap by Campbell Ray Brown. Read for LibriVox.org. My Lady's Leap. That's it, sir. That's what we call it here. It's a nasty jump for a man, sir, let alone for a woman to clear. Do you see the fencing around it? And the cross, as folk can tell, that this is the very spot, sir, where her sweet young ladyship fell. I've lived in his lordship's family for going on 40 year, and the tears will come a-welling whenever I think of her. For my memory takes me backwards to the days when by my side she would sit in her tiny saddle as I taught her the way to ride. But she didn't want much teaching, Lord bless ye, afore she was 8, there wasn't a fence in the county, nor even a 5-barred gate, but what she'd leap, aye, and laugh at. I think now I hear the ring of her voice shouting, "Now then, lassie," as over a ditch she'd spring. How proud I was of my mistress, when round the countryside I'd hear folks talking of her, sir, and how she used to ride. Everyone knew my young mistress, my Lady of Hislop's Chase, and what's more, everyone loved her and her sunny angel face. Lord Hislop lost his wife, sir, when Lady V was born, and never man aged so quickly. He grew haggard and white and worn in less than a week. Then after, at times, he'd grow queer and wild, and only one thing saved him, his love for his only child. He worshipped her like an idol. He loved her, folks said, too well, and God sent the end as a judgment. But how that may be, who can tell? I don't know how it all happened. I heard the story, you see, in bits and scraps just here and there. But, sir, between you and me, in putting them all together, I think I've got a good idea as how the master got swindled and things at the chase went queer. He'd a notion to leave Miss Violet. Rich, I fancy, you know. For now and again I noticed he'd take in his head to go away for a time to London, and I, who knew him so well, could see as he came home worried. Aye, sir, I could read, could tell, as things had gone wrong with master. I was right. It was that tale so old. He lost in that great big gamble, in that cursed greed for gold. And then the worst came to the worst, sir. The old chase must go from us, V. Her father told her one morning, "My child, oh, my child, I would die 10,000 deaths rather than tell you what price our freedom would cost." And then, in a voice hoarse and broken, he told her how all had been lost. "They say, sir," the girl answered proudly, "I know, father, what you would say. The man who has swindled you, duped you, will return you your own if you pay his price. My hand. Don't speak, father. You know what I'm saying is true. And, father, I know Paul Delaunay. Yes, better, far better than you. Go, tell him I'll wed him tomorrow, on this one condition, least here, that he beats me across the country, from Hislop to Montcalm Mere. But say that should I chance to beat him, he must give back everything, all, of what he has robbed you, father. That's the message I sent Sir Paul." 2 men watched that ride across country at the break of an autumn day. Young Hilton, the son of a squire, and I, sir. They started away, and came through the first field together, then leaped the first fence neck and neck, on again, riding like mad, sir, jumping all without hinder or check. In this, the last field for the finish, you could save half a minute or more by leaping the stone wall and brooklet. But never, sir, never before had anyone ever attempted that leap. It was madness. But, sir, my young mistress knew that Delany was too great a coward and cur to follow, and what's more, she knew, sir, that she must be first in the race, for the sake of the Hislop honor, to win back the dear old chase. I looked at young Hilton beside me. A finer lad never walked. I don't think he thought as I knew, sir. Their secret, for I'd never talked. But I'd known for a long time, you see, sir, as he and my Lady V had loved and would love forever. At last from his lips came a cry, "Good God, she never will clear it!" Then he turned his face to the ground, while I looked on in terror, watched her, sir, taking that bound, with the cold sweat bathing my forehead. I saw her sweep onward, and gasped, "For heaven's sake, stop, Lady Violet!" A laugh was her answer. She passed on, like a shimmer of lightning, and then came her last great leap. The next, sir, I saw of my lady was a crushed and mangled heap. Delany? No, he didn't follow, nor even drew rein when she fell, but rode on, the longest way round, sir. When he came back to claim her, well, she was dead in the arms of her lover, clasped tight in his mad embrace, with her lifeblood staining her tresses, and a sad sweet smile on her face. I heard the last words that she uttered. "My love, tell my father I tried to do what was best for his honor, for you, and not for him. I have died." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
A Song for the End of the Season by J.R. Blanche. Read for LibriVox.org by Anthony Will. From the Dramatic College Annual. Sir John, has this moment gone by, in the brougham that was to be mine? But, my dear, I'm not going to cry, though I know where he's going to dine. I shall meet him at Lady Gay's ball, with that girl to his arm clinging fast. But it won't, love, disturb me at all. I've recovered my spirits at last. I was horribly low for a week, for I could not go out anywhere without hearing, "You know, they don't speak," or "I'm told it's all broken off there." But the Earl whispered something last night. I shan't say exactly what passed, but of this, dear, be satisfied quite. I've recovered my spirits at last. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Aged Pilot Man by Mark Twain. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. On the Erie Canal it was, all on a summer's day, I sailed forth with my parents, far away to Albany. From out the clouds at noon that day there came a dreadful storm that piled the billows high about and filled us with alarm. A man came rushing from a house. "Tie up your boat, I pray. Tie up your boat, tie up, alas, tie up while yet you may." Our captain cast one glance astern, then forward glanced he, and said, "My wife and little ones I never more shall see." Said Dollinger, the pilot man, in noble words but few, "Fear not, but lean on Dollinger, and he will fetch you through." The boat drove on, the frightened mules tore through the rain and wind, and bravely still in danger's post, the whip boy strode behind. Come board, the captain cried, "nor tempt so wild a storm." But still the raging mules advanced, and still the boy strode on. Then said the captain to us all, "Alas, 'tis plain to me, the greater danger is not there, but here upon the sea." So let us strive while life remains to save all souls on board, and then if die at last we must, I cannot speak the word. Said Dollinger, the pilot man, towering above the crew, fear not, but trust in Dollinger, and he will fetch you through. Low bridge, all heads went down, the laboring bark sped on. A mill was passed, we passed a church, hamlets, and fields of corn. And all the world came out to see, and chased along the shore, crying, Alas, the sheeted rain, the wind, the tempest's roar! Alas, the gallant ship and crew, can nothing help them more? And from our deck sad eyes looked out across the stormy scene, the tossing wake of billows aft, the bending forests green. The chickens sheltered under carts, in lee of barn the cows, the scurrying swine with straw in mouth, the wild spray from our bows. She balances, she wavers, now let her go about. If she misses stays and broaches too we're all, then with a shout, Hooray, hooray, avast, belay, take in more sail, Lord, what a gale! Ho, boy, haul taut on the hind mule's tail. Ho, lighten ship, ho, man the pump, ho, hostler, heave the lead. 3:15, 'tis shouting fast, 3 feet large, 3 a feet, 'tis 3 feet scant. I cried in fright, Oh, is there no retreat? Said Dollinger, the pilot man, as on the vessel flew, Fear not, but trust in Dollinger, and he will fetch you through. A panic struck the bravest hearts, the boldest cheek turned pale, for plain to all this shoaling said, a leak had burst the ditch's bed. And straight as bolt from crossbow sped, our ship swept on, with shoaling lead, before the fearful gale. Sever the tow line, stop the mules, too late, here comes a shock. Another length and the fated craft would have swum in the saving lock. Then gathered together the shipwrecked crew and took one last embrace, while sorrowful tears from despairing eyes ran down each hopeless face. And some did think of their little ones whom they never more might see, and others of waiting wives at home, and mothers that grieved would be. But of all the children of misery there, on that poor sinking frame, but one spake words of hope and faith, and I worshipped as they came. Said Dollinger, the pilot man, O brave heart, strong and true, fear not, but trust in Dollinger, for he will fetch you through. Lo, scarce the words have passed his lips, the dauntless prophet saith, when every soul about him seeth a wonder crown his faith. And count ye all, both great and small, as numbered with the dead, for mariner for 40 years, on Erie, boy and man. I never yet saw such a storm, or one to with it began. So overboard a keg of nails, and anvils 3 we threw, likewise 4 bales of gunny sacks, 200 pounds of glue, 2 sacks of corn, 4 ditto wheat, a box of books, a cow, a violin, Lord Byron's works, a ripsaw and a sow. A curve, the dangers grow. Labboard, stabboard, steady, so. Hard a port doll, hellum a lee, haw the head mule, the aft 1G. Luff, bring her to the wind. For straight a farmer brought a plank, mysteriously inspired, and laying it unto the ship, in silent awe retired. Then every sufferer stood amazed, that pilot man before, a moment stood, then wondering turned, and speechless walked ashore. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Tim Kaiser's Nose by Max Adler. Read for LibriVox.org by Bob Bonvino. Tim Kaiser lived at Wilmington. He had a monstrous nose, which was a great deal redder than the very reddest rose, and was completely capable of most terrific blows. He wandered down one Christmas day to skate upon the creek, and there upon the smoothest ice he slid along so slick, the people were amazed to see him cut it up so quick. The exercise excited thirst, and so, to get a drink, he cut an opening in the ice and lay down on the brink. Says he, "I'll dip my nose right in and sip it up, I think." But while his nose was thus immersed 6 inches in the stream, a very hungry pickerel was attracted by the gleam. And darting up, it gave a snap, and Kaiser gave a scream. Tim Kaiser then was well assured he had a famous bite. To pull that pickerel up he tried, and tugged with all his might. But the disgusting pickerel had the better of the fight. And just as Mr. Kaiser thought his nose would split in two, the pickerel gave his tail a twist and pulled Tim Kaiser through. And he was scudding through the waves the first thing that he knew. Then onward swam the savage fish with swiftness towards its nest, still chewing Mr. Kaiser's nose, while Mr. Kaiser guessed what kind of policy would suit his circumstances best. Just then his nose was tickled with a spear of grass close by. Tim Kaiser gave a sneeze, which burst the pickerel into pie, and blew its bones, the ice, and waves 1,000 feet on high. Tim Kaiser swam up to the top, a breath of air to take, and finding broken ice, he hooked his nose upon a cake, and gloried in a nose that could such a concussion make. His Christmas dinner on that day he tackled with a vim, and thanked his stars, as shuddering he thought upon his swim, that wild pickerel had not spent Christmas eating him. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lost Expression by Marshall Steele. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. Oh, I fell in love with Dora, and my heart was all aglow, for I never met before a girl who took my fancy so. She had eyes, no, cheeks a-blushing with the peaches ripening flush, was ecstatically gushing, and I like a girl to gush. She'd the loveliest of faces and the goldenest of hair, and all customary graces lovers fancy in the fair. Now she doted on romances, she was yearnful and refined, she had sentimental fancies of a most aesthetic kind. She was sensitive, fantastic, tender, too, as she was fair. But alas, she was not plastic, as I owned in my despair. And for all she was so gentle, yet she gave me this rebuff, though I might be sentimental, I'd not sentiment enough. Then I did grow sentimental, for that seemed to be my part, and I talked in transcendental fashion that might move her heart. Sighed to live in fairy grottos with my Dora all alone, and I studied cracker mottos which I quoted as my own. Thus I strove to be romantic, but I failed upon the whole, and she nearly drove me frantic when she said I had not soul. So despair tinged all my passion, sorrow mingled with my love, though I wooed her in a fashion which the stones of Rome might move, though I wrote her fervid sonnets with the fervor underlined, though I bought her gloves and bonnets of the most artistic kind, yet for me life held no pleasure, and my sorrow grew acute, that she smiled upon my presence, but she frowned upon my suit. All in vain seemed love and longing, till upon one fateful day, hopes anew came on me thronging, as I heard my Dora say, "Richard mine, I saw you sobbing o'er my photograph last night, with a look that set me throbbing with unspeakable delight. Wide your eyelids you were oping, and your look was far from hence, with a passionate wild hoping that was soulful and intense. I have seen that look on Irving, and sometimes on Beerbond Tree, and it seems to me observing joy and rapture yet to be. In the nostril elevated, and the lip that lightly curled, was a cold scorn indicated of this vulgar nether world. I could marry that expression, show it once again, then do. And I meekly make profession, I will marry you. Joy was then my heart's possession, joy and rapturous content, for I'd practiced that expression, and I knew just what she meant. So my eyebrows up I lifted, and I stared with all my might, and my right-hand nostril shifted somewhat further to the right. But I quite forgot, sad air was this dire mnemonic slip, I forgot in doubt and terror how to move my lower lip. With one eyebrow elevated down, I dropped my dexter lid. Never mortal dislocated all his features as I did. For I moved them in my folly, right and left and up and down, till she asked if I was qualifying for the part of clown. And I left in deep depression when she showed me to the door, saying, "Bring back that expression, sir, or never see me more." Then before my looking-glass I sought, and sought for months in vain, that expression which, alas, I had forgotten to my pain. And I said then, feeling poorly, "I'll go seek the haunts of men. I could reproduce it surely, if I met with it again. For whosever, peers or peasants, face that heavenly look might wear, he should never leave my presence till I copied it, I swear." Could I meet a schoolboy madly pleased that day that school begins, or a father smiling gladly when the nurse says, "Sir, it's twins," or a well-placed politician who no better place desires, but achieve his one ambition on the day that he retires? That expression, 'tis my sure hope, on their faces I should get, so I searched for them through Europe, but I haven't found them yet. Then I lunched one day with Irving, once I dined with Mr. Tree, who in intervals of serving made such faces up at me. But they failed me, though the former once a look upon me hurled, which expressed how the barnstormer shows disdain of all the world. And his look of rapture when I rose to go was quite immense, though not either now or then I thought it soulful or intense. But at last, some long months later, 'twas a dinner I was at in the city. "Bring me, waiter," someone said, "some more green fat." 'Twas my vis-a-vis was speaking, and an alderman was he. On his radiant face and reeking was the hope of joy to be. He had all that lost expression, every detail showing plain, soulfulness, hope of possession, joy, intensity, disdain. Then I sought to make him merry, and I plied him with old port, claret, burgundy, Bass, sherry, and a little something short. And this guzzler, by me aided, kept on soaking all the while, till that lost expression faded to an idiotic smile. And his speech grew thick and thicker, and his mind began to roam, till he finished off his liquor, and I drove him to my home. There with coils of rope I strapped him to my sofa, firm and fast, douched him, doused him, bled and trapped him, till I sobered him at last. To that lost expression led him, that was all that I was at. As for days and weeks I fed him on suggestions of green fat. Thus I caught that lost expression, and I cried, "Thrice happy day! Once again 'tis my possession." Then I turned and fled away. Without swerving or digression, to my Dora straight I sped, and she gazed at that expression, then she clapped her hands and said, "You have found it! Who'd have thought it? You have brought it to me again." "Yes," I cried, "and as I've brought it, make me happiest of men." But oh, who could tell her sorrow as she cried in wistful tones, Dick, I'd marry you tomorrow, but I'm Mrs. Bowler Jones. End of section 28. This recording is in the public domain.
A Night Scene by Robert B. Brow. Read for LibriVox.org by Anthony Will. Out of the grog shop I've stepped in the street. Road, what's the matter? You're loose on your feet. Staggering, swaggering, reeling about. Road, you're in liquor, past question or doubt. Gas lamps, be quiet, stand up if you please. What the deuce ails you? You're weak in the knees. Some on your heads in the gutter, some sunk. Gas lamps, I see it, you're all of you drunk. Angels and ministers, look at the moon, shining up there like a paper balloon. Winking like mad at me, moon, I'm afraid. Now I'm convinced, oh, you tipsy old jade. Here's a phenomenon, look at the stars. Jupiter, Ceres, Uranus, and Mars. Dancing quadrilles, capered, shuffled, and hopped. Heavenly bodies, this ought to be stopped. Down come the houses, each drunk as a king. Can't say I fancy much this sort of thing. Inside the bar it was safe and all right. I shall go back there and stop for the night. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 26. Carl the Martyr by Francis Whiteside. Read for LibriVox.org. It was the closing of a summer's day, and trellised branches from encircling trees threw silver shadows o'er the golden space, where groups of merry-hearted sons of toil were met to celebrate a village feast, casting away in frolic sport the cares that ever pressed and crowd and leave their mark upon the brows of all whose bread is earned by daily labor, to as perchance the feast of favorite saint or anniversary of one of bounteous nature's season's gifts, to grateful husbandry, no matter what the cause of their uniting. Joy beamed forth on every face, and the sweet echoes rang with sounds of honest mirth too rarely heard. In the vast workshop man has made his world, where months of toil must pay one day of song. Somewhat apart from the assembled throng, there sat a swarthy giant with a face so nobly grand that, though unlike the rest, he wore no festal garb nor laughing mien, yet was he study for the painter's art. He joined not in their sports, but rather seemed to please his eye with sights of others' joy. There was a cast of sorrow on his brow, as though it had been early there. He sat in listless attitude, yet not devoid of gentlest grace, as down his stalwart form he bent to catch the playful whisperings and note the movements of a bright-haired child who danced before him in the evening sun, holding a tiny brother by the hand. He was the village smith. The rolled-up sleeves and the well-charred leathern apron showed his craft. Carl was his name, a man beloved by all. He was not of the district. He had come amongst them ere his forehead bore one trace of age or suffering, a wife and child. He had brought with him, but the wife was dead. Not so the child, who danced before him now, and held a tiny brother by hand, their mother's last and priceless legacy. So Carl was happy still that those two lived, and laughed and danced before him in the sun. yet sadly so. The children both were fair, ruddy, and active, though of fragile form. But to that father's ever watchful eye, who had so loved their mother, it was plain that each inherited the wasting doom which caused that mother's life. 'Twas reason more to work and toil for them by night and day. Early and late his anvil's ringing sound was heard amid all seasons. Oftentimes the neighbors asked him why he worked so hard. With only two to care for, he would smile, wiped his hot brow, and say 'twas done in love, for sake of those in mercy left him still, and hers he might not stay, he could not live, to lose them all. The tenderest of plants require the carefulest gardening, and so he worked on valiantly, and if he marked an extra gleam of health in Truncheon's cheeks, a growing strength in little Caspar's laugh, he bowed his head and felt his work was paid. Even as now, while sitting 'neath the tree, he watched the bright-haired image of his wife, who danced before him in the evening sun, holding her tiny brother by the hand. The frolics pause. Now Caspar's laughing head rests wearily against his father's knee, in trusting lovingness, while Truncheon runs to snatch a hasty kiss. The little man, it may be, wonders if the tiny hand with which he strives to reach his father's neck will ever grow as big and brown as that he sees embedded in his sister's curls. When quick as lightning's flash up starts the smith, huddles the frightened children in his arms, thrusts them far back, extends his giant frame, and covers them as with Goliath's shield. Now hark! A rushing, yelping, panting sound, so terrible that all stood chilled with fear. And in the midst of that late joyous throng leapt an infuriate hound, with flaming eyes, half-open mouth, and fiery bristling hair, proving that madness tore the brute to death. One spring from Karl, and the wild thing was seized, fast prisoned in the stalwart Vulcan's grip. A sharp, shrill cry of agony from Karl was mingled with the hound's low, fevered growl, and all with horror saw the creature's teeth fixed in the blacksmith's shoulder. None had power to rescue him, for scarcely could you count a moment's space ere both had disappeared, the man and dog. The smith had leapt a fence and gained the forest with a frantic rush, bearing the hideous mischief in his arms. A long receding cry came on the ear, showing how swift their flight and fainter grew. The sound, ere well a man had time to think what might be done for help, the sound was hushed, lost in the very distance. Women crouched and huddled up their children in their arms. Men flew to seek their weapons. 'Twas a change so swift and fearful, none could realize its actual horrors for a time, but now the panic passed to rescue and pursuit. Crash! Through the break into the forest track, but pitchy darkness caused by closing night and foliage dense impedes the avenger's way. When lo! They trip or something in their path. It was the bleeding body of the hound, warm but quiet dead. No other trace of Karl was near at hand. They called his name in vain. They sought him in the forest all night through. Living or dead, he was not to be found. At break of day, they left the fruitless search. Next morning, as an anxious village group stood meditating plans what best to do, came little Trudchen, who, in simple tones, said, "Father's at the forge. I heard him there, working long hours ago, but he is angry. I raised the latch. He bade me to be gone. What have I done that make him chide me so?" And then her bright blue eyes ran o'er with tears. "The child's been dreaming through this troubled night," said a kind dame, and drew the child towards her. But the sad answers of the girl were such as led them all to seek her father's forge. It lay beyond the village some short span. They forced the door, and there beheld the smith. His sinewy frame was drawn to its full height, and round his loins a double chain of iron, wrought with true workman's skill, was riveted fast to an anvil of enormous weight. He stood as pale and statue-like as dead. Now let his own words close the hapless tale. "I killed the hound, you know, but not until his maddening venom through my veins had passed. I knew full well the death in store for me, and would not answer when you called my name, but crouched among the brushwood while I thought over some plan. I know my giant strength, and dare not trust it after reason's loss. Why, I might turn and rend whom most I love. I've made all fast now. 'Tis a hideous death. I thought to plunge me in the deep, still pool that skirts the forest to avoid it, but I thought that for the Susai's poor shift I would not throw away my chance of heaven, and meeting one who made earth heaven to me. So I came home and forged these chains about me. Full well I know no human hand can rend them, and now I'm safe from harming those I love. Keep off, good friends. Should God prolong my life, throw me such food as nature may require. Look to my babes. This you are bound to do. For my deadly grasp on that poor hound, how many of you have I saved from death, such as I now await? But hence away, the poison works. These chains must try their strength. My brain's on fire. With me 'twill soon be night." Too true his words. The brave, great-hearted Karl, a raving maniac, battled with his chains for 3 fierce days. The 4th saw him free, for death's strong hand had loosed the martyr's bonds. Where his freed spirit soars, who dares to doubt? End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 27. The Romance of Tenachel by Hercules Ellis. Read for LibriVox.org. On panting steeds they hurry on, Kildare and Darcy's lovely daughter. On panting steeds they hurry on, to cross the Burrows water. Within her father's dungeon chained, Kildare her gentle heart had gained. Now love and she have broke his chain, and he is free again. His cloak by forest boughs is rent, the long night's toilsome journey showing. His helm's white plume is wet and bent, and backwards o'er his shoulders flowing, pale in the lovely lady's cheek. Her eyes grow dim, her hand is weak, and feebly tries she to sustain her falling horse with silken rein. Now clasp thy fair arms round my neck, Kildare cried to the lovely lady. Thy weight black Manon will not check, nor stay his gallop, swift and steady. The blush one moment dyed her cheek, the next her arms around his neck, and placed before him on his horse, they haste together on their course. "Oh, Gerald," cried the lady fair, now backward o'er his shoulder gazing, "I see red Raymond in our rear, and Owen Darcy's banner raising. Mother of mercy, now I see my father in their company. Oh, Gerald, leave me here and fly. Enough, enough for one to die." "My own dear love, my own dear love," Kildare cried to the lovely lady, "fear not, black Memnon yet shall prove than all their steeds more swift and steady. But to guide well my gallant hearse, tasks eye and hand and utmost force. Then look for me, my love, and tell me, what seest thou now at Tenachel?" I see," the lady cried, now bursting o'er its green banks narrow, and through the valley spreading wide, in one vast flood the Burrow. The bridge of Tenachel now seems a dark stripe o'er the rushing streams, for naught above the flood is shown, except its parapet alone. "But canst thou see," Earl Gerald said, "my faithful gallows-glass standing? Waves the green plume on Milo's head, for me at Tenachel commanding?" "No men are there," the lady said, "no living thing, no human aid. The trees appear like isles of green, naught else. Through all the vale is seen." Deep agony through Gerald passed. Oh, must she fall, the noble-hearted, and must this morning prove their last, by kinsmen and by friends deserted? Sure treason must have made its way within the courts of Castellet, and kept away the mail-clad ranks he ordered to the Burrow's banks. "The chase comes fast," the lady cries, "both whip and spur I see them plying. Sir Robert Verdon foremost hies, through Regan's forest a-flying. Each moment on our course they gain, Alas, why did I break thy chain and urge thee from thy prison here to make the mossy turf thy bier? Cheer up, my own dear maid, Kildare cried to the weeping lady. Soon shall come the promised aid, with shield and lance for battle ready. Look out, while swift we ride and tell. What seest thou now at Tenachel? Does out on Clemgum's hill now move? Cheer up and look, my own dear love. Still higher swells the rushing tide, the lady said, along the river. The bridge walls rent with breaches wide. Beneath its force the archers quiver, but on Clemgown I see no plumes. From Offaly no succor comes, no banner floats, no trumpets blown. Alas, alas, we are alone. And now, O God, I see behind my father to red Raymond lending his war horse fleeter than the wind, and on our chase the traitor sending, he holds the lighted arquebus, bearing death to both of us. Speed, my gallant Memnon, speed, nor let us need the ruffian bleed. Thy love saved me at risk of life, Kildare cried, when the axe was wielding, and now I joy, my own dear wife, to think my breast thy life is shielding. Thank heaven, no bolt can now reach thee, that shall not first have passed through me. For death were mercy to the thought, that thou for me to death were brought. And now they reach the trembling bridge, through fluted bottom swiftly rushing, along its heaves a foaming rage, through its rent walls the torrents gushing. Across the bridge their way they make, 'neath Memnon's hoofs the arches shake, while fierce as hate and fleet as wind, red Raymond follows fast behind. They have gained the farther side. Through clouds of foam stout Memnon dashes, and as they swiftly onward ride, beneath his feet the vexed flood splashes. But as they reach the floodless ground, the valley rings with a sharp sound. The arquebus has hurled its rain, and by it gallant Memnon slain. And now behind loud rose the cry, "The bridge! Beware, the bridge is breaking!" Backwards the scared pursuers fly, while, like a tyrant, his wrath wreaking, rushed the flood, the strong bridge rending, and its fragments downward sending. In its throat red Raymond swallowed, while above him the flood bellowed, hissing, roaring in its course, the shattered bridge before it spurning. The flood burst down with giant force, the oaks of centuries upturning. The odd pursuers stood aghast, all hope to reach Kildare's now past. Blessed be the barrow which thus rose to save true lovers from their foes. And now o'er Clemgum's hill appear, their white plumes on the breezes dancing, a gallant troop with shield and spear, from Offaly with aid advancing. Quick to Kildare his soldiers ride, and raise him up from Memnon's side. Unhurt he stands, and to his breast the Lady Anna Darcy's pressed. "Kinsmen and friends," exclaimed Kildare, "behold my bride, the fair and fearless, who broke my chain and brought me here, in truth, in love, and beauty peerless. Here, at the bridge of Tenachel, amid the friends I love so well, I swear that until life depart, she'll rule my home, my soul, my heart. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Michael Flynn by William Thompson. Read for LibriVox.org by Anthony Will. Said Michael Flynn, the laboring man, "He is sorry, although I'm poor. Sooner than live on charity, I'd beg from door to door." End of section. This recording is in the public domain. A Night with Stork by William G. Wilcox. Read for LibriVox.org by Anthony Will. 4 individuals, namely my wife, my infant son, my maid of all work, and myself, occupy one of a row of very small houses in the suburbs of London. I am a thoroughly domesticated man, and notwithstanding that my occupation necessitates absence from my dwelling between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., my heart is usually at home with my diminutive household. My wife and I love regularity, and quiet above all things, and although since the arrival of my son and heir, we have not enjoyed that perfect peace which was ours during the first years of our married life, yet his powerful little lungs, I am bound to say, have failed to make ours a noisy house. Up to the time when the incident occurred, which I am going to tell you about, our regularity had remained undisturbed, and we got up, went to bed, dined, breakfasted, and took tea at the same time, day after day. Well, as I say, we had been going on in this clockwork fashion for a considerable time, when the other morning the postman brought a letter to our door, and on looking at the direction, I found that it came from the old, rich, and very eccentric uncle of mine, for whom, for certain reasons, we wished to remain on the best of terms. "What can Uncle Martin have to write about?" was our simultaneous exclamation. "The present for baby at last, I do believe, James," added my wife. "A cheque, perhaps, or—" I opened the letter and read. Martin House, Herts, October 17th. Dear nephew, you may perhaps have heard that I am forming an aviary here. A friend in Rotterdam has written to me to say that he has sent, by the boat, which will arrive in London tomorrow afternoon, a very intelligent parrot and a fine stork. As the vessel arrives too late for them to be sent on the same night, I shall be obligated by your taking the birds home, and forwarding them to me the next morning. With my respects to your good lady, I remain your affectionate uncle, Ralph Martin. We looked at each other for a moment in silence, and then my wife said, "James, what is a stork?" "A stork, my dear, is a sort of ostrich, I think." "An ostrich? Why, that's an enormous—" "Yes, my dear, the creature that puts its head in the sand and kicks when it's pursued, you know." "James, the horrid thing shall not come here. If it should kick baby, we should never forgive ourselves." "No, my dear, I don't think the stork is at all ferocious. No, it can't be. Stork. I always associate storks with chimneys. Yes, abroad. I think in Holland or Germany or somewhere. The stork sweeps the chimneys with its long legs from the top. But let's see what the natural history says, my dear. That will tell us all about it. Stork. Hind toe short, middle toe long, and joined to the outer one by a large membrane, and by a smaller one to the inner toe. Well, that won't matter much for one night, will it, dear? His height often exceeds 4 feet. 4 feet, interrupted my wife. James, how high are you? Well, my dear, really, comparisons are exceedingly disagreeable. Appetite extremely ferocious, and his food, hello, frogs, mice, worms, snails, and eels. Frogs, mice, worms, snails, and eels, repeated my wife. James, do you expect me to provide supper and breakfast of this description for that horrid thing? Well, my dear, we must do our best for baby's sake, for baby's sake. and getting my hat, I left as usual for the office. I passed anything but a pleasant day there, my thoughts constantly reverting to our expected visitors. At 4 o'clock I took a cab to the docks, and on arriving there, inquired for the ship, which was pointed out to me, the one with a crowd on the quay. On driving up, I discovered why there was a crowd, and the discovery did not bring comfort with it. On the deck, on one leg, stood the stork. Whether it was the sea voyage, or the leaving his home, or that being a stork of high moral principle, he was grieving at the persistent swearing of the parrot, I do not know, but I never saw a more melancholy-looking object in my life. I went down on the deck and did not like the expression of relief that came over the captain's face when he found what I had come for. The transmission of the parrot from the ship to the cab was an easy matter, as he was in a cage, but the stork was merely tethered by one leg, and although he did his best, when brought to the foot of the ladder, in trying to get up, he failed utterly and had to be half shoved, half hauled all the way. Even then he persisted in getting outside of every bar like this. After a great deal of trouble, we got him to the top. I hurried him into the cab, and telling the man to drive as quickly as possible, got in with my guests. At first I had to keep dodging my head about to keep my face away from his bill, as he turned around, but all of a sudden he broke the little window at the back of the cab, thrust his head through, and would keep it there, notwithstanding that I kept pulling him back. Consequently, when we drove up to my house, there was a mob of about 1,000 strong around us. I got him in as well as I could, and shut the door. How can I describe the spending of that evening? How can I get sufficient power out of the English language to let you know what a nuisance that bird was to us? How can I tell you of the cool manner in which he inspected our domestic arrangements, walking slowly from room to room, and standing on one leg till his curiosity was satisfied? Or how describe the expression of wretchedness that he threw over his entire person when he was tethered to the banisters, and found out that, owing to our limited accommodation, he was to remain in the hall all night? Or picture the way in which he ate the snails specifically provided for him, verifying to the letter the naturalist's description of his appetite? How can you, who have not had a stork staying with you, have any idea of the change that came over his temper after his supper? How he pecked at everybody who came near him? How he stood sentinel at the foot of the stairs? How my wife and I made fruitless attempts to get past, followed by ignominious retreats? How at last we outmaneuvered him by throwing a tablecloth over his head, and then, rushing by him, gained the top of the stairs before he could disentangle himself. Added to all this, we had to endure language from that parrot which was really shocking. Indeed, so scurrilous did he become that we had at last to take him and lock him up in the coal-hole, where, owing to the darkness of his bedroom, or from fatigue, he presently swore himself to sleep. Well, by this time we were quite ready for rest, and the forgetfulness which we hoped sleep would bring with it. But our peace was not to last long. About 2 a.m. my wife clutched my hair and woke me up. James, listen." I listened. I heard a sort of scrambling noise outside the door. "The water running into the cistern, my dear," I said sleepily. "James, don't be absurd. That horrid thing has broken its string and is coming upstairs." I listened again. It really sounded like it. "James, if you don't go at once, I must. You know the nursery door is always left open, and if that horrid thing should get into baby—" "But, my dear," said I, "what am I to do in my present defenseless state of clothing, if he should take to pecking?" My wife's expression of contempt at the idea of considering myself before the baby determined me at once, come what might, to go and do him battle. Out I went, and there, sure enough, he was on the landing, resting himself after his unusual exertion by tucking up one leg. He looked so subdued that I was about to take him by the string and lead him downstairs, when he drew back his head, and in less time it takes to relate, I was back in my room, bleeding from a severe wound in the leg. I shouted out to the nurse to shut the door, and determined to let the infamous bird go where he liked. I bound up my leg and went to bed again, but the thought that there was a stork wandering about the house prevented me from getting any more sleep. From certain sounds that we heard, we had little doubt that he was spending some of his time in the cupboard, where we kept our surplus crockery, and in an inspection the next day confirmed this. In the morning I ventured cautiously out, and finding he was in our spare bedroom, I shut the door upon him. I then sent for a large sack, and with the help of the tablecloth and the boy who cleans our boots, we got him into it without any further personal damage. I took him off in this way to the station, and confided him and the parrot to the guard of the early train. As the train moved off, I heard a yell and a very improper expression from the guard. I have reason to believe that the stork had freed himself from the wrapper and had begun pecking again. We have determined that, taking our chance about a place in my uncle's will, we will never again have anything to do with any foreign birds, however much he may ask and desire it. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
An Unmusical Neighbor by William Thompson. Read for LibriVox.org by Bob Bonvino. I once knew a man who was musical mad. 100 years old was the fiddle he had. I never complained, but whenever he played, I wished I had lived when that fiddle was made. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Chalice by David Christie Murray. Read for LibriVox.org by Kyle Johnson. Swift storm scud raced the morning sky, as light along the road I fared. Stern was the way, yet glad was I, though feet and breast and brow were bared. For fancy, like a happy child, ran on before, and turned and smiled. The track grew fair with turf and tree. The air was blithe with bird and flower. Boon nature's gentlest wizardry was potent with the bounteous hour. A raptured languor o'er me crept. I laid me down at noon and slept. I woke, and there, as in a dream which holds some boding fear of wrong, by fog-bound fen and sluggard stream I dragged my leaden steps along. My blood ran ice. I turned and spied a shrouded figure at my side. "And who art thou that pacest here?" He answered like a hollow wind, not heard by any outer ear, but in dim chambers of the mind. "I walk," he said, "in ways of shame, the comrade of thy wasted fame." A passion clamored in my breast for mirthless laughter, and I laughed. In mine the phantom's cold hand pressed a cup, and in self-spite I quaffed. It clung like slime, 'twas black like ink. Death is less bitter than that drink. "This chalice scarce can fail," said he, "till thou and I shall fail from earth. And we will walk in company, and waste the night with shameful mirth. I pledge thy fate, now pledge thou mine." I pledged him in the bitter wine. "Hadst thou not slept at noon," he said, "thou shouldst have walked in praise and fame. Now loathest thou thine heart and head, and both thine eyes are blind with shame." His voice was like a hollow wind in dim death chambers in the mind. He turned, he bared a demon face, he filled the night with ribald song. For many a league in evil case we danced our leaden feet along, and every rood in that foul wine I pledged his fate, he drank to mine. "What comfort hast thou, suddenly to me my phantom comrade saith?" "I know," said I, "where'er I lie, the end of each man's road is death. I pray that I may find it soon. I weary of night's changeless moon." Then in such lays of hideous mirth as never tainted human breath, he cursed all things of human worth, made mock of life and scorn of death. "Art weary?" quoth he. And said I, "Fain here to lay me down and die." Then join, he saith, my roundelay. Curse God and die and make an end. Fled is thine hope and done thy day. The fleshworm is thine only friend. Thy mouth is fouled, and he, I ween, alone can scour thy palate clean. I said, I justify the rod. I claim its heaviest stripe mine own. Did justice cease to dwell with God, then God were toppled from his throne. Fill up thy chalice to the brink, thy bitterest, and I will drink. With looks like any devil's grim, he poured the brewage till it ran with fetid horror at the brim. Now drink, he jibed, and play the man. He stretched the chalice forth, it stank that my soul failed me, and I drank. With loathing soul and quivering flesh I drank, and lo, the draught I took was limpid clear, and sweet and fresh, as ever came from summer brook or fountain, where the trees have made, long from the sun, a pleasant shade. He hurled the chalice to the sky. A bright hand caught it and was gone. He blessed me with a sovereign eye, and like a god's his visage shone. And there he took me by the hand and led me towards another land. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 32. Read for LibriVox.org by Caveat. Livingston, buried in Westminster Abbey, April 1874, by Henry Lloyd. With solemn march and slow a soldier comes, in conquest fallen, home we bring him dead. Stand silent by, beat low the muffled drums, uncover ye and bow the reverent head. Where ghostly echoes dwell and grey light falls, where kings and heroes rest in honoured sleep, their names still bitten on the sacred walls, inter his dust while England bends to weep. Stir not, ye kings and heroes, in your rest, lest these poor bones dishonour such as you. This man was both, though nodding plume or crest ne'er waved above his eye so bright and true. By no sad orphan is his name abhorred, a hero, yet no battered shield he brings, nor on his bier a blood-encrusted sword, nor as his trophies kings, nor crowns of kings. War hath its heroes, peace hath hers as well, armed by heaven's king from heaven's armoury, and this dead man was one who fought and fell, life less his choice than death and victory. To do his work with purpose iron strong, to loose the captive, set the prisoner free, to heal the hideous sore of deadly wrong, kept festering by greed and cruelty. Love on his banner, pity in his heart, his lofty soul moved on with single aim, mid deadly perils bore a noble part, and dying left a pure unsullied name. Though dreary miles of foul eternal swamp, and over lonely leagues of burning sand he wrought his purpose, faith his quenchless lamp, and truth his sword, held as in giant's hand. His lot was as his sorrowing master's lot, nowhere to lay his weary honoured head. My limbs they fail me, and my brow is hot. Build me a hut wherein to die, he said. Ah, England, I shall see thee never more. Farewell, my loved ones, far over ocean's foam. Ye watch in vain on that dear mother shore. He looked to heaven and cried, I'm going home. Home, sweetest word that ever man has made. Home after weariness and toil and pain. Home to his father's house, all unafraid. Home to his rest, no more to weep again. How they found him, this hero of all time, dead on his knees, as if at last he said, Into thy hands, O God, with face sublime. And death looked on, scarce knowing he was dead. O British land that breedeth sturdy men, be proud to hold our hero's honoured bones, land that he wrought for with his life and pen, Write his glory in enduring stones. Tell how he lived and died, how fought and fell, so in the world's glad future looming dim, the children of the land he loved so well shall learn his name and love to honour him. End of section 32. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 33. Read for LibriVox.org by MFQ1. In Swanage Bay by Mrs. Craik. 'Twas 45 year ago, just such another morn. The fishermen were on the beach, the reapers in the corn. My tale is true, young gentlemen, as sure as you were born. My tale's all true, young gentlemen, the fond old boatman cried unto the sullen, angry lads who vain obedience tried. Mind what your father says to you, and don't go out this tide. Just such a shiny sea as this, smooth as a pond, you'd say, and white gulls flying, and the crafts down channel making way, and the Isle of Wight, all glittering bright, seen clear from Swanage Bay. The Battery Point, the race beyond, just as today, you see. This was, I think, the very stone where sat Dick, Dolly, and me. She was our little sister, sirs, a small child just turned 3, and Dick was mighty fond of her, though a big lad and bold. He'd carry her like any nurse, almost from birth, I'm told, for mother sickened soon and died when Doll was 8 months old. We sat and watched a little boat, her name the Trixie Jane, a queer old tub laid up ashore, but we could see her plain. To see her and not haul her up cost us a deal of pain. Said Dick to me, let's have a pull, father will never know. He's busy in his wheat up there, and cannot see us go. These landsmen are such cowards, if a puff of wind does blow. I've been to France and back 3 times, who knows best, Dad or me, whether a ship's seaworthy or not? Dolly, wilt go to sea? And Dolly laughed and hugged him tight, as pleased as she could be. I don't mean, sirs, to blame poor Dick. What he did, sure I do, and many a sail in Trixie Jane we'd had when she was new. Father was always sharp, and what he said he meant it too. But now the sky had not a cloud, the bay looked smooth as glass. Our Dick could manage any boat as neat as ever was, and Dolly crowed me go to sea, the jolly little lass. Well, sirs, we went, a pair of oars, my jacket for a sail, just round old Harry and his wife, those rocks there within hail, and we came back. D'ye want to hear the end o' the old man's tale? Aye, we came back past that point, but then a breeze upsprung. Dick shouted, "Hoy, down sail!" and pulled with all his might among the white sea-horses that upreared, so terrible and strong. I pulled too. I was blind with fear, but I could hear Dick's breath coming and going as he told Dolly to creep beneath his jacket and not hold him so. We rowed for life or death. We almost reached the sheltered bay. We could see father stand up the little jetty here, his sickle in his hand. The houses white, the yellow fields, the safe and pleasant land. And Dick, though pale as any ghost, had only said to me, "We're all right now, old lad," when up a wave rolled, drenched us 3. One lurch, and then I felt the chill and roar of blinding sea. I don't remember much but that, you see, I'm safe and sound. I have been wrecked 4 times since then, seen queer sights, I'll be bound. I think folks sleep beneath the deep, as calm as underground. But Dick and Dolly? Well, poor Dick, I saw him rise and cling unto the gunwale of the boat, floating keel up, and sing out loud, "Where's Doll?" I hear him yet, as clear as anything. "Where's Dolly?" I no answer made, for she dropped like a stone down through the deep sea, and it closed. The little thing was gone. "Where's Doll?" 3 times. Then Dick loosed hold and left me there alone. It's 45 years since then, muttered the boatman gray, and drew his rough hand o'er his eyes, and stared across the bay. Just 45 year, and not another word did say. But Dolly? Ask the children all, as they about him stand. Poor Doll, she floated back next tide, with seaweed in her hand. She's buried o'er that hill you see, in a churchyard on land. But where Dick lies, God knows. You'll find our Dick at Judgment Day. The boatman fell to mending nets, the boys ran off to play, and the sun shone, and the waves danced in quiet Swanage Bay. End of section 33. This recording is in the public domain.
Ballad of Sir John Franklin by George Henry Boker. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Shemp. "Oh, whither sail you, Sir John Franklin?" cried a whaler in Baffin's Bay. "To know if between the land and the pole I may find a broad seaway." "I charge you back, Sir John Franklin, as you would live and thrive, for between the land and the frozen pole no man may sail alive." But lightly laughed the stout Sir John, and spoke unto his men, "Half England is wrong if he is right, bear off to westward then." "Oh, whither sail you, Sir John Franklin?" cried the little Eskimo. "Between your land and the Pole Star my goodly vessels go." "Come down if you would journey there," the little Indian said, "and change your cloth for fur clothing, your vessel for a sled." But lightly laughed the stout Sir John, and the crew laughed with him too. "A sailor to change from ship to sled, I ween were something new." All through the long, long polar day the vessels westward sped, and wherever the sails of Sir John were blown, the ice gave way and fled. Gave way with many a hollow groan, with many a surly roar, but it murmured and threatened on every side, and closed where he sailed before. "Oh, see ye not, my merry men, the broad and open sea? Bethink ye what the whalers said, think of the little Indian sled," the crew laughed out in glee. Sir John, 'tis bitter cold, the scud drives on the breeze, the ice comes looming from the north, the very sunbeams freeze. Bright summer goes, dark winter comes, we cannot rule the year, but long ere summer's sun goes down, on yonder sea we'll steer." The dripping icebergs dipped and rose, and floundered down the gale. The ships were stayed, the yards were manned, and furled the useless sail. "The summer's gone, the winter's come, we sail not yonder sea." "Why sail we not, Sir John Franklin?" a silent man was he. The summer goes, the winter comes, we cannot rule the year. I ween we cannot rule the ways, Sir John, wherein we'd steer. The cruel ice came floating on, and closed beneath the lee, till the thickened waters dashed no more, 'twas ice around, behind, before. O God, there is no sea! What think you of the whaler now? What of the Eskimo? A sled were better than a ship, to cruise through ice and snow. Down sank the baleful crimson sun, the northern light came out, and glared upon the ice-bound ships, and shook its spears about. The snow came down, storm breeding storm, and on the decks were laid, till the weary sailor, sick at heart, sank down beside his spade. Sir John, the night is black and long, the hissing wind is bleak, the hard green ice is strong as death, I prithee, Captain, speak. The night is neither bright nor short, the singing breeze is cold, the ice is not so strong as hope, the heart of man is bold. What hope can scale this icy wall? High o'er the main flag staff, above the ridges the wolf and bear look down with a patient settled stare, look down on us and laugh. The summer went, the winter came, we could not rule the year, but summer will melt the ice again, and open a path to the sunny main whereon our ship shall steer. The winter went, the summer went, the winter came around, but the hard green ice was strong as death, and the voice of hope sank to a breath, yet caught at every sound. Hark! Heard ye not the noise of guns? And there again! 'Tis some uneasy iceberg's roar, as he turns in the frozen main. Hurrah! Hurrah! The Eskimo across the ice fields steal. God give them grace for their charity, ye pray for the silly seal. Sir John, where are the English fields, and where are the English trees, and where are the little English flowers that open in the breeze? Be still, my brave sailors, you shall see the fields again, and smell the scent of the opening flowers, the grass and the waving grain. Oh, when shall I see my orphan child? My Mary waits for me. Oh, when shall I see my old mother, and pray at her trembling knee? Be still, my brave sailors, think not such thoughts again. But a tear froze slowly on his cheek, he thought of Lady Jane. Ah, bitter, bitter grows the cold, the ice grows more and more. More settled stare the wolf and bear, more patient than before. Oh, think you, good Sir John Franklin, we'll ever see the land? 'Twas cruel to send us here to starve, without a helping hand. 'Twas cruel, Sir John, to send us here, so far from help and home, to starve and freeze on this lonely sea. I ween the Lord of the Admiralty would rather send than come. Oh, whether we starve to death alone, or sail to our own country, we have done what man has never done. The truth is found, the secret one. We pass the Northern Sea. End of section 34. This recording is in the public domain. Phaedrig Crowheur by James Sheridan LaFanu. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Shempf. Oh, Phaedrig Crowheur was a broth of a boy, and he stood 6 feet 8. His arm was as round as another man's thigh, 'tis Phaedrig was great. His hair was as black as the shadows of night, it hung over scars got in many a fight. His voice, like the thunder, was deep, strong, and loud, and there wasn't a girl from 35 under, sore matter how cross, but he could come round her. But of all whom he smiled on so sweetly but one was the girl of his heart, and he loved her alone. As warm as the sun, as the rock firm and sure, was the love of the heart of young Phaedrig Crowheur. He would die for a smile from his Kathleen O'Brien, for his love, like his hatred, was strong as a lion. But one Michael O'Hanlon loved Kathleen as well as he hated Crowheur, and that same I can tell. And O'Brien liked him, for they were all the same parties, the O'Hanlons, O'Briens, O'Ryans, McCartys, and they all went together in hating Crowheur, for many's the baiting he gave them before. So O'Hanlon makes up to O'Brien, and says he, I'll marry your daughter if you'll give her to me. So the match was made up, and when Shrovetide came on, the company assembled 300 if one. The O'Hanlons, of course, turned out strong on that day, and the pipers and fiddlers were tearing away. There was laughing and roaring and jigging and flinging and joking and blessing and kissing and singing, and they were all merry. Why not, to be sure, that O'Hanlon got inside of Phaedrig Crowheur, and they all talked and laughed the length of the table, eating and drinking while they were able, with the piping and fiddling and roaring like thunder. Oh, you'd think your head fairly was splitting asunder. And the priest shouted, Silence, ye blabbers, again, and he took up his prayer book and was going to begin. And they all held their funning and jigging and bawling, so silent you noticed the smallest pin falling. And the priest was beginning to read when the door was flung back to the wall, and in walked Crowheur. Oh, Phaedrig Crowheur was a broth of a boy, and he stood 6 feet 8. His arm was as big as another man's thigh, 'tis Phaedrig was great. as he walked slowly up, watched by many a bright eye. As a dark cloud moves on through the stars in the sky, none dared to oppose him, for Phaedrig was great, till he stood all alone, just in front of the seat, where O'Hanlon and Kathleen, his beautiful bride, were seated together, the two side by side. He looked on Kathleen till her poor heart near broke. Then he turned to her father, O'Brien, and spoke, and his voice, like the thunder, was deep, strong, and loud, and his eyes flashed like lightning from under a cloud. I did not come here like a tame crawling mouse. I stand like a man in my enemy's house. In the field, on the road, Phaedrig never knew fear of his foemen, and God knows he now scorns it here. I ask but your leave for 3 minutes or 4, to speak to the girl whom I ne'er may see more. Then he turned to Kathleen, and his voice changed its tone, for he thought of the days when he called her his own. And he said, Kathleen Bawn, is it true what I hear? Is this match your free choice, without threatening or fear? If so, say the word, and I'll turn and depart, cheated once, but once only, by a woman's false heart. Oh, sorrow and love made the poor girl quite dumb. She tried hard to speak, but the words wouldn't come. For the sound of his voice, as he stood there for at her, struck cold on her heart, like the night wind in winter. And the tears in her blue eyes were trembling to flow, and her cheeks were as pale as the moonbeams on snow. Then the heart of bold Phaedrig swelled high in its place, for he knew by one look in that beautiful face, that though strangers and foemen their pledged hands might sever, her heart was still his, and his only forever. Then he lifted his voice like an eagle's hoarse call, and cried out, She's mine yet, in spite of ye all. But up jumped O'Hanlon, and a tall chap was he, and he gazed on bold Phaedrig as fierce as could be. And he says, By my fathers, before you go out, bold Phaedrig Crowhoor, you must stand for a bout. Then Phaedrig made answer, I'll do my endeavor, and with one blow he stretched out O'Hanlon forever. Then he caught up his Kathleen and rushed to the door. He leaped on his horse, and he swung her before. And they all were so bothered that not a man stirred, till the galloping hoofs on the pavement were heard. Then up they all started, like bees in a swarm, and they riz a great shout, like the burst of a storm. And they ran, and they jumped, and they shouted galore, but Phaedrig or Kathleen they never saw more. But those days are gone by, and his too are o'er, and the grass it grows over the grave of Crowhoor. For he wouldn't be aisy or quiet at all, as he lived a brave boy, he resolved so to fall. So he took a good pike, for Phaedrig was great, and he died for old Ireland in the year 98. End of section 35. This recording is in the public domain.
Cupid's Arrows by Eliza Cook, read for LibriVox.org. Young Cupid went storming to Vulcan one day, and besought him to look at his arrow. "'Tis useless," he cried, "you must mend it, I say. 'Tisn't fit to let fly at a sparrow. There's something that's wrong in the shaft of the dart, for it flutters quite false to my aim. 'Tis an age since it fairly went home to the heart, and the world really jests at my name. I have straightened it, I've bent, and I've tried all, I declare. I've perfumed it with sweetest of sighs. 'Tis feathered with ringlets my mother might wear, and the barb gleams with light from young eyes. But it falls without touching. I'll break it, I vow, for there's Hymen beginning to pout. He's complaining his torch burns so dull and so low that Zephyr might puff it right out." Little Cupid went on with his pitiful tale, till Vulcan the weapon restored. "There, take it, young sir, try it now. If it fail, I will ask neither fee nor reward." The urchin shot out, and rare havoc he made, The wounded and dead were untold, and no wonder the rogue had such slaughtering trade, for the arrow was laden with gold. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Crocodile's Dinner Party by E. Vinton Blake. Read for LibriVox.org by Tony Scheinman. A wily crocodile, who dwelt upon the Nile, bethought himself one day to give a dinner.
"Economy," said he, "is chief of all with me, and shall considered be, as I'm a sinner."
With paper, pen, and ink, he sat him down to think, and first of all Sir Lion he invited, the northern wolf who dwells in rocky Arctic dells, the leopard and the lynx by blood united. Then Mr. Fox the shrewd, no lover he of good, and Madame Duck with sober step and stately, and Mr. Frog serene in garb of bottle green, who warbled bass and bore himself sedately. Sir Crocodile content the invitations sent. The day was come, his guests were all assembled. They fancied that some guile lurked in his ample smile. Each on the other looked, and somewhat trembled. A lengthy time they wait, their hunger waxes great, and still the host in conversation dallies. At last the table's laid, with covered dishes spread, and out in haste the hungry party sallies. But when, the covers raised, on empty plates they gazed, each on the other looked with dire intention. Ma'am Duck sat last of all, and Mr. Frog was small. She softly swallowed him, and made no mention. This Mr. Fox perceives, and saying, "By your leaves, some punishment is due for this transgression," he gobbled her in haste. Then, much to his distaste, by Mr. Lynx was taken in possession. The wolf, without a pause, in spite of teeth and claws, left nothing of the lynx to tell the story. The leopard, all irate at his relation's fate, made mincemeat of that wolfish monster hoary. The lion raised his head.
"Since I am king," he said, "it ill befits the king to lack his dinner."
Then on the leopard sprang, with might of claw and fang, and made a meal upon that spotted sinner. Then saw in sudden fear Sir Crocodile draw near, and heard him speak with feelings of distraction.
"Since all of you have dined, well suited to your mind, you surely cannot grudge me satisfaction."
And sooth a deal of guile lurked in his ample smile, as down his throat the roaring lion hasted.
"Economy with me is chief of all," said he, "and I am truly glad to see there's nothing wasted."
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Two Souls with But a Single Thought by William Thomson. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. My soul is at the gate, the sighing lover said. He wound his arms around her form and kissed her golden head. My soul is at the gate, the maiden's father said. The lover rubbed the smitten part and from the garden fled. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Risky Ride by Campbell Ray Brown. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. A risky ride, they called it. Lord bless you, there wasn't no risk. I knew if I gave her head, sir, that painted lady would whisk like a rocket through all the horses and win in a fine old style, with the field all a-tailing behind her in a kind of a Indian file. You did know old Josh Grinley, old Josh o' the Whitelands farm, as his father had tilled afore him and his afore him. No harm ever touched one of the Grinleys when the Allingtons owned the lands, but they ruined themselves through racing, and it passed into other hands. Ain't you heard how Lord Allington died, sir, on that day when Midlothian Maid broke down when just winning the Stewards? Every farthing he'd left was laid on the old mare's chance, and victory seemed fairly within his grasp when she stumbled, went clean to pieces. With a cry of despair, a gasp, Lord Allington staggered backwards. A red stream flowed from his mouth, and he died, with the shouts ringing round him, "Beaten by Queen of the South." But I'm going on anyhow, ain't I? I began about my ride, and I'm talking now like a novel of how Lord Allington died. Don't ask me to tell how I'm bred, sir. Put my pedigree down as unknown, but a good un to go when he's wanted, from whatever dam he was thrown. Old Joshua, he's been my mother and father all rolled into one. It was him who bred and trained me, got me ready and fit to run. It's been whispered he saved my life, sir, picked me up one winter's night, wrapped up in a shawl or summat. The tale's like enough to be right. It's just what he would do, bless him. Yes, I owed every atom to him. So you'll guess how I felt that morning, when, with eyes all wet and dim, he told me the new folk would give him but 2 weeks to pay his arrears. Then he cried like a little child, sir. When I saw the old fellow's tears, my young blood boiled madly within me. I knew how he'd struggled and fought against years of bad seasons and harvests, how nobly but vainly he'd sought to make both ends meet at the Whitelands. They never will do it, I cry. You've lived all your life at the farm, Josh, and you'll still live on there till you die. 'Tain't for me to tell stable secrets, but I know, well, just what I know. Go, say that in less than a month, Josh, you'll pay every penny you owe. A couple of hundred was wanted to pull good old Joshua right. I was only a lad, but I'd 50. My money went that night, every penny on Painted Lady, for the stakes in the coming week. I should have backed her afore, sir, but waited for master to speak as to what he intended a doing. I thought 'twas a plant, d'ye see, with a bit o' rope in the question, so I let Painted Lady be. I knew she could win in a canter, as long as there wasn't no fake, and now, well, I meant that she should win, for poor old Josh Grinley's sake. The 3-year-old Painted Lady had never been beat in her life, and I'd always had the mount, sir, but rumors now 'gan to get rife that something was wrong with the filly. The bookies thought everything square for them, so they laid quite freely good odds 'gainst the master's mare. When he'd gone abroad in the summer, he had given us orders to train the lady for this 'ere race, sir. We never heard from him again. And seeing the bookies a-layin', I thought they knew more than I. But now I thought with a chuckle, let each look out for his eye. The morning before the race, sir, the owner turned up. With a smile I showed him the mare. There she is, sir, going just in her same old style. We'll win in a common canter, Painted Lady and I, Sir Hugh, as we've always done before, sir, as we always mean to do. He looked at me just for a moment. A shade o' care seemed to pass all over his handsome features. Then he kicked at a tuft o' grass in a sort of a pet, then stammered as he lifted his eyes from his shoes. I'm sorry, my lad, very sorry, but tomorrow the mare must lose. He turned on his heel. I stood stroking my lady's soft shining skin. Then I muttered, I'm sorry, sir, very, but tomorrow the mare must win. I was 'tween two stools, as they say, sir. If I disobeyed orders, Sir Hugh would sack me safe as a trivet. So I thought what I'd better do. I wasn't so long, for I shouted, I've hit it. I'll win this 'ere race. and I'll lay 50 pounds to a sovereign, as I don't get the kick from my place. The day of the race bells a ringin' to clear the course for the start. I gets to an out-o-way corner, then quickly as lightning I dart, my hand 'neath my silken jacket, pops a tiny phial to my lips, then off to mount Painted Lady. Sharp into the saddle I slips. In a minute or two we were streaming down the course at a nailing pace, but I lets the mare take it easy, for I feels as I've got the race well in hand. No, nothing can touch you. You'll win, I cries. Now then, my dear. All at once I feels fairly silly. Then I comes over right down queer. I dig my knees into her girth, sir. I let the reins go. Then I fall back faint and dizzy and drowsy. Painted Lady sweeps on past them all. She can't make out what's a-happenin', flies on, maddened, scared with fright, and wins. By how far? Well, don't know, sir, but the rest hadn't come in sight. I was took down from the saddle, lifeless. I've heard as they thought me dead, and after I rallied, 'twas funny, 'twas curious, very, they said. The matter was all hushed up, sir. Sir Hugh doesn't show his hands. I'm head boss now in the stables. Josh stayed and died down at the lands. End of section 39. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 40. On Marriage by Josh Spillings. Read for LibriVox.org by Tom Merritt. Marriage is a fair transaction on the face of it, but there is quite too often put-up jobs in it. It is an old institution, older than the pyramids, and as full of hieroglyphics that nobody can parse. History holds its tongue who the pair was who first put on the silken harness, and promised to work kind in it, through thick and thin, uphill and down, and on the level, rain or shine, survive or perish, sink or swim, drown or float. But whoever they was, they must have made a good thing out of it, or so many of their posterity would not have harnessed up since and drove out. There is a great moral grip in marriage. It is the mortar that holds the social bricks together. But there ain't but darn few folks who put their money in matrimony who could sit down and give a good written opinion why on earth they come to do it. This is a great proof that it is one of them natural kind of accidents that must happen, just as birds fly out of the nest when they have feathers enough, without being able to tell why. Some marry for beauty and never discover their mistake. This is lucky. Some marry for money and don't see it. Some marry for pedigree and feel big for 6 months, and then very sensibly come to the conclusion that pedigree ain't no better than skim milk. Some marry to please their relations, and are surprised to learn that their relations don't care a cuss for them afterwards. Some marry because they have been heisted somewhere else. This is a cross match, a bay and a sorrel. Pride may make it endurable. Some marry for love without a cent in the pocket, nor a friend in the world, nor a drop of pedigree. This looks desperate, but it is the strength of the game. If marrying for love ain't a success, then matrimony is a deadbeat. Some marry because they think women will be scarce next year and live to wonder how the crop holds out. Some marry to get rid of themselves and discover that the game was one that two could play at, and neither win. Some marry the second time to get even and find it a gambling game. The more they put down, the less they take up. Some marry to be happy, not finding it, wonder where all the happiness on earth goes when it dies. Some marry they can't tell why, and live they can't tell how. Almost everybody gets married, and it is a good joke. Some marry in haste and then sit down and think it careful over. Some think it over careful first, and then sit down and marry. Both ways are right if they hit the mark. Some marry rakes to convert them. This is a little risky. It takes a smart missionary to do it. Some marry coquettes. This is like buying a poor farm, heavily mortgaged, and working the balance of your days to clear off the mortgage. End of section 40. On Marriage by Josh Billings.
Section 41. The Romance of Chariclina by Hercules Hellis. Read for LibriVox.org. O wizard, to thine aid I fly, with weary feet and bosom aching, and if thou spurn my prayer, I die. For oh, my heart is breaking. Oh, tell me where my Geralt's gone, my loved, my beautiful, my own. And though in farthest lands he be, to my true lover's side I'll flee. Daughter, the aged wizard said, for what cause hath thy Geralt parted? I cannot lend my mystic aid, except to lovers faithful-hearted. My magic wand would lose its might. I cannot read my spells aright. All skill would from my soul depart, if I should aid the false in heart. Oh, father, my fond heart was true, cried Ellen. To my Geralt ever, no change its stream of love ever knew, save that it deepened like yon river, true as the rose to summer's sun, that droops when its love lord is gone, and sheds its bloom from day to day, and fades and pines and dies away. Betrothed, with my dear sire's consent, each morn beheld my Geralt coming, each day in converse sweet was spent, and ere he went dark eve was glooming. But one day, as he crossed the plain, I saw a cloud descend like rain, and bear him in its skirts away. Oh, hour of grief, oh, woeful day! They sought my Geralt many a day, mid winter's snow and summer's blossom. At length his memory passed away from all except his Helen's bosom. But there his love still glows and grows, unchanged by time, unchecked by woes. And, led by it, I've made my way to seek thy aid in dark highway. He traced a circle with his wand around the spot where they were standing. He held a volume in his hand, all writ with spells of power commanding. He read a spell, then looked in vain southward across the lake of Line, then to the east and westward side. But when he northward looked, he cried, I see your Geralt now, in Chariclina's fairy dwelling. Deep sorrow sits upon his brow, though Clina tales of love is telling. Clina, most gentle and most fair of all the daughters of the air, the fairy queen whose smiles of light preserves from sorrow and from blight. Her love has borne him from thy arms, and keeps him in those fairy regions where Clina blooms in matchless charms, attended by her fairy legions. Yet kind and merciful's the queen, and if thy woe by her were seen, and all thy constancy were known, brave Geralt yet might be thine own. "Oh, father," the pale maiden cried, "hath he forgotten quite his Helen? Thinks he no more of Shannon's side, where love so long had made his dwelling? Alas, fair maid, I cannot tell the thoughts that in the bosom dwell, for all vain is magic art to read the secrets of the heart." To Carriglina Ellen wends, with aching breast and footsteps weary. Lo, on her knees the maiden bends, before the rocky hill of Faery. Pale as the moonbeam is her cheek. With trembling fear she scarce can speak. In agony her hands she clasps, and thus her love-taught prayer she gasps. "Oh, Clina, queen of fairy charms, have mercy on my love-lorn maiden, restore my Geralt to my arms. Behold, behold how sorrow-laden, and faint and way-worn here I kneel, and with clasped hands to thee appeal. Give to my heart, oh Clina, give, the being in whose love I live. Break not my heart, whose truth you see. Oh, break it not by now refusing, for Geralt's all the world to me, whilst thou hast all the world for choosing. Oh, Clina, fairest of the fair, grant now a love-lorn maiden's prayer, or if to yield him you deny, let me behold him once and die." Her prayer of love thus Helen poured, with streaming eyes and bosom heaving, and at each faint heart-wringing word her soul seemed its fair prison leaving. The linnet on the hawthorn tree stood hushed by her deep misery, and the soft summer evening gale seemed echoing the maiden's wail. And now the solid rocks divide, a glorious fairy hall disclosing. There Clina stands, and by her side in slumber Geralt seems reposing. She awakes him from his fairy trance, and hand in hand they both advance. And now the queen of fairy charms gives Geralt to his Ellen's arms. "Be happy," lovely Clina cried. "O lovers true and fair and peerless, all vain is magic to divide such hearts so constant and so fearless. Be happy as you have been true, for Clina's blessing rests on you, and joy and wealth and power shall give as long as upon earth you live." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The False Fontainebleau by William Caldwell Roscoe. Alas, that knight of noble birth should ever fall from fitting worth. Alas, that guilty treachery should stain the blood of Fontainebleau. The king hath lent a listening ear, and blacker grew his face to hear. "By cross," he cried, "if thou speak right, the Fontainebleau is a traitor knight." Out stepped Sir Robert of Fontainebleau, a young knight and a fair to see. Out stepped Sir Stephen of Fontainebleau, Sir Robert's second brother was he. Out stepped Sir John of Fontainebleau, he was the youngest of the three. There are 3 gloves on the oaken boards, and 3 white hands on their hilted swords. On horse or foot, by day or night, we stand to do our Father right. The Baron Tranmere hath bent his knee, and gathered him up the gages 3. Ye are young knights, and loyal, I wis, and ye know not how false your father is. Put on your armor bright, and God in heaven help the right. God help the right, the sons replied, and straightway on their armor did. The Baron Tranmere hath mounted his horse, and ridden him down the battle course. The young Sir Robert lifted his eyes, looked fairly up in the open skies. If my father is true in deed and in word, fight, O God, with my righteous sword. If my father is false in deed or in word, let me lie at length on the battle sword. The Baron Tremere hath turned his horse, and ridden him down the battle course. Sir Robert's visor is crushed and marred, and he lies his length on the battle sword. Sir Stephen's was an angry blade, I scarce may speak the words he said. Though heaven itself were false, cried he, true is my father of Fontainebleau. And brother, as heaven goes with the wrong, if this lying baron should lay me along, strike another blow for our good renown. Doubt me not, said the young knight John. The Baron Tranmere hath turned his horse, and ridden him down the battle course. In bold Sir Stephen's best life blood, his spear point is wet to the wood. The young knight John hath bent his knee, and speaks his soul right solemnly. Whatever seemeth good to thee, the same, O Lord, attend on me. What though my brothers lie along, my father's faith is firm and strong. Perchance I deeply hid intent doth need some nobler instrument. Let faithless hearts give heed to fear, I will not falter in my prayer. If ever guilty treachery did stain the blood of Fontainebleau, as such an if doth stain my lips, though truth lie hidden in eclipse, let yonder lance head pierce my breast, and my soul seek its endless rest. Never a whit did young John yield, when the lance ran through his painted shield. Never a whit debased his crest, when the lance ran into his tender breast. What is this, thou young Sir John, that runs so fast from thine armor down? Oh, this is my heart's blood I feel, and it wets me through from the waist to the heel. Sights of sadness many a one a man may meet beneath the sun, but a sadder sight did never man see than lies in the hall of Fontainebleau. There are 3 courses, manly and fair, each in its armor and each on its bier. There are 3 squires weeping and wan, every one with his head on his hand. Every one with his hand on his knee, at the foot of his master silently, sitting and weeping bitterly for the broken honor of Fontainebleau. Who is this at their sides that stands? Lift, O squires, your heads from your hands. Tell me who these dead men be that lie in the hall of Fontainebleau. This is Sir Robert of Fontainebleau, a young knight and a fair to see. This is Sir Stephen of Fontainebleau, Sir Robert's second brother was he. This is Sir John of Fontainebleau, he was the youngest of the 3. For their father's truth did they freely give their lives away, until he doth home return, sadly here we sit and mourn. These sad words they having said, every one down sank his head, till in accents strangely spoken, at their sides was silence broken. I do bring you news from far, false was the Fontainebleau in war. Unbend your bright swords from my breast, I that do speak do know it best. Wide he flung his mantle free, lo, it was the Fontainebleau. Then the squires, like stricken men, sank into their seats again, and their cheeks in wet tears steeping, fresh and faster fell a-weeping. He with footsteps soft and slow, round to his sons' heads did go. Sadly he looked on every one, and stooped and kissed the youngest, John. Then his weary head down bending, Heart, said he, too much offending, break, and let me only be blotted out of memory. Thrice with crimson cheek he stood, and thrice he swallowed the salt blood. Then outpoured the torrent red, and the false fountain lay dead. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Legend of St. Laura by Thomas Love Peacock. Read for LibriVox.org by Shrimpfish. St. Laura, in her sleep of death, preserves beneath the tomb. 'Tis willed where what is willed must be, in incorruptibility, her beauty and her bloom. So pure her maiden life had been, so free from earthly stain, 'twas fixed in fate by heaven's own queen, that till the earth's last closing scene, she should unchanged remain. Within a deep sarcophagus of alabaster sheen, with sculptured lid of roses white, she slumbered in unbroken night, by mortal eyes unseen. Above her marble couch was reared a monumental shrine, where cloistered sisters gathering round, made night and morn the aisle resound with choristry divine. The abbess died, and in her pride her parting mandate said, they should her final rest provide, the alabaster couch beside, where slept the sainted dead. The abbess came of princely race, the nuns might not gainsay, and sadly passed the timid band to execute the high command they dared not disobey. The monument was opened them, it gave to general sight the alabaster couch alone, but all its lucid substance shone with preternatural light. They laid the corpse within the shrine, they closed its doors again, but nameless terror seemed to fall throughout the livelong night on all who formed the funeral train. Lo! On the morrow morn, still closed, the monument was found, but in its robes funereal dressed, the corse they had consigned to rest lay on the stony ground. Fear and amazement seized on all, they called on Mary's aid, and in the tomb, unclosed again, with choral hymn and funeral train, the corse again was laid. But with the incorruptible, corruption might not rest. The lonely chapel's stone-paved floor received the ejected corse once more, in robes funereal dressed. So was it found when morning beamed in solemn suppliant strain. The nuns implored all saints in heaven that rest might to the corse be given, which they entombed again. On the third night a watch was kept by many a friar and nun. Trembling, all knelt in fervent prayer, till on the dreary midnight air rolled the deep bell-toll, one. The saint within the opening tomb like marble statue stood. All fell to earth in deep dismay, and through their ranks she passed away in calm, unchanging mood. No answering sound her footsteps raised along the stony floor. Silent as death, severe as fate, she glided through the chapel gate, and none beheld her more. The alabaster couch was gone, the tomb was void and bare. For the last time, with a hasty rite, even mid the terror of the night, they laid the abbess there. 'Tis said the abbess rests not well in that sepulchral pile, but yearly when the night comes round, as dies of one the bell's deep sound, she flits along the aisle. But whither passed the virgin saint, to slumber far away, destined by Mary to endure, unaltered in her semblance pure, until the judgment day. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
David Shaw, Hero by James Buckham. Read for LibriVox.org by Shipra. The savior and not the slayer, he's the braver man. So far my text, but the story? Thus, then, it runs from the Spokane. Rolled out the overland mail train, late by an hour, in the cab. David Shaw, at your service, dressed in his blouse of drab. Drive by the smoke and the cinders. Feed her well, Jim, he said. Jim was his fireman. Make up time? On and on they sped. Dust from the wheels up flying, smoke rolling out behind. The long train thundering, swaying, the roar of the cloven wind. Shaw, with his hand on the lever, looking out straight ahead. How she did rock, old 640. How like a storm they sped. Leavenworth, 30 minutes gained in the thrilling race. Now for the hills, keener lookout, or a letting down of the pace. Hardly a pound of the steam less. David Shaw straightened back, hand like steel on the lever, face like flint to the track. God, look there! Down the mountain, right ahead of the train. Acres of sand and forest sliding down the plain. What to do? Why, jump, Dave. Take the chance while you can. The train is doomed. Save your own life. Think of the children, man. Well, what did he, this hero, face to face with grim death? Grasped the throttle, reversed it, shrieked, "Down brakes!" in a breath. Stood to his post without flinching, clear-headed, open-eyed, till the train stood still with a shudder, and he went down with the slide. Saved? Yes, saved. 90 people snatched from an awful grave. One life under the sand there. All that he had, he gave. Man to the last inch, hero, noblest of all heroes, yeah. Worthy the shaft and the tablet, worthy the song and the bay. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Brotherhood by Alfred H. Miles. Read for LibriVox.org by Bob Bonvino. I am my brother's keeper, and I the duty own. For no man liveth to himself, or to himself alone. And we must bear together a common weal and woe, in all we are, in all we have, in all we feel and know. I am my brother's keeper, in all that I can be, of high and pure example, of true integrity, a guide to go before him, in darkness and in light, a very cloud of snow by day, a cloud of fire by night. I am my brother's keeper, in all that I can say, to help him on his journey, to cheer him by the way, to succor him in weakness, to solace him in woe, to strengthen him in conflict, and fit him for the foe. I am my brother's keeper, in all that I can do, to save him from temptation, to help him to be true, to stay him if he stumble, to lift him if he fall, to stand beside him though his sin has severed him from all. I am my brother's keeper, in sickness and in health, in triumph and in failure, in poverty and wealth. His champion in danger, his advocate in blame, the herald of his honor, the hider of his shame. And though he prove unworthy, he is my brother still, and I must render right for wrong and give him good for ill. My standard must not alter for folly, fault, or whim, and to be true unto myself I must be true to him. And all men are my brothers, wherever they may be, and he is most my proper care, who most has need of me, who most may need my counsel, my influence, my pelf, and most of all, who needs my strength to save him from myself. For all I have of power beyond what he can wield is not a weapon of offense, but a protecting shield, which I must hold before him to save him from his foe, e'en though I be the enemy that longs to strike the blow. I am my brother's keeper, and must be to the end, a neighbor to the neighborless, and to the friendless friend. His weakness lays it on me, my strength involves it too, and common love for common life will bear the burden through. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Straight Rider, from Black and White, by permission. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra, in Quebec, 2025. My dear Mabel, how pale you look. It is this hot room. I'm sure Lord St. Sinus will not mind taking you for a little turn in the garden, between the dances. My Lord St. Sinus, or Billy Sinus as is usually called by his friends, shuffled in his high collar. It's a remarkable collar, nearly related to a cuff, and it keeps Lord St. Sinus in remembrance of his chin. If it were not that this plain young nobleman were essentially a gentleman, one might easily mistake him for a groom. Moreover, like other persons of equine tastes, he has the pleasant fancy of affecting a tight and horsey cut in clothes never intended for the saddle. The girl, addressed by her somewhat overpowering mother as Mabel, takes the proffered arm with a murmured acquiescence and a quivering lip. She's paler than before. Over his stiff collar, Lord St. Sinus looks down at her with something of the deep intuition which makes him the finest steeplechaser in England. Perhaps he notes the quiver of the lip, the sinews drawn tense about her throat. Such silent signals of distress are his business. Certainly he notes the little shiver of abject fear which passes through the girl's slight form as they pass out of the room together. Their departure is noted by several persons, mostly chaperons. "He must do it tonight," murmurs the girl's mother with a complacent smile on her worldly, cruel face. "And then Mabel will soon see that the other was all a mistake." Some mothers believe such worn-out theories as this, and others are merely heartless. Lord St. Sinus leads the way deliberately to the most secluded part of the garden. There are 2 chairs at the end of a narrow pathway. Mabel sits down hopelessly. She is a quiet-eyed little girl with brown hair and gentle ways, just, in a word, the sort of girl who usually engages the affections of blushing, open-air, horsey men. She has no spirit, and those who know her mother are not surprised. She's going to say yes, because she dare not say no. At least 2 lives are going to be wrecked at the end of the narrow path. Lord St. Sinus sits down at her side and contemplates his pointed toes. Then he looks at her, his clean-shaven face very grave, with the eye of the steeplechase rider. "Miss Madison," jerk of the chin and pull at collar, "you're in a ghastly fright." Miss Madison draws in a sudden breath like a sob, and looks at her lacework handkerchief. "You think I'm going to ask you to marry me?" Still no answer. The stiff collar gleams in the light of a Chinese lantern. Lord St. Sinus's linen is a matter of proverb. "But I'm not such a cad as that." The girl raises her head as if she hears a far-off sound. "I know that old worn... I dare say I would give great satisfaction to some people if I did. But I can't help that." Mabel is bending forward, hiding her face. A tear falls on her silk dress with a little dull flop. Young St. Sinus looks at her, almost as if he were going to take her in his arms. Then he shuts his upper teeth over his lower lip hard, just as he does when riding at the water jump. "A fellow mayn't be much to look at," he says gruffly, "but he can ride straight for all that." Mabel half turns her head, and he has the satisfaction of concluding that she has no fault to find with his riding. "Of course," he says abruptly, "there is some other fellow?" After a pause, Miss Madison nods. "Miss Madison," says Lord St. Sinus, rising and jerking his knees back after the manner of horsey persons, You can go back into that room and take your Bible oath that I never asked you to marry me." Mabel rises also. She wants to say something, but there's a lump in her throat. "Some people," he goes on, "will say that you bungled it, others that I behaved abominably, but we know better, eh?" He offers his arm, and they walk toward the house. Suddenly he stops and fidgets in his collar. "Don't trouble about me," he says simply. "I shan't marry anyone else. I couldn't do that. But I didn't suspect until tonight, you know, that there was another man, and a chap must ride straight, you know." H.S.M. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 47. Women and Work by Alfred H. Miles. Read for LibriVox.org. Always a hindrance, are we? You didn't think that of old, with never a hand to help a man, and only a tongue to scold. Timid as hares in danger, weak as a lamb in strife, with never a heart to bear a part in the rattle and battle of life. Just fit to see the children and manage the home affairs, with only a head for butter and bread, a soul for tables and chairs. Where would you be tomorrow if half of the lie were true? It's well some women are weak of heart, if only for saving you. We haven't much time to be merry who marry as struggling men, making and mending and saving and spending and doing the best we can, scheming and scamming and plotting and planning and making the done for do, grinding the mill with the old grease still and turning the old into new, picking and paring and shaving and sharing, and when not enough for us all, giving up tea that whatever may be the bacchus shan't go to the wall, with never a rest from the riot and zest, the hustle and bustle and noise of the boys who all tried to be men like you, and the girls who all tried to be boys. You know the tale of the eagle that carried the child away to its eyrie high in the mountain sky, grim and rugged and grey, of the sailor who climbed to save it, who, ere he had half a way sped up the mountain wild, met mother and child returning as from the dead. There's many a bearded giant had never half grown as Pam, if in peril's power, in childhood's hour, he'd had to wait for a man. And who is the one among you but is living and hailed today, because he was tied to a woman's side in the old home far away? You have heard the tale of the lifeboat and the women of Mumble's Head, who, when the men stood shivering by, or out from the danger fled, tore their shawls into striplets and knotted them end to end, and then went down to the gates of death for father and brother and friend, deeper and deeper into the sea, ready of heart and head, hauling them home through the blinding foam, and raising them from the dead. There's many of you tomorrow who, but for a woman's hand, would be drifting about with the shore lights out and never a chance to land. You've read of the noble woman in the midst of a border fray, who held her own in a castle alone, for her lord who was far away, for the children who gathered round her, and the home that she loved so well, and the deathless fame of a woman's name whom nothing but love could quell, who, when the men who have yielded with her own sweet lily hand, led them straight from the postern gate and drove the foe from the land, There's many a little homestead that is cozy and sung today because of a woman who stood in the door and kept the wolves at bay. Only a hindrance are we? Then we'll be a hindrance still. We hinder the devil and all his works, and I reckon he takes it ill. We do the work that is nearest, and that is the surest plan. But if ever you want a hero, and you cannot wait for a man, you need not tell us the chances, you've only the need to show. And there's many a woman in all the world who is willing and ready to go. For trust in trial, for work in woe, for comfort and care in sorrow. The wives of the world are its strength today, the daughters its hope tomorrow. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
A Country Story, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Shempf. Founded on an Old Legend, by Alfred H. Miles. At the little town of Norton, in a famous western shire, there dwelt a sightless maiden with her venerated sire. To him she was the legacy her mother had bequeathed. To her he was the very sun that warmed the air she breathed. Old Alec was a carter, and he moved from town to town, taking parcels from the wheat sheaf to the mitre or the crown. And on festival occasions would the sightless maiden ride to the old cathedral city by the honest carter's side. Ere he tended to his duty at the market or the fair, he would seek the lofty Gothic pile and leave the maiden there, that the choir's joyous singing and the organ's solemn strain might beguile her simple fancy till he journeyed home again. On the fair autumnal evening of a bright September day, she had heard the choir singing, she had heard the canons pray, and the good old dean was preaching with simple words and wise of him who gave the maiden life and touched the poor man's eyes. And her tears fell fast and thickly as the good old preacher said that even now he cures the blind and raises up the dead. And he aptly went on speaking of the blinding death of sin, and urged them to be seeking for life and light within. Mid the mighty organs pealing in the voluntary rare, through the fine oak panelled ceiling went the maiden's broken prayer, that she might but for a moment be allowed to have her sight, to see old Alec's honest face that tranquil autumn night. That he of old, who sweetly upon Bartimaeus smiled, would gaze in like compassion on an English peasant child. That he who once in pity stood beside the maiden's bed would take her hand within his own and raise her from the dead. The maiden's small petition and the choir's grander praise reached the shining gates of heaven mid the sun's declining rays, and the king who heard the praises turned to listen to the prayer with a smile that shone more brightly than the richest jewel there. And before the organ ended, aye, before the prayer was done, an angel guard came flying through the kingdom of the sun. From the land of lofty praises to which God's elect aspire, to the old cathedral city of that famous western shire. And the maiden's prayer was answered. She gazed with eager sight at the tessellated pavement, at the windows' painted light, and her heart beat fast and wildly as she realized the scene, with the choir's slow procession and the old white-headed dean, till she saw old Alec waiting and arose for his embrace, while a radiant light was stealing o'er her pallid upturned face. But her spirit soaring higher flew beyond the realms of night, for God himself had turned for her all darkness into light. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Beggar Maid by Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Morphine Lolly. Her arms across her breast he laid. He was more fair than words can say. Barefooted came the beggar maid before the king Capua. In robe and crown the king swept down to meet and greet her on her way. It is no wonder, said the lords, he is more beautiful than day. As shines the moon in clouded skies, he in her poor attire was seen. One praised her ankles, one her eyes, one her dark hair and lovesome mane. So sweet a face, such angel grace, in all that the land had never been. Capua sware a loyal oath, this beggar maid shall be my queen. End of The Beggar Maid. This recording is in the public domain.
The Vengeance of Kafir by Clinton Scollard. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Kreis. From fair Damascus, as the day grew late, past Kafir homeward through St. Thomas's gate, betwixt the pleasure gardens where he heard vie with the lute the twilight wakened bird. But song touched not his heavy heart, nor yet the lovely lines of gold and violet, a guerdon left by the departing sun to grace the brow of anti-Lebanon. Upon his soul a crushing burden weighed, and to his eyes the swiftly gathering shade seemed but the presage of his doom to be, death and the triumph of his enemy. One slain by slander, cried he with a laugh. Thus should the poets frame my epitaph, above whose moulderings dust it will be said, Blessed be Allah that the hound is dead. Outrang a rhythmic revel as he spake, from joyous bulbuls in the poplar brake, hailing the night's first blossom in the sky. And now, with failing foot, he drew anigh the orchard garden where his home was hid, pomegranate shade and jasmine bloom amid. Despair mocked at him from the latticed gate, where love and happiness had lain in wait, with tender greetings, and the lights within gleamed on the grave of bliss that once had been. Fair Hope, who daily poured into his ear her rainbow promises, gave way to Fear, who smote him blindly, leaving him to moan with bitter tears before the gateway prone. Soft seemed the wind in sympathy to grieve, when lo, a sudden hand touched Kafir's sleeve, and then a voice cried, echoing his name, Behold the proofs to put thy foe to shame. Up sprang the prostrate man, and while he stood, gripping the proffered scrip in marvelhood, he who had brought deliverance slipped from sight. Thus joy made instant day of Kafir's night. Allah is just, he said. Then burning ire with vengeance visions filled his brain like fire. And to his bosom, anguish torn but late, delirious with delight, he hugged his hate. Revenge, cried he, why wait until the morn? This night mine enemy shall know my scorn. The stars looked down in wonder overhead, as backward Kafir toward Damascus sped. The wind, which erst had joined him in his grief, now whispered strangely to the walnut leaf. Into the bird's song pleading notes had crept, the happy fountains in the gardens wept, and e'en the river, with its restless roll, seemed calling pity into Kafir's soul. Allah, he cried, O chasten thou my heart, move me to mercy and a nobler part. Slow strode he on, the while a new-born grace softened the rigid outlines of his face. Nor paused he till he struck, as ne'er before, a ringing summons on his foeman's door. His mantle half across his features thrown, he won the spacious inner court unknown, where on a deep divan lay stretched his foe, sipping his sherbet cool with Hermon's snow, who, when he looked on Kafir, hurled his hate upon him, wrathful and infuriate, bidding him swift begone and think to feel a judge's sentence and a jailer's steel. Hark ye, cried Kafir at this burst of rage, holding aloft a rolled parchment page. Prayers and not threats were more to thy behoof. Thine is the danger. See, I hold the proof. Should I seek out the Caliph in his bower tomorrow, when the mid-muezzin hour has passed, and lay before his eyes the scrip, silence would seal forevermore thy lip. Ay, quail and cringe and crook the supple knee, and beg thy life of me, thine enemy, whom thou, a moment since, didst doom to death. I will not breathe suspicion's lightest breath against thy vaunted fame, and even though before all men thou'st sworn thyself my foe, and pledged thyself wrongly to wreak on me thy utmost power of mortal injury, in spite of this, should I be first to die, and win the bowers of the blessed on high, beside the golden gate of paradise, thee will I wait with ever watchful eyes, ready to plead forgiveness for thy sin, if thou shouldest come and shouldest not enter in. Should Allah hear my plea, how sweet, for then would Kafir's vengeance be complete. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 51. The Wishing Well by Virginia Woodward Cloud. Read for LibriVox.org. Around its shining edge, 3 sat them down. Beyond the desert, 'neath the palm's green ring. I wish, spake one, the gems of Isa's crown, for then would I be Isa and a king. Another, I, the royal robe he wears, to hear men say, behold, a king walks here. And cried the third, now by his long grey hairs, I'd have his throne. Then should men cringe and fear. They quaffed the blessed draught and went their way to where the city's gilded turrets shone. Then from the shadowed palms, where rested they, stepped one with bow-grayed head and passed alone, his arms upon his breast, his eyes down bent. Against the fading light a shadow straight across the yellow sand, musing he went, where in the sunset gleamed the city's gate. Lo, the next morrow a command did bring to 3 who tarried in the city's wall, which bade them hasten right away to the king, Isa the great. And straightway went they all, with questioning and wonder in each mind. Majestic on his gleaming throne was he, Isa the just, the kingliest of his kind, his eagle gaze upon the strangers 3. Bent to the first he spake, something doth tell me that today my jewel crown should lie upon thy brow, that it be proven well how any man may be a king thereby. And to the second still the same hath told, that thou shalt don this robe of royalty, and to the third, that thou this scepter hold, to show a king to such a man as I. And straightway it was done. Then Isa spake unto the guards and said, Go, bring thee now from out the city wall a child, to make its first obeisance to the king. Speed thou. In Isa's name, Isa, the great and good. When this strange word mid steer and trumpets ring, and straightway came along and wondering stood a child within the presence of the king. The king, her dark eyes flashing, fearless, gazed to where amid pomp and splendor 3 there sate. One 'neath the glittering crown shrunk sore amazed. One cringed upon the carven throne of state. The third, wrapped with a royal robe, hung low, his head in awkward shame, and could not see beyond the blazoned helm that was to show how any man thus garbed a king might be. Wondering paused the child, then turned to where one stood apart, his arms across his breast, no crown upon the silver of his hair, black gowned and still of stately mien possessed. No broider robe, nor hemmed device to tell whose was that brow, majestic with its mind. But lo, one look, and straight she prostrate fell before great Isa, the kingliest of his kind. Around the shining well at close of day, beyond the desert, 'neath the palms' green ring, there stopped to quaff a draught and paused to say, "Life to great Isa, long may he be king." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Two Church Builders by John G. Sachs. Read for LibriVox.org by Kyle Johnson. A famous king would build a church, a temple vast and grand, and that the praise might be his own, he gave a strict command that none should add the smallest gift to aid the work he planned. And when the mighty dome was done, within the noble frame, upon a tablet broad and fair, in letters all aflame, with burnished gold, the people read the royal builder's name. Now when the king, elate with pride, that night had sought his bed, he dreamed he saw an angel come, a halo round his head, erase the royal name, and write another in its stead. What could it be? 3 times that night that wondrous vision came. 3 times he saw that angel hand erase the royal name and write a woman's in its stead, in letters all aflame. Whose could it be? He gave command to all about his throne to seek the owner of the name that on the tablet shone. And so it was, the courtiers found a widow, poor and lone. The king, enraged at what he heard, cried, "Bring the culprit here." And to the woman, trembling sore, he said, "'Tis very clear that thou hast broken my command. Now let the truth appear." "Your Majesty," the widow said, "I can't deny the truth. I love the Lord, my Lord and yours, and so in simple sooth I broke your Majesty's command. I crave your royal ruth. And since I had no money, sire, why I could only pray that God would bless your Majesty. And when along the way the horses drew the stones, I gave to one a wisp of hay." "Ah, now I see," the king exclaimed, "self-glory was my aim. The woman gave for love of God, and not for worldly fame. 'Tis my command the tablet bear, the pious widow's name." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53. The Captain of the North Fleet by Gerald Massey. Read for LibriVox.org. So often is the proud deed done, by men like this a duty's call. So many are the honors won, for us, we cannot wear them all. They make the heroic commonplace, and dying thus the natural way, and yet our world-wide English race feels nobler for that death today. It stirs us with a sense of wings that strive to lift the earthiest soul. It brings the thoughts that fathom things to anchor fast where billows roll. Love was so new and life so sweet, but at the call he left the wine and sprang full stature to his feet, responsive to the touch divine. Nay, dear, I cannot see you die. For me, I have my work to do up here, down to the boat. Goodbye. God bless you. I shall see it through. We read until the vision dims and drowns, but ere the pang be past, a tide of triumph overbrims, and breaks with the light from heaven at last. Through all the blackness of that night, a glory streams from out the gloom. His steadfast spirit lifts the light that shines till night is overcome. The sea will do its worst, and life be sobbed out in a bubbling breath, but firmly in the coward strife there stands a man who has conquered death. A soul that masters wind and wave and towers above a sinking deck, a bridge across the gaping grave, a rainbow rising o'er the wreck. Others he saved the name unsullied that he gave his wife. And dying with so pure an aim, he had no need to save his life. Lord, how they shame the life we live, these sailors of our sea-girt isle, who cheerily take what thou mayst give, and go down with a heavenward smile. The men who sow their lives to yield a glorious crop in lives to be, who turn to England's harvest field the unfruitful furrows of the sea. With such a breed of men so brave, the old land has not had her day, but long her strength with crested wave shall ride the seas the proud old way. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 54, The Happiest Land by Henry W. Longfellow. Read for LibriVox.org by Nikki. There sat one day in quiet by an alehouse on the Rhine 4 hale and hearty fellows, and drank the precious wine. The landlord's daughter filled their cups around the rustic board. Then sat they all so calm and still, and spake not one rude word. But when the maid departed, a Swabian raised his hand, and cried all hot and flushed with wine, Long live this Swabian land! The greatest kingdom upon earth cannot with that compare, with all the stout and hardy men and the nut-brown maidens there. Ha! cried a Saxon laughing, and dashed his beard with wine. I had rather live in Lapland than that Swabian land of thine. The goodliest land on all this earth, it is the Saxon land. There have I as many maidens as fingers on this hand. Hold your tongues, both Swabian and Saxon, a bold Bohemian cries. If there's a heaven upon this earth, in Bohemia it lies. There the tailor blows the flute, and the cobbler blows the horn, and the miner blows the bugle over mountain, gorge, and bourne. And then the landlord's daughter up to heaven raised her hand, and said, Ye may no more contend, there lies the happiest land. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Pipes at Lucknow. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra, Montreal, 2025. September 24th, 1857, by J.G. Whittier. Pipes of the misty moorlands, voice of the glens and hills, the droning of the torrents, the treble of the rills, not the braes of broom and heather, nor the mountains dark with rain, nor meaden bower, nor border tower, have heard your sweetest strain. Dear to the lowland reaper and plaided mountaineer, to the cottage and the castle, the Scottish pipes are dear. Sweet sounds the ancient pibroch o'er mountain, loch, and glade, But the sweetest of all music, the pipes at Luck now played. Day by day the Indian tiger louder yelled and nearer crept. Round and round the jungle serpent, near and nearer circles swept. Pray for rescue, wives and mothers, pray today, the soldier said. Tomorrow death's between us, and the wrong and shame we dread. Oh, they listened, looked and waited, till their hope became despair, and the sobs of low bewailing filled the pauses of their prayer. Then up spake a Scottish maiden with her ear unto the ground. Dinna ye hear it? Dinna hear it? The pipes o' Havelock sound. Hushed the wounded man his groaning, hushed the wife her little ones. Alone they heard the drum roll and the roar of sepoy guns. But to sounds of home and childhood the Highland ear was true, as her mother's cradle crooning the mountain pipes she knew. Like the march of soundless music through the vision of the seer, more of feeling than of hearing, of the heart than of the ear. She knew the droning pibroch, she knew the Campbell's call. Hark! Hear ye no, MacGregor's, the grandest of them all. Oh, they listened, dumb and breathless, and they caught the sound at last. Faint and far beyond the Gomtee rose and fell the piper's blast. Then a burst of wild thanksgiving mingled woman's voice and man's. God be praised, the march of Havelock, the piping of the clans. Louder, nearer, fierce as vengeance, sharp and shrill as swords at strife, came the wild MacGregor's clan call, stinging all the air to life. But when the far-off dust cloud to plaided legions grew, full tenderly and blissomely the pipes of rescue blew. Round the silver domes of Lucknow, Muslim mosque and pagan shrine, breathed the air to Britain's dearest, the air of Auld Lang Syne. O'er the cruel roll of war drums rose that sweet and homelike strain, and the tartan clove the turban as the Gomtee cleaves the plain. Dear to the cornland reaper and plaided mountaineer, to the cottage and the castle, the piper's song is dear. Sweet sounds the Gaelic pibroch o'er mountain, glen and glade, but the sweetest of all music the pipes at Lucknow played. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 56. The Battle of the Baltic by Thomas Campbell. Read for LibriVox.org. Of Nelson and the North sing the glorious days renowned, when the battle fierce came forth, all the might of Denmark's crown, and her arms along the deep proudly shone, by each gun the lighted brand, in a bold determined hand, and the prince of all the land led them on. Like leviathans afloat lay their bulwarks on the brine, while the sign of battle flew on the lofty British line. It was 10 of April morn by the chime. As they drifted on their path, there was silence deep as death, and the boldest held his breath for a time. But the might of England flushed to anticipate the scene, and her van the fleeter rushed o'er the deadly space between. Hearts of oak, our captains cried, when each gun from its adamantine lips spread a death shade round the ships, like the hurricane eclipse of the sun. Again, 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 and the havoc did not slack, till a feeble cheer the Dane to our cheering sent us back. Their shots along the deep slowly boom, then ceased and all is well, as they strike the shattered sail, or in conflagration pale light the gloom. Out spoke the victor then, as he hailed them o'er the wave, "Ye are brothers, ye are men, and we conquer but to save. So peace instead of death let us bring, but yield, proud foe, thy fleet, with the crews at England's feet, and make submission meet to our king." Then Denmark blessed our chief, that he gave her wounds repose, and the sounds of joy and grief from her people widely rose, as death withdrew his shades from the day, while the sun looked smiling bright o'er a wild and woeful sight, where the fires of funeral light died away. Now, joy, old England, race, for the tidings of thy might by the festal city's blaze, while the wine cup shines in light, and yet amidst that joy and uproar, let us think of them that sleep, full many a fathom deep, by thy wild and stormy steep Elsinore. Brave hearts to Britain's pride, once so faithful and so true, on the deck of fame that died with the gallant good Riou. Soft sigh the winds of heaven o'er their grave, while the hollow mournful rolls, and the mermaid's song condoles, saying in glory to the souls of the brave. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 57. The Grave Spoilers by Hercules Hellis. Read for LibriVox.org. They dragged our heroes from the graves in which their honored dust was lying. They dragged them forth, base, coward slaves, and hung their bones on gibbets flying. Ayrton, our dauntless Ironside, and Broadshaw, faithful judge and fearless, and Cromwell, Britain's chosen guide, in fight, in faith, and counsel peerless, the bravest of our glorious brave, the tyrant's terror in his grave. In felon chains they hung the dead, the noble dead, in glory lying, before whose living face they fled, like chaff before the tempest flying. They fled before them, foot and horse, in craven flight their safety seeking, and now they gloat around each corse, in coward scoff their hatred wreaking. Oh God, that men could own as kings such paltry, dastard, soulless things. Their dust is scattered o'er the land. They loved and freed and crowned with glory. Their great names bear the felon's brand. 'Mongst murderers is placed their story. But idly their grave spoilers thought this grace, which fled in life before them, by craven judges could be brought to spread in death its shadow o'er them, for chain nor judge nor dastard king can make this grace around them cling. Their dry bones rattle in the wind that sweeps the land they died in freeing, but the brave heroes rest enshrined in cenotaphs of God's decree, embalmed in every noble breast, inscribe on each brave heart their story. All honored shall the heroes rest, their country's boast, their race's glory. On every tongue shall be their name, in every land shall live their fame. But fouler than the noisome dust that reeks your rotting bones encasing shall be your fame, ye sons of lust and sloth and every vice debasing, and soldiers of the glorious dead, while honor in our land is dwelling, above your tombs shall Britons tread, and cry, while scorn each breast is swelling, here lie the dastard, cate-stiff slaves who dragged our heroes from their graves. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Bow Meeting Song by Reginald Heber. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Ye spirits of our fathers, the hardy, bold, and free, who chased o'er Cressy's gory field a fourfold enemy. From us who love your sylvan game, to you the song shall flow, to the fame of your name, who so bravely bent the bow. 'Twas merry then in England, our ancient records tell, with Robin Hood and Little John, who dwelt by down and dell. And yet we love the bold outlaw, who braved a tyrant foe, whose cheer was the deer, and his only friend the bow. 'Twas merry then in England, in autumn's dewy morn, when Echo started from her hill to hear the bugle horn. And beauty, mirth, and warrior worth in garb of green did go, the shade to invade with the arrow and the bow. Ye spirits of our fathers, extend to us your care. Among your children yet are found the valiant and the fair. 'Tis merry yet in old England, full well her archers know, and shame on their name who despise the British bow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ballad of Rue by Lord Lytton. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra, near Montreal, 2025. From Blois to Senlis, wave by wave rolled on the Norman flood, and frank on frank went drifting down the weltering tide of blood. There was not left in all the land a castle wall to fire, and not a wife but wailed a lord, a child but mourned a sire. To Charles the King the mitred monks, the mailed barons flew, while shaking earth behind them strode the thunder march of Rue. "O King," then cried those barons bold, "in vain our mace and mail, we fall before the Norman axe as corn before the flail." "And vainly," cry the pious monks, "by Mary's shrine we kneel, for prayers, like arrows, glance aside against the Norman steel." The barons groaned, the shavelings wept, while near and nearer drew, as deathbirds round their scented feast, the raven flags of Rue. Then said King Charles, "Where thousands fail, what king can stand alone? The strength of kings is in the men that gather round the throne. When war dismays my barons bold, 'tis time for war to cease. When heaven forsakes my pious monks, the will of heaven is peace. Go forth, my monks, with mass and rood, the Norman camp unto, and to the fold with shepherd crook entice this grisly Rue. I'll give him all the ocean coast, from Michael Mount to Ur, and Gilles, my child, shall be his bride, to bind him fast and sure. But let him kiss the Christian cross, and sheathe the heathen sword, and hold the lands I cannot keep, a fief from Charles his lord. Forth went the pastors of the church, the shepherd's work to do, and wrap the golden fleece round the tiger loins of rue. Psalm chanting came the shaven monks within the camp of dread. Amidst his warriors Norman Rue stood taller by a head. Out spoke the frank archbishop then, a priest devout and sage. When peace and plenty wait thy word, what need of war and rage? Why waste a land as fair as aught beneath the arch of blue, which might be thine to sow and reap? Thus saith the king to Rue, I'll give thee all the ocean coast, from Michael Mount to Ur, and Gilles, my fairest child, as bride, to bind thee fast and sure, if thou but kneel to Christ our God, and sheathe thy Paynim sword, and hold thy land, the church's son, a fief from Charles thy lord. The Norman on his warriors looked, to council they withdrew. The saints took pity on the Franks, and moved the soul of Rue. So back he strode, and thus he spoke to that archbishop meek. I take the land thy king bestows, from Ur to Michael Peak. I take the maid, or foul or fair, a bargain with the coast, and for thy creed, a sea king's gods are those that give the most. So hie thee back, and tell thy chief to make his proffer true, and he shall find a docile son, and ye a saint in Rue. So o'er the border stream of Ipt came Rue the Norman, where, begirt with barons, sat the king, enthroned at green St. Clair. He placed his hand in Charles' hand. Loud shouted all the throng, but tears were in King Charles' eyes. The grip of Rue was strong. Now kiss the foot, the bishop said, that homage still is due. Then dark the frown and stern the smile of that grim convert, Rue. He takes the foot, as if the foot to slavish lips to bring. The Normans scowl. He tilts the throne, and backward falls the king. Loud laugh the joyous Norman men, pale stare the Franks aghast, and Rue lifts up his head, as from the wind springs up the mast. I said I would adore a god, but not a mortal too. The foot that fled before a foe let cowards kiss, said Rue. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Bingen on the Rhine. Read for LibriVox.org by Kyle Johnson. A soldier of the Legion lay dying in Algiers. There was lack of woman's nursing, there was dearth of woman's tears. But a comrade stood beside him while his lifeblood ebbed away, and bent with pitying glances to hear what he might say. The dying soldier faltered as he took that comrade's hand, and he said, I never more shall see my own, my native land. Take a message and a token to some distant friends of mine, for I was born at Bingen on the Rhine. Tell my brothers and companions when they meet and crowd around to hear my mournful story in the pleasant vineyard ground, that we fought the battle bravely, and when the day was done, full many a corse lay ghastly pale beneath the setting sun. And midst the dead and dying were some grown old in wars, the death wound on their gallant breasts, the last of many scars. But some were young, and suddenly beheld life's morn decline, and one there came from Bingen, fair Bingen on the Rhine. Tell my mother that her other sons shall comfort her old age, and I was a truant bird that thought his home a cage. For my father was a soldier,
and even as a child my heart leaped forth to hear him tell of struggles fierce and wild. And when he died, and left us to divide his scanty hoard, I let them take whate'er they would, but kept my father's sword. And with boyish love I hung it where the bright light used to shine, on the cottage wall at Bingen, calm Bingen on the Rhine. Tell my sister not to weep for me, and sob with drooping head, when the troops are marching home again, with glad and gallant tread, but to look upon them proudly, with a calm and steadfast eye, for her brother was a soldier too, and not afraid to die. And if a comrade seek her love, I ask her, in my name, to listen to him kindly, without regret or shame, and to hang the old sword in its place, my father's sword and mine, for the honor of old Bingen, dear Bingen on the Rhine. There's another, not a sister, in the happy days gone by. You'd have known her by the merriment that sparkled in her eye. Too innocent for coquetry, too fond for idle scorning. O friend, I fear the lightest heart makes sometimes heaviest mourning. Tell her the last night of my life, for ere this moon be risen, my body will be out of pain, my soul be out of prison. I dreamed I stood with her and saw the yellow sunlight shine on the vine-clad hills of Bingen, fair Bingen on the Rhine. I saw the blue Rhine sweep along, I heard or seemed to hear the German songs we used to sing in chorus sweet and clear, and down the pleasant river and up the slanting hill that echoing chorus sounded through the evening calm and still. And her glad blue eyes were on me as we passed with friendly talk down many a path beloved of yore and well-remembered walk. And her little hand lay lightly, confidingly in mine. But we'll meet no more at Bingen, loved Bingen on the Rhine. His voice grew faint and hoarser, his grasp was childish weak. His eyes put on a dying look, he sighed and ceased to speak. His comrade bent to lift him, but the spark of life had fled. The soldier of the Legion, in a foreign land, was dead. And the soft moon rose up slowly, and calmly she looked down on the red sand of the battlefield with bloody corpses strown. Yea, calmly on that dreadful scene her pale light seemed to shine, as it shone on distant Bingen, fair Bingen on the Rhine. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Deeds, Not Words, by Captain Marryat. Read for LibriVox.org by Tony Scheinman. The captain stood on the carronade. "First lieutenant," says he, "send all my merry men aft here, for they must list to me. I haven't the gift of the gab, my sons, because I'm bred to the sea. That ship there is a Frenchman, who means to fight with we. Odds, blood, hammer and tongs, long as I've been to sea, I've fought 'gainst every odds, but I've gained the victory. That ship there is a Frenchman, and if we don't take she, 'tis 1,000 bullets to 1 that she will capture we. I haven't the gift of the gab, my boys, so each man to his gun. If she's not mine in half an hour, I'll flog each mother's son. Odds, bobs, hammer and tongs, as long as I've been to sea, I've fought 'gainst every odds, and I've gained the victory. We fought for 20 minutes, when the Frenchman had enough. I little thought," he said, "that your men were of such stuff. The captain took the Frenchman's sword, a low bow made to he. I haven't the gift of the gab, monsieur, but polite I wish to be. Odds, bobs, hammer and tongs, long as I've been to sea, I've fought against every odds, and I've gained the victory. Our captain sent for all of us. My merry men, said he, I haven't the gift of the gab, my lads, but yet I thankful be. You've done your duty handsomely, each man stood to his gun. If you hadn't, you'd villains, as sure as day, I'd have flogged each mother's son. Odds, bobs, hammer and tongs, long as I'm at sea, I'll fight against every odds, and I'll gain the victory. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Old King Cole by Alfred H. Miles. Read for LibriVox.org by Tony Scheinman. Old King Cole was a merry old soul. A merry old soul was he. He would call for his pipe, he would call for his glass, he would call for his fiddlers three. With loving care and reason rare, he ruled his subjects true, who used to sing, Long live the King! And he, The people too! Old King Cole was a musical soul was he. He used to boast what pleased him most was nothing but fiddle-dee-dee. But his pipe and his glass he loved, alas, as much as his fiddlers three. And by time he was done with the other and the one, he was pretty well done, was he. Old King Cole was a kingly soul was he. He governed well, the records tell, the brave, the fair, the free. He used to say, by night and day, I rule by right divine, my subjects free belong to me, and all that's theirs is mine. Old King Cole was a worthy soul was he. From motives pure he tried to cure all greed and vanity. So if he found, the country round, a slave to gold inclined, he would take it away, and bid him pray for a more contented mind. Old King Cole was a good old soul was he, and social life from civil strife he guarded royally. For when he caught the knaves who fought o'er houses, land, or store, he would take it himself, whether kind or pelf, that they shouldn't fall out any more. Old King Cole was a thoughtful soul was he, and he said, It may be, if they all agree, they may all disagree with me. I must organize routs and tournament bouts and open a senate, said he. Play the outs on the ins and the ins on the outs, and the party that wins, wins me. So old King Cole, constitutional soul was he. With royal news, a parliament house he built for his people free. And they talked all day, and they talked all night, and they'd die, but they wouldn't agree, until black was white and wrong was right, and he said, It works to a T. Old King Cole was a gay old soul was he. If he chanced to meet a maiden sweet, he'd be sure to say, Kitchi kitchi kee. Then if her papa, her auntie, or mamma should suddenly appear on the scene, he would put the matter straight with an office in the state, if they'd promise not to go and tell the Queen. Old Queen Cole was a dear old soul was she. Her hair was as red as a rose, 'tis said, her eyes were as green as a pea. At beck and call for rout and ball, she won the world's huzzas, at fêtes and plays and matinees, receptions and bazaars. When old King Cole with his pipe and his bowl at a smoking contest presided, his queen would be at a 5 o'clock tea at the palace where she resided. And so they governed, ruled, and reigned o'er subjects great and small, and never was heard a seditious word in castle, cot, or hall. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Green Domino, Anonymous, read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. In the latter part of the reign of Louis XV of France, the masquerade was an entertainment in high estimation, and was often given, at an immense cost, on court days and such occasions of rejoicing. As persons of all ranks might gain admission to these spectacles, provided they could afford the purchase of the ticket, very strange rencontres frequently took place at them, and exhibitions almost as curious in the way of disguise or assumption of character. But perhaps the most whimsical among the genuine surprises recorded at any of these spectacles was that which occurred in Paris on the 15th of October, on the day when the Dauphin, son of Louis XV, attained the age of 21. At this fête, which was of a peculiarly glittering character, so much so that the details of it are given at great length by the historians of the day, the strange demeanor of a man in a green domino early in the evening excited attention. This mask, who showed nothing remarkable as to figure, though tall rather and of robust proportion, seemed to be gifted with an appetite not merely past human conception, but passing the fancies of even romance. The dragon of old, who churches ate, he used to come on a Sunday. Whole congregations were to him but a dish of salmagundi. He was but a nibbler, a mere fool, to this stranger of the green domino. He passed from chamber to chamber, from table to table of refreshments, not tasting but devouring, devastating, all before him. At one board he dispatched a fowl, 2/3 of a ham, and half a dozen bottles of champagne, and the very next moment he was found seated in another apartment performing the same feat, with a stomach better than at first. This strange course went on until the company, who at first had been amused by it, became alarmed and tumultuous. "Is it the same mask, or are there several dressed alike?" demanded an officer of guards as the green domino rose from a seat opposite to him and quitted the apartment. "I have seen but one, and by heaven, here he is again!" exclaimed the party to whom the query was addressed. The green domino spoke not a word, but proceeded straight to the vacant seat which he had just left, and again commenced supping as though he had fasted for the half of a campaign. At length the confusion which this proceeding created became universal, and the cause reached the ear of the Dauphin. "He is the very devil, your Highness," exclaimed an old nobleman, "saving your Highness's presence, or wants but a tale to be so." "Say rather he should be some famished poet by his appetite," replied the prince, laughing. "But there must be some juggling. He spills all his wine and hides the provisions under his robe." Even while they were speaking, the green domino entered the room in which they were talking, and as usual proceeded to the table of refreshments. "See here, my lord," cried one, "I have seen him do this thrice. I twice, I 5 times, and I 15. This was too much. The master of the ceremony was questioned. He knew nothing, and the green domino was interrupted as he was carrying a bumper of claret to his lips. "The prince's desire is that monsieur who wears the green domino should unmask." The stranger hesitated. "The command with which his highness honors monsieur is perfectly absolute." "Against that which is absolute there is no contending." The green man threw off his mask and domino, and proved to be a private trooper of the Irish Dragoons. "And in the name of gluttony, my good friend, not to ask how you gained admission, how have you contrived," said the prince, "to sup tonight so many times?" "Sire, I was but beginning to sup, With reverence be it said, when your royal message interrupted me. Beginning, exclaimed the Dauphin in amazement, then what is it I have heard and seen? Where are the herds of oxen that have disappeared and the hampers of Burgundy? I insist upon knowing how this is. It is, sire, returned the soldier, may it please your grace, that the troop to which I belong is today on guard. We have purchased one ticket among us and provided this green domino, which fits us all, by which means the whole of the front rank, being myself the last man, have supped, if the truth must be told, at discretion, and the leader of the rear rank, saving your highness's commands, is now waiting outside the door to take his turn. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Legend Beautiful by Henry W. Longfellow. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Shempf. Hadst thou stayed, I must have fled. That is what the vision said. In his chamber all alone, kneeling on the floor of stone, prayed the monk in deep contrition for his sins of indecision, prayed for greater self-denial in temptation and in trial. It was noonday by the dial, and the monk was all alone. Suddenly, as if it lightened, an unwonted splendor brightened all within him and without him, in that narrow cell of stone. And he saw the blessed vision of our Lord, with light Elysian, like a vesture wrapped about him, like a garment round him thrown, not as crucified and slain, not in agonies of pain, not with bleeding hands and feet, did the monk his master see, but as in the village street, in the house or harvest field, halt and lame and blind he healed, when he walked in Galilee. In an attitude imploring, hands upon his bosom crossed, wondering, worshipping, adoring, knelt the monk in rapture lost. Lord, he thought, in heaven that reignest, who am I that thus thou deignest to reveal thyself to me? Who am I that from the centre of thy glory thou shouldst enter this poor cell my guest to be? Then amid his exaltation, loud the convent bell appalling, from its belfry calling, calling, rang through court and corridor, with persistent iteration he had never heard before. It was now the appointed hour, when alike in shine or shower, winter's cold or summer's heat, to the convent portals came all the blind and halt and lame, all the beggars of the street, for their daily dole of food dealt them by the brotherhood, and their almoner was he, who upon his bended knee, wrapped in silent ecstasy of divinest self-surrender, saw the vision and the splendor. Deep distress and hesitation mingled with his adoration. Should he go or should he stay? Should he leave the poor to wait, hungry at the convent gate, till the vision passed away? Should he slight his heavenly guest, slight this visitant celestial, for a crowd of ragged bestial beggars at the convent gate? Would the vision there remain? Would the vision come again? Then a voice within his breast whispered, audible and clear, as if to the outward ear, do thy duty, that is best, leave unto the Lord the rest. Straightway to his feet he started, and with longing look intent on the blessed vision bent, slowly from his cell departed, slowly on his errand went. At the gate the poor were waiting, looking through the iron grating, with that terror in the eye that is only seen in those who amid their wants and woes hear the sound of doors that close, and of feet that pass them by. Grown familiar with disfavor, grown familiar with the savor of the bread by which men die. But today, they know not why, like the gate of paradise seemed the convent gate to rise, like a sacrament divine seemed to them the bread and wine. In his heart the monk was praying, thinking of the homeless poor, what they suffer and endure, what we see not, what we see, And the inward voice was saying, Whatsoever thing thou doest to the least of mine and lowest, that thou dost unto me. Unto me. But had the vision come to him in beggar's clothing, come a mendicant imploring, would he then have knelt adoring, or have listened with derision, and have turned away with loathing? Thus his conscience put the question, full of troublesome suggestion, as at length, with hurried pace, toward his cell he turned his face, and beheld the convent bright with a supernatural light, like a luminous cloud expanding over floor and wall and ceiling. But he paused with awe-struck feeling at the threshold of his door, for the vision still was standing as he left it there before, when the convent bell appalling, from its belfry calling, summoned him to feed the poor. Through the long hour intervening it had waited his return, and he felt his bosom burn, comprehending all the meaning, when the blessed vision said, Hadst thou stayed, I must have fled. End of section 64. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bell of Atri by Henry W. Longfellow. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. At Atri in Abruzzo, a small town of ancient Roman date, but scant renown, one of those little places that have run half up the hill beneath a blazing sun, and then sat down to rest, as if to say, I climb no further upward, come what may. The Re Giovanni, now unknown to fame, so many monarchs since have borne the name, had a great bell hung in the marketplace, beneath a roof, projecting some small space, by way of shelter from the sun and rain. Then rode he through the streets with all his train, and with the blast of trumpets loud and long, made proclamation that whenever wrong was done to any man, he should but ring the great bell in the square, and he, the king, would cause the syndic to decide thereon. Such was the proclamation of King John. How swift the happy days of Atri sped, what wrongs were righted need not here be said. Suffice it that, as all things must decay, the hempen rope at length was worn away, unraveled at the end, and, strand by strand, loosened and wasted in the ringer's hand, till one, who noted this in passing by, mended the rope with braids of bryony, so that the leaves and tendrils of the vine hung like a votive garland at a shrine. By chance it happened that in Atri dwelt a knight, with spur on heel and sword and belt, who loved to hunt the wild boar in the woods, who loved his falcons with their crimson hoods, who loved his hounds and horses, and all sports and prodigalities of camps and courts, loved or had loved them, for at last, grown old, his only passion was the love of gold. He sold his horses, sold his hawks and hounds, rented his vineyards and his garden grounds, kept but one steed, his favorite steed of all, to starve and shiver in a naked stall. And day by day sat brooding in his chair, devising plans how best to hoard and spare. At length he said, What is the use or need to keep at my own cost this lazy steed, eating his head off in my stables here, when rents are low and provender is dear? Let him go feed upon the public ways. I want him only for the holidays. So the old steed was turned into the heat of the long, lonely, silent, shadeless street, and wandered in suburban lanes forlorn, barked at by dogs, and torn by briar and thorn. One afternoon, as in that sultry clime it is the custom in the summer time, with bolted doors and window shutters closed, the inhabitants of Atri slept or dozed, when suddenly upon their senses fell the loud alarum of the accusing bell. The syndic started from his deep repose, turned on his couch and listened, and then rose and donned his robes, and with reluctant pace went panting forth into the marketplace, where the great bell upon its crossbeam swung, reiterating with persistent tongue, in half-articulate jargon, the old song. Someone hath done a wrong, hath done a wrong. But ere he reached the belfry's light arcade, he saw, or thought he saw, beneath its shade, no shape of human form of woman born, but a poor steed, dejected and forlorn, who, with uplifted head and eager eye, was tugging at the vines of bryony. "Domeneddio," cried the syndic straight, "this is a knight of Atri, steed of state. He calls for justice, being sore distressed, and pleads his cause as loudly as the best." Meanwhile, from street and lane a noisy crowd had rolled together like a summer cloud, and told the story of the wretched beast, in 25 different ways at least, with much gesticulation and appeal to heathen gods in their excessive zeal. The knight was called in question, in reply did not confess the fact, did not deny, treated the matter as a pleasant jest, and set at naught the syndic and the rest, maintaining in an angry undertone that he should do what pleased him with his own. And thereupon the syndic gravely read the proclamation of the king, then said, "Pride goeth forth on horseback grand and gay, but cometh back on foot and begs its way. Fame is the fragrance of heroic deeds, of flowers of chivalry, and not of weeds. These are familiar proverbs, but I fear they never yet have reached your knightly ear. What fair renown, what honor, what repute can come to you from starving this poor brute? He who serves well and speaks not merits more than they who clamor loudest at the door. Therefore the law decrees that as this steed served you in youth, henceforth you shall take heed to comfort his old age, and to provide shelter in stall, and food and field beside." The knight withdrew abashed. The people all led home the steed in triumph to his stall. The king heard and approved, and laughed in glee, and cried aloud, "Right well it pleaseth me. Church bells at best but ring us to the door, but go not into mass. My bell doth more. It cometh into court and pleads the cause of creatures dumb and unknown to the laws. And this shall make in every Christian clime the bell of Atri famous for all time." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Storm by Adelaide Proctor, read for LibriVox.org by Julie Ann Thompson. The tempest rages wild and high, the waves lift up their voice and cry, fierce answers to the angry sky, Miserere Domine. Through the black night and driving rain, a ship is struggling, all in vain, to live upon the stormy main, Miserere Domine. The thunders roar, the lightnings glare, vain is it now to strive or dare. A cry goes up of great despair, Miserere Domine. The stormy voices of the main, the moaning wind, the pelting rain, beat on the nursery window pane, Miserere Domine. Warm curtained was the little bed, soft pillowed was the little head. The storm will wake the child, they said, Miserere Domine. Cowering among his pillows white, he prays, his blue eyes dim with fright. Father, save those at sea tonight, Miserere Domine. The morning shone all clear and gay on a ship at anchor in the bay, and on a little child at play, Gloria tibi Domine. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Three Rulers by Adelaide Proctor. Read for LibriVox.org by Anthony Will. I saw a ruler take his stand and trample on a mighty land. The people crouched before his beck. His iron heel was on their neck. His name shone bright through blood and pain. His sword flashed back their praise again. I saw another ruler rise. His words were noble, good, and wise. With the calm scepter of his pen, he ruled the minds and thoughts of men. Some scoffed, some praised, while many heard. Only a few obeyed his word. Another ruler then I saw. Love and sweet pity were his law. The greatest and the least had part, yet most the unhappy in his heart. The people in a mighty band rose up and drove him from the land. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Horn of Egremont Castle by William Wordsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. Ere the brothers through the gateway issued forth with old and young, to the horn Sir Eustace pointed, which for ages there had hung. Horn it was which none could sound, no one upon living ground, save he who came as rightful heir to Egremont's domains and castle fair. Heirs from times of earliest record had the house of Lucy borne, who of right had held the lordship, claimed by proof upon the horn. Each at the appointed hour tried the horn, it owned his power, he was acknowledged, and the blast which good Sir Eustace sounded was the last. With his lance Sir Eustace pointed, and to Hubert thus said he, When I speak, this horn shall witness, for thy better memory. Hear then, and neglect me not. At this time and on this spot, the words are uttered from my heart, as my last earnest prayer ere we depart. On good service we are going, life to risk by sea and land, in which course, if Christ our Saviour do my sinful soul demand, hither come thou back straightway, Hubert, if alive that day. Return and sound the horn, that we may have a living house still left in thee. Fear not, quickly answered Hubert, as I am thy father's son. What thou askest, noble brother, with God's favour shall be done. So were both right well content. Forth they from the castle went, and at the head of their array to Palestine the brothers took their way. Side by side they fought. The Lucys were a line for valor famed, and where'er their strokes alighted, there the Saracens were tamed. Whence then could it come, the thought, by what evil spirit brought? Oh, can a brave man wish to take his brother's life for land's and castle's sake? Sir, the ruffian said to Hubert, deep he lies in Jordan's flood. Stricken by this ill assurance, pale and trembling, Hubert stood. Take your earnings. Oh, that I could have seen my brother die. It was a pang that vexed him then, and oft returned again and yet again. Months passed on, and no Sir Eustace, nor of him were tidings heard. Wherefore, bold as day, the murderer back again to England steered. To his castle Hubert sped, nothing has he now to dread, but silent and by stealth he came, and at an hour which nobody could name. None could tell if it were night time, night or day, at even or morn. No one's eye had seen him enter, no one's ear had heard the horn. But bold Hubert lives in glee, months and years went smilingly. With plenty was his table spread, and bright the lady is who shares his bed. Likewise he had sons and daughters, and, as good men do, he sate at his board by these surrounded, flourishing in fair estate. And while thus in open day once he sate, as old books say, a blast was uttered from the horns, where by the castle gate it hung forlorn. 'Tis the breath of good Sir Eustace, he has come to claim his right. Ancient castle, woods, and mountains hear the challenge with delight. Hubert, though the blast be blown, he is helpless and alone. Thou hast a dungeon, speak the word, and there he may be lodged, and thou be lord. Speak, astounded Hubert cannot, and if power to speak he had, all are daunted, all the household, smitten to the heart and sad. 'Tis Sir Eustace, if it be living man, it must be he. Thus Hubert thought in his dismay, and by a postern gate he slunk away. Long and long was he unheard of, to his brother then he came, made confession, asked forgiveness, asked it by a brother's name, and by all the saints in heaven, and of Eustace was forgiven. Then in a convent went to hide his melancholy head, and there he died. But Sir Eustace, whom good angels had preserved from murderers' hands, and from pagan chains had rescued, lived with honor on his lands. Sons he had, saw sons of theirs, and through ages heirs of heirs. Along posterity renowned, sounded the horn which they alone could sound. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Miracle of the Roses by Robert Southey. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra, near Montreal, 2025. There dwelt in Bethlehem a Jewish maid, and Zillah was her name, so passing fair that all Judea spake the Virgin's praise. He who had seen her eyes' dark radiance, how it revealed her soul, and what a soul beamed in the mild effulgence. Woe to him! For not in solitude, for not in crowds might he escape remembrance, nor avoid her imaged form, which followed everywhere, and filled the heart, and fixed the absent eye. Alas for him! Her bosom owned no love, save the strong ardour of religious zeal, for Zillah upon heaven had centred all her spirit's deep affections. So for her tribesmen sighed in vain, yet reverenced the obdurate virtue that destroyed their hopes. One man there was, a vain and wretched man, who saw, desired, despaired, and hated her. His sensual eye had gloated on her cheek, e'en till the flush of angry modesty gave it new charms, and made him gloat the more. She loathed the man, for Hamuel's eye was bold, and the strong workings of brute selfishness had moulded his broad features, and she feared the bitterness of wounded vanity that with a fiendish hue would overcast his faint and lying smile. Nor vain her fear, for Hamuel vowed revenge, and laid a plot against her virgin fame. He spread abroad whispers that travel fast, and ill reports that soon obtain belief, how Zillah's eye, when in the temple heavenward it was raised, did swim with rapturous zeal. But there were those who had beheld the enthusiast's melting glance with other feelings filled, that 'twas a task of easy sort to play the saint by day before the public eye, but that all eyes were closed at night, that Zillah's life was foul, yea, forfeit to the law. Shame, shame to man that he should trust so easily the tongue which stabs another's fame. The ill report was heard, repeated, and believed, and soon for Hamuel by his well-schemed villainy produced such semblances of guilt, the maid was to the fire condemned. Without the walls there was a barren field, a place abhorred, for it was there where wretched criminals received their death, and there they fixed the stake, and piled the fuel round which should consume the injured maid, abandoned as it seemed by God and man. The assembled Bethlehemites beheld the scene, and when they saw the maid bound to the stake, With what calm holiness she lifted up her patient looks to heaven, they doubted of her guilt. With other thoughts stood Hamuel near the pile. Him savage joy led thitherward, but now within his heart unwonted feelings stirred, and the first pangs of wakening guilt, anticipant of hell. The eye of Zillah, as it glanced around, fell on the slanderer once, and rested there a moment. Like a dagger did it pierce, and struck into his soul a cureless wound. Conscience, thou God within us, not in the hour of triumph dost thou spare the guilty wretch, not in the hour of infamy and death forsake the virtuous. They draw near the stake, they bring the torch. Hold, hold your erring hands, yet quench the rising flames. O God, protect. They reach the suffering maid. O God, protect the innocent one. They rose, they spread, they raged. The breath of God went forth. The ascending fire beneath its influence bent, and all its flames, in one long lightning flash concentrating, darted and blasted Hamuel, him alone. Hark! What a fearful scream the multitude pour forth, and yet more miracles. The stake branches and buds, and spreading its green leaves, embowers and canopies the innocent maid, who there stands glorified. And roses, then, first seen on earth since paradise was lost, profusely blossom round her, white and red, in all their rich variety of hues, and fragrance such as our first parents breathed in Eden, she inhales, vouchsafed to her a presage sure of paradise regained. End of section. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2025.
Section 70. The Bridal of Malahide by Gerald Griffin. Read for LibriVox.org by MFQ1. The joy bells are ringing in gay Malahide. The fresh wind is singing along the seaside. The maids are assembling with garlands of flowers, and the harp strings are trembling in all the glad bowers. Swell, swell the gay measure, roll trumpet and drum, mid greetings of pleasure in splendor they come. The chancel is ready, the portal stands wide, for the Lord and the Lady, the bridegroom and bride. What years ere the ladder of earthly delight the future shall scatter o'er them in its flight? What blissful caresses shall fortune bestow, ere those dark flowing tresses fall white as the snow? Before the high altar young Maud stands arrayed with accents that falter. Her promise is made, from father and mother forever to part, for him and no other to treasure her heart. The words are repeated, the bridal is done, the rite is completed, the two, they are one. The vow it is spoken, all pure from the heart, that must not be broken till life shall depart. Hark! Mid the gay clangor that compass their car, loud accents in anger come mingling afar. The foe's on the border, his weapons resound, where the lines in disorder unguarded are found. As wakes the good shepherd, the watchful and bold, when the ounce or the leopard is seen in the fold, so rises already the chief in his mail, while the new married lady looks fainting and pale. Son, husband, and brother arise to the strife, for sister and mother, for children and wife. O'er hill and o'er hollow, o'er mountain and plain, up, true men, and follow, let dastards remain. Hurrah! To the battle! They form into line. The shields how they rattle, the spears how they shine. Soon, soon shall the foeman his treachery rue on burgher and yeoman, to die or to do. The eve is declining in lone Malahide. The maidens are twining gay wreaths for the bride. She marks them unheeding, her heart is afar, where the clansmen are bleeding for her in the war. Hark! Loud from the mountain 'tis victory's cry. O'er woodland and fountain it rings to the sky. The foe has retreated, he flees to the shore. The spoilers defeated, the combat is o'er. With foreheads unruffled, the conquerors come. But why have they muffled the lance and the drum? What form do they carry aloft on his shield? And where does he tarry, the lord of the field? Ye saw him at morning, how gallant and gay, in bridal adorning the star of the day. Now weep for the lover, his triumph is sped, his hope it is over, the chieftain is dead. But oh, for the maiden who mourns for that chief, with heart overladen and rending with grief. She sinks on the meadow in one morning tide, a wife and a widow, a maid and a bride. Ye maidens attending, forbear to condole. Your comfort is rending the depths of her soul. True, true, 'twas a story for ages of pride. He died in his glory, but oh, he has died. The war cloak she raises all mournfully now, and steadfastly gazes upon the cold brow. That glance may forever unaltered remain, but the bridegroom will never return it again. The dead bells are tolling in sad Malahide. The death wail is rolling along the seaside. The crowds, heavy-hearted, withdraw from the green, for the sun has departed that brightened the scene. How scant was the warning, how briefly revealed, before on that morning death's chalice was filled. Thus passes each pleasure that earth can supply. Thus joy has its measure. We live but to die. End of section 70. This recording is in the public domain.
The Daughter of Meath by Thomas Haynes Bailey. Tiresias, the chief of a turbulent band, came over from Norway and conquered the land. Rebellion had smoothed the invader's career. The natives shrank from him in hate or in fear. When Erin's proud spirit seemed slumbering in peace, in secret it panted for death or release. The tumult of battle was hushed for a while. Tiresias was monarch of Erin's fair isle. The sword of the conqueror slept in its sheath. His triumphs were honored with trophy and wreath. The princes of Erin despaired of relief and knelt to the lawless Norwegian chief. His heart knew the charm of a woman's sweet smile, but ne'er, till he came to this beautiful isle, did he know with what mild yet resistless control that sweet smile can conquer a conqueror's soul. And oh, mid the sweet smiles most sure to enthrall, he soon met with one he thought sweetest of all. The brave Prince of Meath had a daughter as fair as the pearls of Loch Nea, which encircled her hair. The tyrant beheld her and cried, "She shall come to reign as the queen of my gay mountain home. Ere sunset tomorrow hath crimson the sea, Malachlan, send forth thy young daughter to me." Awhile paused the prince, too indignant to speak. There burned a reply in his glance on his cheek. But quickly that hurried expression was gone, and calm was his manner, and mild was his tone. He answered, "Ere sunset hath crimsoned the sea, tomorrow I'll send my young daughter to thee. At sunset tomorrow your palace forsake, with 20 young chiefs seek the isle on yon lake. And there, in its coolest and pleasantest shades, my child shall await you with 20 fair maids. Yes, bright as any armor the damsels shall be. I send with my daughter, Tiresias, to thee." Tiresias returned to his palace. To him the sports of that evening seemed languid and dim, and tediously long was the darkness of night, and slowly the morning unfolded its light. The sun seemed to linger, as if it would be an age ere his setting would crimson the sea. At length came the moment. The king and his band with rapture pushed out their light boat from the land, and bright shone the gems on the armor, and bright flashed their fast-moving oars in the setting sun's light. And long ere they landed, they saw through the trees the maiden's white garments that waved in the breeze. More strong in the lake was the dash of each oar, more swift the gay vessel flew on to the shore. Its keel touched the pebbles, but over the surf the youths in a moment had leaped to the turf, and rushed to a shady retreat in the wood, where many veiled forms, mute and motionless, stood. "Say, which is Malakan's fair daughter? Away with these veils!" cried Tiresias. "No longer delay. Resistance is vain. We will quickly behold which robe hides the loveliest face in its fold. These clouds shall no longer o'ershadow our bliss. Let each seize a veil, and my trophy be this." He seized a white veil, and before him appeared no fearful weak girl, but a foe to be feared, a youth who sprang forth from his female disguise like lightning that flashes from calm summer skies. His hand grasped a weapon, and wild was the joy that shone in the glance of the warrior boy. And under each white robe a youth was concealed, who met his opponent with sword and with shield. Tiresias was slain, and the maidens were blessed, Malaklin's fair daughter more blithe than the rest. And ere that last sunbeam had crimsoned the sea, they hailed the boy victors, and Aaron was free. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain.
Glenara by Thomas Campbell. O heard ye yon pibroch sound sad on the gale, where a band cometh slowly with weeping and wail? 'Tis the chief of Glenara laments for his dear, and her sire and her people are called to the bier. Glenara came first with the mourners and shroud, her kinsmen they followed, but mourned not aloud. Their plaids, all their bosoms were folded around, they marched all in silence, they looked to the ground. In silence they reached over mountains and moor, to a heath where the oak tree grew lonely and hoar. Now here let us place the grey stone of her cairn. Why speak ye no word, said Glenara the stern, and tell me, I charge ye clan of my spouse, why fold ye your mantles, why cloud ye your brows? So spake the rude chieftain. No answer is made, but each mantle unfolding a dagger displayed. I dreamed of my lady, I dreamed of her shroud, cried a voice from the kinsmen all wrathful and loud. And empty that shroud and that coffin did seem. Glenara, Glenara, now read me my dream. Oh, pale grew the cheek of the chieftain, I ween, when the shroud was unclosed and no body was seen. Then a voice from the kinsman spoke louder in scorn. 'Twas the youth that had loved the fair Ellen of Lorne. I dreamed of my lady, I dreamed of her grief, I dreamed that her lord was a barbarous chief. On a rock of the ocean fair Ellen did seem. Glenara, Glenara, now read me my dream. In dust low the traitor has knelt to the ground, and the desert revealed where his lady was found. From a rock of the ocean that beauty is born. Now joy to the house of the fair Ellen of Lorne. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. A Fable for Musicians by Clara Doty Bates. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra, near Montreal, 2025. He grew as a red-headed thistle might grow, a mere vagabond weed. little Frieder, as gay with his whistle as water wagtail on a reed. Blithe that was indeed. He had a little old fiddle, a shabby and wonderful thing, patched at end, patched and glued in the middle, oft lacking a key or a string. But, oh, it could sing. Barber's prentice was Frieder, but having no sense of the true barber's art, he cut every face in the shaving, pulled hair, and left gashes and smart, getting blows for his part. Blows he liked not, and so off he started one morning his fortune to seek, comb and fiddle his all, yet light-hearted as long as his fiddle could squeak, be it ever so weak. Ran away, highway, rutted or dusty, seemed velvety grass to his feet. Sang the birds, his own stout legs were trusty, to his hunger a black crust was sweet, and life seemed complete. Towards twilight he came to a meadow, where a lovely green water, outlaid like a looking-glass, held in clear shadow low iris-grown shores, every blade its double had made. Neck, the nixie, lived under this water, in a palace of glass far below, where fishes might swim, or the otter could dive, or a sunbeam could go, or a lily root grow. And lo, Frieder spied him that minute in a little red coat sitting there by the pond, with his feet hanging in it, and clawing his knotted green hair in a comic despair. Green hair, full of duckweed, and tangled with snail shells and moss and eelgrass it was, and it straggled and dangled over forehead and shoulders, alas, a wild, hopeless mass. "Good evening," hailed Frieder. "I know you, Sir Neck, the pond nixie. I pray you will come to the shore, and I'll show you how hair should be combed, if I may, the real barber's way." Neck swam like a frog to him, grinning, and Frieder attacked the green mane that had neither end nor beginning. Neck bore like a hero the strain of the pulling and pain, till at length, without whimper or whining, the task of the combing was done, and each lock was as smooth and as shining as long iris leaves in the sun, soft as silk that is spun. Then Neck thrust his hand in the rushes and pulled out his own violin, and played. Why, it seemed as if thrushes had sung perches under his chin, so sweet was the din. The barber boy's heart fell to throbbing. "Herr Neck," this was all he could say, between fits of laughing and sobbing. "Herr Neck, oh, pray teach me to play in that wonderful way." Neck glanced at the comb. "Would ye give it for this little fiddle?" he cried. "My comb? Why, of course, you can have it, and jacket and supper beside," eager Frieder replied. Neck flung down his fiddle, and catching the comb at arm's length, dived below, and Frieder, the instrument snatching, across the weird strings drew the bow, to and fro, till out of the forest came springing roebuck and rabbit and deer, till the nightingale stopped in its singing, and the black flittermice crowded near, the sweet music to hear. Forth from that moment went Frieder, far countries and kingdoms to roam, of all earth's musicians the leader, kings' castles and courts for a home. But alas for his comb! Gold he had, but a comb again never, and his hair in a wild disarray henceforth grew at random, and ever musicians to this very day wear theirs the same way. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Onward, A Tale of the Southeast Railway, Anonymous, read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. No doubt you've heard the tale, sir, thanks, artful, stout, and mild, of the man who did his duty, though it might have killed his child. He was only a railway porter, yet he earned undying fame. Well, mine's a similar story, though the end ain't quite the same. I were pointsman on the Southeastern with an only child, a girl, as got switched to a outside porter, though fit to have married a pearl. With a back as straight as a tunnel and lovely carroty air, she used to bring me my dinner, sir, and couldn't she take her share? One day she strayed on the metals and fell asleep on the track. I didn't happen to miss her, sir, or I should ha' called her back. She's gone quite out of earshot, and I daresn't leave my post, for the Lightning Express was comin', but 4 hours late at the most. Have you ever seen the lightning thunder through New Cross? 14 miles an hour, sir, with stoppages, of course. And just in the track of the monster was where my darling slept. I could hear the rattle already as nearer the monster crept. I might turn the train on the sidin', but I glanced at the loop line and saw that right on the outer metals was lying a bundle of straw. And right in the track of the lightnin' was where my darlin' laid, but the loop line 'ud smash up the engine, and there'd be no dividend paid. I thought of the awful disaster, of the blood in the coroner's quest, of the verdict, no blame to the pointsman, he did it all for the best. And I thought of the compensation the co would have to pay if I turned the train on the sidin' where the heap of stubble lay. So I switched her off on the main, sir, and she thundered by like a snail, and I didn't recover my senses till I'd drunk 'arf a gallon o' ale. For though only a common pointsman, I've a father's feelings too, so I sank down in a faint, sir, as my Polly was hid from view. And now comes the strangest part, sir. My Polly was roused by the sound. You think she escaped the engine by lying flat on the ground? No, always a good un to run, sir. By Jove, she must have flown, for she raced the Lightning Express, sir, till the engine was puffed and blown. When next you see the boss, sir, tell him all what I did, how I nobly done my duty, though it might have killed my kid. And you may, if you like, spare a trifle for the agony I endured when I thought that my Polly was killed, sir, and I hadn't got her insured. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Declaration by Nathaniel Parker Willis. Read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Wallace. 'Twas late, and the gay company was gone, and light lay soft on the deserted room from alabaster vases, and a scent of orange leaves and sweet verbena came through the unshuttered window on the air, and the rich pictures with their dark old tints hung like a twilight landscape, and all things seemed hushed into a slumber. Isabel, the dark-eyed spiritual Isabel, was leaning on her harp, and I had stayed to whisper what I could not when the crowd hung on her look like worshippers. I knelt, and with the fervour of a lip unused to the cool breath of reason, told my love. There was no answer, and I took the hand that rested on the strings and pressed a kiss upon it unforbidden, and again besought her that this silent evidence that I was not indifferent to her heart might have the seal of one sweet syllable. I kissed the small white fingers as I spoke, and she withdrew them gently, and upraised her forehead from its resting place, and looked earnestly on me. She had been asleep. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Love and Age by Thomas Love Peacock. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. I played with you, mid cowslips blowing, when I was 6 and you were 4, when, garlands weaving, flower balls throwing, were pleasures soon to please no more. Through groves and meads, o'er grass and heather, with the little playmates to and fro, we wandered hand in hand together, but that was 60 years ago. You grew a lovely roseate maiden, and still our early love was strong. Still with no care our days were laden, they glided joyously along. And I did love you very dearly, how dearly words want power to show. I thought your heart was touched as nearly, but that was 50 years ago. Then other lovers came around you, your beauty grew from year to year, and many a splendid circle found you the centre of its glittering sphere. I saw you then, first vows forsaking, on rank and wealth your hand bestow. Oh, then I thought my heart was breaking, but that was 40 years ago. And I lived on to wed another, no cause she gave me to repine, and when I heard you were a mother, I did not wish the children mine. My own young flock, in fair progression, made up a pleasant Christmas row. My joy in them was past expression, but that was 30 years ago. You grew a matron, plump and comely, you dwelt in fashion's brightest blaze. My earthly lot was far more homely, but I too had my festal days. No merrier eyes have ever glistened around the hearthstone's wintry glow than when my youngest child was christened, but that was 20 years ago. Time passed. My eldest girl was married, and I am now a grandsire grey. One pet of 4 years old I've carried among the wild-flowered meads to play, in our old fields of childish pleasure, where now as then the cowslips blow. She fills her basket's ample measure, and that is not 10 years ago. But though first love's impassioned blindness has passed away in colder light, I still have thought of you with kindness, and shall do till our last good night. The ever-rolling silent hours will bring a time we shall not know, when our young days of gathering flowers will be 100 years ago. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Half an Hour Before Supper by Bret Harte. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. So, she's here, your unknown Dulcinea, the lady you met on the train, and you really believe she would know you if you were to meet her again? Of course, he replied. She would know me. There was never womankind yet forget the effect she inspired. She excuses, but does not forget. Then you told her your love? Asked the elder, while the younger looked up with a smile. I sat by her side half an hour. What else was I doing the while? What? Sit by the side of a woman as fair as the sun in the sky, and look somewhere else, lest the dazzle flash back from your own to her eye? No, I hold that the speech of the tongue be as frank and as bold as the look, and I held up myself to herself. That was more than she got from her book. Young blood, laughed the elder. No doubt you are voicing the mode of today, but then we old fogies at least gave the lady some chance for delay. There's my wife, you must know. We first met on the journey from Florence to Rome. It took me 3 weeks to discover who was she and where was her home. 3 more to be duly presented, 3 more ere I saw her again, and a year ere my romance began. where yours ended that day on the train. Oh, that was the style of the stagecoach. We travelled today by express. 40 miles to the hour, he answered. Won't admit of a passion that's less. But what if you made a mistake? Quoth the elder. The younger half sighed. What happens when signals are wrong or switches misplaced? He replied. Very well, I must bow to your wisdom, the elder returned. But submit your chances of winning this woman, your boldness has bettered no whit. Why, you do not at best know her name, and what if I try your ideal with something, if not quite so fair, at least more en règle and real? Let me find your partner. Nay, come, I insist, you shall follow this way. My dear, will you not add your grace to entreat Mr. Rapid to stay? My wife, Mr. Rapid? Eh, what? Why, he's gone. Yet he said he would come. How rude. I don't wonder. My dear, you are properly crimson and dumb. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. He Worried About It by S.W. Foss. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The sun will give out in 10 million years more. It will sure give out then, if it doesn't before. And he worried about it. It would surely give out, so the scientists said, and they proved it in many a book he had read. And the whole mighty universe then would be dead. And he worried about it. Or some day the earth will fall into the sun, just as sure and straight as if shot from a gun. And he worried about it. For when gravitation unbuckles Earth's straps, just a picture, he said, what a fearful collapse! It will come in a few million ages, perhaps. And he worried about it. Earth will become far too small for the race, and we'll pay at a fabulous rate for our space. And he worried about it. Earth will be crowded so much without doubt, there will hardly be room for one's tongue to stick out, nor room for one's thoughts when they wander about. And he worried about it. And in 10,000 years there's no manner of doubt our lumber supply and our coal will give out. And he worried about it. And then the ice age will return cold and raw. Frozen men will stand stiff with arms stretched out in awe, as if vainly beseeching a general thaw. And he worried about it. His wife took in washing, 2 shillings a day. He didn't worry about it. His daughter sewed shirts, the rude grocer to pay. He didn't worry about it. While his wife beat her tireless rub-a-dub-dub on the washboard drum in her old wooden tub, he sat by the fire and he just let her rub. He didn't worry about it. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Astronomy Made Easy by Anonymous. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. I saw and heard him as I was going home the other evening. A big telescope was pointed heavenward from the public square, and he stood beside it and thoughtfully inquired, "Is it possible, gentlemen, that you do not care to view the beautiful works of nature above the earth? Can it be true that men of your intellectual appearance will sordidly cling to 10 cents rather than take a look through this telescope and bring the beauties of heaven within 1.5 miles of your eyes?" The appeal was too much for one young man to resist. He was a tall young man with a long face, high cheekbones, and an anxious look. He looked at the 10 cents and then at the telescope, hesitated for a single moment, and then took his seat on the stool. Here is a young man who prefers to feast his soul with scientific knowledge rather than become a sordid, grasping, avaricious capitalist, remarked the astronomer as he arranged the instrument. Fall back, you people who prefer the paltry sum of 10 cents to a view of the starry heavens, and give this noble young man plenty of room. The noble young man removed his hat, placed his eye to the instrument, a cloth was thrown over his head, and the astronomer continued, Behold the bright star of Venus. A sight of this star is worth $1,000 to any man who prefers education to money. There was an instant of deep silence, and then the young man exclaimed, I say! I stood behind him and knew the telescope pointed at the 5th story of a building across the square where a dance was in progress. All people indulge in exclamations of admiration as they view the beauties and mysteries of nature, remarked the astronomer. Young man, tell the crowd what you see. I see a fella hugging his girl, was the prompt reply, and if there isn't a dozen of them. And yet, continued the astronomer, there are sordid wretches in this crowd who hang to 10 cents in preference to observing such sights of these in ethereal space. Venus is millions of miles away, and yet, by means of this telescope, and by paying 10 cents, this intellectual young man is enabled to observe the inhabitants of that far-off world hugging each other just as natural as they do it in this. The instrument was wheeled around to bear on the tower of the engine-house some distance away, and the astronomer continued, Behold the beauties and the wonders of Saturn. This star, to the naked eye, appears no larger than a pin's point, and yet, for the paltry sum of 10 cents, this noble young man is placed within 1 mile of it. Well, this beats all, murmured the young man as he slapped his leg. Tell me what you see. I see 2 fellows in a small room, smoking cigars and playing chess, was the prompt reply. Saturn is 86 million of miles from this town, continued the astronomer, and yet the insignificant sum of 10 cents has enabled this progressive young man to learn for himself that the celestial beings enjoy themselves pretty much as we do in this world. I venture to say that there is not a man in this crowd who ever knew before that the inhabitants of Saturn knew anything about chess or cigars. Once more he wheeled the instrument round. This time it got the range of the upper story of a tenement house on the hill. The young man had scarcely taken a look through the tube when he yelled out, Great guns! But what planet is this? You are now looking at Uranus, replied the professor. Uranus is 97,502,304 miles distant from the Earth, and yet I warrant that it doesn't appear over 80 rods away to you. Will you be kind enough, my friend, to tell this crowd what you see? Give it to him, that's it. Go it, old woman, shouted the young man, slapping one leg and then the other. Speak up, my friend. What do you see? By Jove, she's got him by the hair now. Why, she'll beat him hollow. Will you be kind enough, my friend, to allay the curiosity of your friends? Whoops, that's it. Now she's got him. Toughest fight I ever saw, cried the young man as he moved back and slapped his thigh. The professor covered up the instrument slowly and carefully, picked up and unlocked a satchel which had been lying near his feet, and then softly said, Gentlemen, we will pause here for a moment. When a man tells you, after this, that the planet of Saturn is not inhabited, tell him that you know better, that it is not only inhabited, but that the married couples up there have family fights the same as on this mundane sphere. In about 10 minutes I will be ready again to explain the wonders and beauties of the sparkling heavens to such of you as prefer $1,000,000 worth of scientific knowledge to 10 cents in vile dross. Meanwhile, permit me to call your attention to my celebrated toothache drops, the only perfect remedy yet invented for aching teeth. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Brother Watkins by John B. Gough, read by Adrian Stevens. An old Southern preacher who had a great habit of talking through his nose left one congregation and came to another. The first Sunday he addressed his new congregation, he went on about it as follows. My beloved brethren, before I take my text, I must tell you a parting with my old congregation. On the morning of the last Sabbath, I entered into my church to preach my farewell discourse. Before me sat the old fathers and mothers of Israel. The tears coursed down their furrowed cheeks. Their tottering forms and quivering lips breathed out a sad fare ye well, Brother Watkins. Behind them sat middle-aged men and matrons. Youth and vigor bloomed from every countenance, and as they looked up, I thought I could see in their dreamy eyes, fare ye well, Brother Watkins. Behind them sat the little boys and girls I had baptized and gathered into the Sabbath school. Ofttimes they had been rude and boisterous, but now their merry laugh was hushed, and in the silence I could hear, fare ye well, Brother Watkins. Away in the back seats and along the aisles stood and sat the colored brethren with their black faces and honest hearts, and as they looked up, I thought I could see in their eyes, fare ye well, Brother Watkins. When I'd finished my discourse and shaken hands with the brethren, I went out to take a last look at the church and the broken steps, the floppened blinds, and the moss-covered roof. Suggested, fare ye well, Brother Watkins. I mounted my old grey mare with all my earthly possessions in my saddlebags, and as I passed down the street, the servant girls stood in the doors, and waved their brooms with a fare ye well, Brother Watkins. As I passed out of the village, I thought I could hear the wind moaning through the waving branches of the trees. Fare ye well, Brother Watkins. I came on to the creek, and as the old mare stooped to drink, I thought I could hear the water ripple over the pebbles. Fare ye well, Brother Watkins. Even the little fishes, as their bright fins glistened in the sunlight, gathered round to say as best they could, fare ye well, Brother Watkins. I was slowly passing up the hill, meditating, on the sad vicissitudes of life, when out bounded a big hog from the fence corner. With a boo, I came to the ground, with my saddlebags by my side, and as the old mare ran up the hill, she waved her tail back at me, seemingly to say, fare ye well, Brother Watkins. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Logic, Anonymous. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellen Marie. Logic, Anonymous. 1. Her Respectable Papas. My dear, be sensible. Upon my word, this, for a woman even, is absurd. His income's not £100, I know. He's not worth loving. But I love him so. 2. Her Mothers. You silly child, he is well made and tall, but looks are far from being all in all. His social standing's low, his family's low. He's not worth loving. And I love him so. 3. Her Eternal Friends. Is that he picking up that fallen fan? My dear, he's such an awkward, ugly man. You must be certain, pet, to answer no. He's not worth loving. And I love him so. 4. Her Brothers. By Jove, were I a girl, though horrid hap, I wouldn't have a milk and water chap. The man has not a single spark of go. He's not worth loving. Yet I love him so. 5. Her Own. And were he everything to which I've listened, though he were ugly, awkward, and he isn't, poor, lowly born, and destitute of go, he is worth loving, for I love him so. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Pride of Battery B by F. H. Gassaway. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. South Mountain towered on our right, far off the river lay, and over on the wooded height we kept their lines at bay. At last the muttering guns were stilled, the day died slow and wan. At last the gunners' pipes were filled, the sergeant's yarns began. When, as the wind a moment blew aside the fragrant flood, our brushwood raised before our view a little maiden stood, a tiny tot of 6 or 7, from fireside fresh she seemed, of such a little one in heaven I know one soldier dreamed. And as she stood, her little hand went to her curly head in grave salute. "And who are you?" at last the sergeant said. "Where is your home?" he growled again. She lisped out, "Who is me? Why, don't you know I'm little Jane, the pride of Battery B. My home? Why, that was burnt away, and Ma and Pa and Ma is dead. But now I ride the guns all day, along with Sergeant Ned. And I've a drum that's not a toy, and a cap with feathers too, and I march beside the drummer boy on Sundays at review. But now our back is all give out. The men can't have their smoke, and so they're cross. Why, even Ned won't play with me and joke. And the big colonel said today, I hate to hear him swear, I'd give a leg for a good smoke like the Yanks have over there. And so I thought when beat the drum and the big guns were still, I'd creep beneath the tent and come out here across the hill and beg, good Mr. Yankee man, you'd give me some long jack, please do. When we get some again, I'll surely bring it back. And so I came, for Ned, says he, if you do what you say, you'll be a general yet, maybe, and ride a prancing bay. We brimmed her tiny apron o'er. You should have heard her laugh, as each man from his scanty store shook out a generous half. To kiss the little mouth stooped down a score of grimy men, until the sergeant's husky voice said, "'Tention, squad!" And then we gave her escort till good night the little waif we bid, then watched her toddle out of sight, or else 'twas tears that hid. Her baby form nor turned about a man nor spoke a word, until at length a far faint shout upon the wind we heard. We sent it back, and cast sad eyes upon the scene around. That baby's hand had touched the ties that brothers once had bound. That's all, save when the dawn awoke, again the work of hell, and through the sullen clouds of smoke the screaming missiles fell. Our colonel often rubbed his glass, and marvelled much to see not a single shell that whole day fell in the camp of Battery B. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. The Dandy Fifth by F. H. Gassaway. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. 'Twas the time of the working men's great strike, when all the land stood still at the sudden roar from the hungry mouths that labour could not fill, when the thunder of the railroad ceased, and startled towns could spy 100 blazing factories painting each midnight sky. Through Philadelphia's surging streets marched the brown ranks of toil, the grimy legions of the shops, the tillers of the soil. White-faced militiamen looked on, and women shrank with dread. 'Twas muscle against money then, 'twas riches against bread. Once, as the mighty mob tramped on, a carriage stopped the way, upon the silken seat of which a young patrician lay, and as with haughty glance he swept along the jeering crowd, a white-haired blacksmith in the ranks took off his cap and bowed. That night the Labour League was met, and soon the chairman said, "There hides a Judas in our midst, one man who bows his head, who bends the coward's servile knee when capital rolls by. Down with him! Kill the traitor cur!" rang out the savage cry. Up rose the blacksmith then, and held erect his head of grey. "I am no traitor, though I bowed to a rich man's son today. And though you kill me as I stand, as like you mean to do, I want to tell you a story short, and I'll ask you to hear me through. I was one of those who enlisted first, the old flag to defend. With Pope and Halleck, with Mack and Grant, I followed to the end. And 'twas somewhere down on the Rapidan, when the Union cause looked drear, that a regiment of rich young bloods came down to us from here. Their uniform were by tailors cut. They brought hampers of good wine, and every squad had a nigger too, to keep their boots in shine. They'd naught to say to us dusty vets, and through the whole brigade we called them the kid-gloved Dandy Fifth when we passed them on parade. Well, they were sent to hold a fort. The Rebs tried hard to take. 'Twas the key of all our line, which naught, while it held out, could break. But a fearful fight we lost just then. The reserve came up too late, and on that fort and the Dandy Fifth hung the whole division's fate. 3 times we tried to take them aid, and each time back we fell, though once we could hear the fort's far guns boom like a funeral knell, till at length Joe Hooker's corps came up, and then straight through we broke. How we cheered as we saw those dandy coats still back of the drifting smoke. With the bands at play and the colours spread, we swarmed up the parapet, but the sight that silenced our welcome shout I shall never in life forget. 4 days before had their water gone, they bad dreaded that the most. The next their last scant rations went, and each man looked a ghost, as he stood gaunt-eyed behind his gun, like a crippled stag at bay, and watched starvation, but not defeat, draw nearer every day. Of all the 5th, not 80 men could in their places stand, and their white lips told a fearful tale as we grasped each bloodless hand. The rest in the stupor of famine lay, save here and there a few in death sat rigid against the guns, grim sentinels in blue. And their colonel, he could not speak nor stir, but we saw his proud eye thrill as he simply glanced at the shot-scarred staff where the old flag floated still. Now, I hate the tyrants who grind us down while the wolf snarls at our door, and the men who've risen from us to laugh at the misery of the poor. But I tell you, mates, while this weak old hand I have left the strength to lift, I will touch my cap to the proudest swell who fought in the Dandy 5th. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Bay Billy by F. H. Gassaway. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. 'Twas the last fight at Fredericksburg, perhaps the day you wreck. Our boys, the 22nd Maine, kept Early's men in check. Just where Wade Hampton boomed away, the fight went neck and neck. All day we held the weaker wing, and held it with a will. 5 several stubborn times we charged the battery on the hill, and 5 times beaten back, reformed, and kept our column still. At last, from out the centre, fight spurred up a general's aid. "That battery must silenced be," he cried, as past he sped. Our colonel simply touched his cap, and then, with measured tread, to lead the crouching line once more, the grand old fellow came. No wounded man, but raised his head, and strove to gasp his name. And those who could not speak nor stir, God blessed him just the same. For he was all the world to us, that hero grey and grim. Right well he knew that fearful slope we'd climb with none but him. Though while his white head led the way, we'd charge hell's portals in. This time we were not halfway up when, midst the storm of shell, our leader, with his sword upraised, beneath our bayonets fell. And as we bore him back, the foe set up a joyous yell. Our hearts went with him. Back we swept, and when the bugle said, "Up, charge again," no man was there, but hung his dogged head. "We've no one left to lead us now," the sullen soldiers said. Just then, before the laggard line, the colonel's horse we spied. Bay Billy, with his trappings on, his nostrils swelling wide, as though still on his gallant back his master sat astride. Right royally he took the place that was his old of wont, and with a neigh that seemed to say above the battle's brunt, "How can the 22nd charge if I am not in front?" Like statues we stood rooted there, and gazed a little space. Above the floating main we missed the dear familiar face, but we saw Bay Billy's eye of fire, and it gave us hearts of grace. No bugle call could rouse us all, as that brave sight had done. Down all the battered line we felt a lightning impulse run. Up the hill we followed Bill, and captured every gun. And when upon the conquered height died out the battle's hum, vainly mid living and the dead we sought our leader dumb. It seemed as if a spectre steed to win the day had come. At last the morning broke, the lark sang in the merry skies, as if to e'en the sleepers there it said, "Awake, arise," though naught but that last trump of all could ope their heavy eyes. And then once more, with banners gay, stretched out the long parade. Trimly upon the furrowed field the troops stood on parade, and bravely mid the ranks we closed the gaps the fight had made. Not half the 22nd's men were in their place that morn, and Corporal Dick, who yestermorn stood 6 brave fellows on, now touched my elbow in the ranks, for all between were gone. Ah, who forgets that dreary hour when, as with misty eyes, to call the old familiar roll the solemn sergeant tries, one feels that thumping of the heart as no prompt voice replies. And as in faltering tone and slow the last few names were said, across the field some missing horse toiled up with weary tread. It caught the sergeant's eye, and quick Bay Billy's name was read. Yes, there the old bay hero stood, all safe from battle's harms, and ere an order could be heard, or the bugle's quick alarms, down all the front from end to end, the troops presented arms. Not all the shoulder straps on earth could still our mighty cheer, and ever from that famous day, when rang the roll call clear, Bay Billy's name was read, and then the whole line answered, "Here." End of section. This recording is in the public domain. The Old Veteran by Bayard Taylor, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. An old and crippled veteran to the War Department came. He sought the chief who led him on many a field of fame, the chief who shouted, "Forward!" where'er his banner rose, and bore its stars in triumph behind the flying foes. "Have you forgotten, General?" the battered soldier cried, "the days of 1812, when I was at your side? Have you forgotten Johnson, who fought at Lundy's Lane? 'Tis true I'm old and pensioned, but I want to fight again." "Have I forgotten?" said the chief. "My brave old soldier? No, and here's the hand I gave you then, and let it tell you so. But you have done your share, my friend, you're crippled, old and grey, and we have need of younger arms and fresher blood today." "But, General," cried the veteran, a flush upon his brow, "the very men who fought with us, they say, are traitors now. They've torn the flag of Lundy's Lane, our old red, white and blue, and while a drop of blood is left, I'll show that drop is true. I'm not so weak but I can strike, and I've a good old gun to get the range of traitors' hearts and prick them one by one. Your miney rifles are such arms it ain't worth while to try. I could get the hang of them, but I'll keep my powder dry." "God bless you, comrade," said the chief. "God bless your loyal heart. But younger men are in the field and claim to have a part. They'll plant our sacred banner firm in each rebellious town, and woe henceforth to any hand that dares to pull it down." "But, General," still persisting, the weeping veteran cried, "I'm young enough to follow, so long as you're my guide. And some, you know, must bite the dust, and that at least can I. So give the young ones place to fight, but me a place to die. If they should fire on Pickens, let the colonel in command put me upon the ramparts with the flagstaff in my hand. No odds how hot the cannon smoke, or how the shell may fly, I'll hold the stars and stripes aloft, and hold them till I die. I'm ready, General, so you let a post to me be given, where Washington can look at me as he looks down from heaven, and say to Putnam at his side, or maybe General Wayne, 'There stands old Billy Johnson, who fought at Lundy's Lane.' And when the fight is raging hot, before the traitors fly, when shell and ball are screeching and bursting in the sky, if any shot should pierce through me and lay me on my face, my soul would go to Washington's and not to Arnold's place." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Santa Claus by Alfred H. Miles, read for LibriVox.org by Fenman. The bells were ringing their cheerful chimes in the old grey belfry tower. The choir were singing their carols betimes in the wintry midnight hour. The waits were playing with eerie drawl, the mistletoe hung in the castle hall, and the old policeman was stomping his feet as he quivered and shivered along on his beat. The snow was falling as fast as it could o'er city and hamlet, forest and wood, and Jack Frost, busy with might and main, was sketching away at each window pane. Father Christinus was travelling fast, mid the fall of the snow and the howl of the blast, with millions of turkeys for millions to taste, and millions of puddings all tied to his waist, and millions of mince pies that scented the air, to cover the country with Christmas fare. When over the hills from far away came Santa Claus with the dawn of day. He rode on a cycle, as seasons do, with Christmas behind him a tandem too. His pockets were bigger than sacks from the mill, the Soho Bazaar would not one of them fill, and the Lowther Arcade and the good things that stock it would travel with ease in his tiniest pocket. And these were all full of delights and surprises, for gifts and rewards, and for presents and prizes. Little knick-knackeries, beautiful toys, for Mas and Papas, and for girls and for boys. There were dolls of all sorts, there were dolls of all sizes, in comical costumes and funny disguises. Dolls of all countries and dolls of all climes, dolls of all ages and dolls of all times. Soldier dolls, sailor dolls, red, white and blue, khaki dolls, darky dolls, trusty and true. Curio Chinese and quaint little Japs did nogging at nothing, the queer little chaps. Bigger dolls, nigger dolls, woolly and black, with never a coat or a shirt to their back. Dolls made of china and dolls made of wood, Dutch dolls and such dolls, and all of them good. Dolls of fat features and dolls with more pointed ones, dolls that were rigid and dolls that were jointed ones. Dolls made of sawdust and dolls made of wax, dolls that go bye-bye when laid on their backs. Dolls that are silent when nobody teases them, dolls that will cry when one pinches or squeezes them. Dolls with fair faces and eyes bright of hue, the black and the brunette, the blonde and the blue. Bride dolls and bridegrooms, the meekest of spouses, and hundreds and thousands of pretty dolls' houses. And as for the furniture, think for a day, he brought all you'll think of and all I could say. And then there were playthings and puzzles and games, with all kinds of objects and all sorts of names. Musical instruments, boxes and glasses, and fiddles and faddles of various classes. Mandolins ready for fingers and thumbs, and banjos and tambourines, trumpets and drums. Noah's Arks, animals, reptiles and mammals, mammoths and crocodiles, cobras and camels. Lions and tigers as tame as a cat, eagles and vultures as blind as a bat. Bears upon bear poles and monkeys on sticks, foxes in farmyards at mischievous tricks. Monkeys on dogs too, and dogs too on bicycles, clumsy old elephants triking on tricycles, horses on rockers and horses on wheels, but never a one that could show you his heels. There were tops for the whip, there were tops for the string, there were tops that would hum, there were tops that would sing. There were hoops made of iron and hoops made of wood, and hoop sticks to match them, as strong and as good. There were books full of pictures and books full of rhymes. There were songs for the seasons and tales for the times. Penknives and pen wipers, pencils and slates, wheelers and rockers and rollers and skates. Bags full of marbles and boxes of bricks, and bundles and bundles of canes and of sticks. There were prams for the girls, there were trams for the boys, and thousands of clever mechanical toys. Engines and carriages running on rails, steamers and sailors that carry the mails, flags of all nations and ships for all seas, the Red Sea, the Black Sea, or what sea you please, that ticket by clockwork, or puff it by steam, or outsail the weather, or go with the stream. Carriages drawn by a couple of bays, buses and hansoms and wagons and drays, coaches and curricles, rallies and gigs, all sorts of wheelers with all sorts of rigs. Cricket and croquet and bat, trap and ball, and tennis, but really the list would appall. There were balls for the mouth, there were balls for the feet, there were balls you could play with, and balls you could eat. There were balls made of leather, and balls made of candy, balls of all sizes, from footballs to brandy. And then came the boxes of curious games, with all sorts of objects and all sorts of names. Lotto and Ludo, the fox and the geese, Halma and solitaire, all of a piece. Go bang and ringalette, hook it and quoits, for junior endeavours and senior exploits. And skittles and spellicans, tiddle-de-winks, but one mustn't mention the half that one thinks. Chessmen and draftsmen and hordes upon hordes of chess and backgammon and bagatelle boards, and boxes of dominoes, boxes of dice, and boxes of tricks you can try in a trice. And Santa Claus went with his wonderful load through street after street and through road after road, and crept through the keyholes or some other way. He got down the chimneys, so some people say. But one way or other he managed to creep where all the good children were lying asleep. And when he got there, all the stockings in rows that were ready hung up he crammed full to the toes, with the many good things he had brought with the day, from over the hills and far away. And Santa Claus smiled as he looked on the faces of all the good children asleep in their places, and laughed out so loud as to almost awaken one sharp little fellow who great pains had taken. His socks were too small, for he'd hoped of great riches, so tying the legs he had hung up his breeches. And surely the tears almost came in his eyes as he opened a letter with joy and surprise that he took from a stocking hung up to a bed, and surely they fell as the letter he read. 'Twas a little girl's hand, and said, "Dear Santa Claus, don't forget baby socks, they's hung up to the drawers." But wasn't there laughter and shouting and noise from the boys and the girls and the girls and the boys, when they counted the good things the good saint had brought them, and laid them all out on their pillows to sort them? Such wonderful voices, such wonderful lungs, it was like another confusion of tongues. A babel of chatter from master and miss, and I don't think they've left off from that day to this. Ah, good little people, if thus you shall find rich treasures provided, be grateful and mind, in the midst of your pleasures, a moment to pause, and think about Christmas and good Santa Claus. Remember, in weary and desolate places, with tears in their eyes and with grime on the faces, the children of poverty sorrow and weep, with little to cheer them, awake or asleep. And remember that you who have much and to spare can brighten their eyes and can lighten their cares, if you take the example and work to the cause of your own benefactor, the good Santa Claus. You need not climb chimneys in tempest and storm, nor creep into keyholes in fairy-like form. You've a magical key for the dreariest place, in the light of your eyes and the smile of your face. And remember, the joy that you give to another will gladden your own heart as well as the other. For troubles are halved when together we bear them, and pleasures are doubled whenever we share them. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.